the proud heir of the world's foremost martial arts family. My father is one of the last 9 martial saints in the world. Yet you have been burdened by a promise made 3 years ago, carrying the label of a devoted fool for a full 3 years. Just as your father, furious, was ready to start anew with you. 3 years have passed, and the devoted fool awakens. On the playground of the Southeast 5, Su Xinyue looked at you seriously and said, Ling Xiao, I'm giving you a chance to marry me. I'm pregnant. Su Xinyue touched her smooth, white abdomen, with no hint of excess fat. Your shocked gaze followed Su Xinyue's hand, landing on her flat abdomen. You let out a long breath, yet the shock on your face remained. It's been 3 years. You've been Su Xinyue's devoted fool for 3 whole years. 3 years ago, you crossed into the center of the earth, just as your teacher guarding the southeast west gate was killed in battle. Before dying, your teacher entrusted his beloved daughter, Su Xinyue, to you. You initially wanted to refuse, but then your crossing golden finger arrived. The golden finger's function was quite simple: be Su Xinyue's devoted fool for 3 years, and then you would receive various rewards from the system. With no other choice, you made a 3-year pact with your teacher. 3 years have passed, and they were anything but easy. You could say it was torturous. Because Su Xinyue's demands grew more excessive each day, and you had to comply for the sake of the system. Hu Meng, the main point is that your identity after crossing is quite extraordinary. You belong to the Ning family, the foremost family in the southeast region of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the revival of Xingwen 800 years ago, there have only been 10 surviving human ancestors, and the Ning family holds one of those positions. In the post-Xingwen era, 9 more human martial saints were born, one of whom is your father. Among the other 8 spots, 2 are occupied by your uncles, while the Ning family holds 3. In terms of heritage, the Ning family is on par with those super families in the capital. With the layers of family prestige surrounding you, you should have been the center of attention, a child of destiny. Yet no one could have imagined that among the Ning family's many heroes, you would emerge as such a devoted fool, crazily bowing to one woman without any boundaries. This is simply unheard of. Your devoted fool behavior over these 3 years has made your infamous name spread throughout the southeast region and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, inciting the family's fury and dissatisfaction with you, their heir. Even your father, Ning Zhan, has sneaked to your bedside at night more than once, wishing he could strangle this devoted fool son, yet he ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. You endured 3 years of external ridicule and disdain, bringing shame and insults to your family, gritting your teeth through it all. Because your martial arts talent was only rated as 1 star, which isn't bad in school, ranking in the upper middle tier, but in a super family like the Ning family, it means nothing. Without the system's power, you would eventually become known as a useless heir. Being a devoted fool for 3 years is better than being a useless person for life, which is why you've managed to hold on for these 3 years. Today is the last day of the 3-year pact. As long as you get through it, the system will start issuing rewards. However, you never expected that Su Xinyue would spring a huge surprise on you on the final day. At this moment, many students from the Southeast 5 had gathered on the playground, shocked as they looked at Su Xinyue. The playground was in an uproar. While you and Su Xinyue had experienced many explosive events, this news was particularly shocking. Everyone's gaze converged on you, yet this time you stood there, silent, hesitating. You were actually hesitating. Su Xinyue, looking at your dazed face, glared at you angrily and shouted. If he didn't know the situation, he might think you were the heartless one. Taking another deep breath, you tried to calm down and said, I agree. As soon as these words left your mouth, the crowd was left speechless, and the playground fell silent, as if everyone had forgotten to discuss anything. That's more like it. Su Xinyue raised her head again, looking at you proudly, and said, however, your hesitation earlier annoyed me, and marrying you comes with conditions. There must be a betrothal gift. According to aristocratic standards, my parents raised me with great difficulty, and a girl needs to ensure her dowry when she gets married. You know, my father died defending the Xingmen, and our family fell into decline. Additionally, after marriage, you must give the child a name and love him as if he were your own flesh and blood. Don't question the child. A father cannot restrict my freedom or force me to do things I don't want to do. Su Xinyue rattled off a long list of conditions, each one more shocking than the last, leaving the students on the playground dumbfounded. After finishing, she looked at you and asked, so, what do you think? Can you agree? If you do, we'll hold the wedding tomorrow. I agree, but it doesn't matter, it will be void by tomorrow. You're just waiting for the system anyway. Tomorrow, I will come to fetch you for the highest standard marriage in the center of the earth. Remember to wait for me at home. Upon hearing your words, the crowd fell silent, and it took a while for them to react, realizing that Ning Xiao had actually taken the plunge. Once they did, the playground erupted into chaos. As the foremost family in the southeast region, any marriage matters would attract countless eyes. Many families and forces would break alliances to marry into it, and now, marrying in such a dramatic way would surely cause a stir. And the one most pleased by this is undoubtedly Su Xinyue. She felt no shame for being pregnant with an illegitimate child. Instead, she felt proud that Ning Xiao chose to marry her despite knowing she was pregnant. "I'll wait for you, Ling Xiao. You're a man, remember what you said today." A look of pride flashed in Su Xinyue's eyes, and her face was openly filled with disdain. No matter how he plays or goes crazy, someone will always take the plunge, and that person is the heir of the southeast region's foremost family. This is Su Xinyue's skill and charm. You smiled gently, like a spring breeze, and said, "Don't worry, tomorrow I will give you the wedding of your dreams." Su Xinyue suddenly shifted her gaze and said, "I just remembered 2 more points to add. You know tomorrow is my father's death anniversary, so I not only want him to know the good news of my pregnancy but also want him to see me happy. Therefore, I want you to announce our marriage in front of all the mourners." "Okay, I agree. I will be there on time tomorrow." You, from the bottom of your heart, surely didn't want to make things too awkward, but Su Xinyue is the most beloved daughter of your teacher and his only concern before he passed. Now that Su Xinyue has turned out this way, it is undoubtedly something your teacher would not want to see. The reasons you agreed are to regain your dignity and to hope to awaken Su Xinyue. If I cannot awaken them, then I shall destroy it. At least I have made one last effort for my master, with a clear conscience. Upon hearing the two's agreed time, the crowd in the playground erupted. At the memorial of the old martial saint, a woman carrying another's child accepts a proposal from the young master of the Ning family in the southeast. I can hardly imagine how explosive this scene is. It's uncertain whether the old martial saint is aware. Should he cry or laugh? The crowd buzzed with discussion. You must understand that on the old martial saint's memorial day, not only many families will attend, but also numerous ordinary people will pay their respects. With the media's coverage, they can hardly imagine how explosive this event will be. At this moment, Su Xinyue was exceedingly pleased. He was utterly satisfied and said, "See you tomorrow, I await your sincerity." After saying that, he left without looking back, moving decisively and leaving behind a bewildered crowd. After a long while, the crowd began to disperse. As time passed, this event, centered around the 5 major families of the southeast, quickly spread throughout the entire southeast Yugu city, causing an immediate uproar. After leaving school, you got into your limited edition Dragon Rider car and headed straight for the Martial Saints Cemetery in Jinshin City. The Martial Saints Cemetery is the resting place of Su Tian, the martial saints of the southeast who fell in battle throughout the ages. As the grandest celebration for the 3rd anniversary approaches, people have already been arriving in droves a day in advance to pay their respects to the old martial saint. In the expansive area, there were offerings and beautiful flowers, and behind the caution tape stood a crowd of worshippers silently praying. "Thank you all for coming to pay your respects. It's getting late, teacher. Everyone can go now," you said, and beside you, your steward Xiang had already begun to tidy up the area. Xiang is your personal bodyguard. He is a burly old man with a grizzled beard. As steward Xiang and the crowd gradually retreated, the cemetery, which had been bustling just moments ago, suddenly became eerily quiet. "Teacher, I've come to see you." You first bowed 3 times to the old black and white photo. "Regarding my junior sister Su Xinyue, I have done my best over these 3 years. Now that our 3-year agreement has come to an end, I will no longer take care of her, as continuing would only harm her. I hope you can understand. Tomorrow will be the last lesson for her, for your sake. It might ruin her, or it might save her. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you won't blame me." After speaking, you bowed 3 more times and silently gazed at that kind face. You recalled the eyes of your teacher in his final moments, the invincible martial saint in people's eyes. The last glimmer of spirit in his eyes was a reflection of his concern for his daughter. Miss. In one of the training rooms of the Southeast's 5 major families, a petite assistant wearing black-framed glasses hurriedly pushed open the door and handed a phone to Xia Tian. Xia Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and curiously took the phone, his gaze fixing on the headline, "Su Xinyue is pregnant. Tomorrow, on the anniversary of the martial saint Su, Ning Xiao will propose publicly." Several seconds passed, and Xia Tian's beautiful face was quickly overshadowed by a dark cloud. Su Tian has 3 major disciples, Xia Tian, Ning Xiao, and Su Xinyue. He and Ning Xiao are recognized as childhood sweethearts, and the public also sees them as a couple. However, ever since Ning Xiao began to shamelessly pursue Su Xinyue, the two have grown apart, and now they are like strangers. Xia Tian had long since come to terms with this and didn't care. He believed Ning Xiao was unworthy of Su Xinyue, but this news still shattered his worldview. No matter what Su Xinyue and Ning Xiao did, he wouldn't interfere, nor did he want to. But tomorrow is the anniversary of the teacher's death. Countless families and media will be present. The way these two are behaving is a huge insult to the teacher, and he cannot tolerate or accept it. Xia Tian walked into the armory, assembling the large machete piece by piece. Soon, a nearly 4-meter-long blade was put together. Then, Xia Tian shouldered the 4-meter machete and rushed to the underground garage, laying it across the sports car. A giant tank-like sports car zoomed past. Observing its direction and recalling the recent rumors about Ning Xiao, anyone with insight could guess what the young master of the Xia family was up to. Soon, he arrived at the Martial Saint Cemetery, storming in with the 4-meter machete. Before Su Tian's grave, he indeed saw Ning Xiao standing there. "Long time no see," Xia Tian exclaimed. "What the hell?" Standing 4 meters away, he raised the machete with one hand, the howling wind abruptly stopping as the blade pressed tightly against Ning Xiao's neck. "Is your head full of crap? Do you have any idea what people are saying about you? They call you a noble, and I just can't understand. Countless men of the winners are the objects of fervent pursuit and obsession. They dominate the southeast, yearning to conquer the battlefield of the universe. Their blood and bones have drenched every inch of land where humanity exists. Even the top families from the capital and Magic City wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of the Ning family. Yet, from such a towering giant family emerged someone like Ning Xiao, a sycophant." Xia Tian's eyes were filled with disappointment, which quickly turned into determination. "What you and Su Xinyue do is none of my business, but if you dare to cause trouble on the old Memorial Day, I will chop off both your heads with this knife. I will chop off this ungrateful brat's head." Ning Zhan, seated as the family head, said with an icy gaze. He suddenly stood up, smashing the specially made alloy chair with a slap. Scanning the room, Ning Zhan spoke, "Elders, rest assured. I firmly oppose this marriage. If this ungrateful brat insists on his way, causing irreparable harm to our Ning family, I will personally depose him from his position as heir or even send him to the revitalization tower for destruction." At that moment, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Ning family in the conference hall grew darker, but upon hearing Ning Zhan's personal guarantee, their faces relaxed slightly. The oppressive atmosphere lingered for an unknown time when a middle-aged man of similar age to Ning Zhan spoke up. "The old Martial Saint Su is a respected elder who shed his last drop of blood to guard the Stargate. Although the Su family has fallen, our Ning family does not look down on anyone or seek profit through marriage with them. However, how could the old Martial Saint have such a daughter like Su Xinyue? What a misfortune for the family." At this moment, Elder Ning Xiong sighed and said, "Let's not discuss that for now. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the old Martial Saint Su's death. Should our Ning family still go to the memorial?" Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking members turned their gaze to Ning Zhan. The Memorial Day for the old Martial Saint is a significant event, and the Ning family must attend. But if Ning Xiao truly shows up tomorrow to propose to a pregnant woman, their family's reputation in Dragon Country and globally would be ruined. Not only must we go, I will personally attend the memorial. If this ungrateful brat dares to cause trouble, I will deal with him on the spot. We will honor the old Martial Saint without leniency." Ning Zhan spoke with rising anger, truly frustrated. The high-ranking members looked at Ning Zhan, genuinely angry, and decided not to say more. At this moment, Elder Ning Xiao spoke again. "What about the marriage alliance with that girl from the Yi family in the eastern region?" Some high-ranking members of the Yi family were already strongly opposed to Ning Xiao, and now that this scandal has emerged, they might act up again and could even come to break off the engagement. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. Just recently, the Ning family had finalized Ning Zhao's engagement to Yi Lan, the daughter of the head of the Yi family in the eastern region. The Yi family is the foremost martial arts family in the eastern region, guarding the eastern Stargate. Moreover, Yi Lan possesses the highest 3S orange talent. Marrying Ning Xiao would be considered a downgrade. As a result, many high-ranking members of the Yi family strongly opposed this, but the family head disregarded the dissent and agreed. Now, with this incident involving Ning Xiao, the Yi family is likely to break off this engagement. Ning Zhan looked somewhat weary, rubbing his temples. If it's to be nullified, then let it be. If the Yi family truly comes to break the engagement, then let it go. Everyone should set their minds at ease. I will handle this matter properly. In the conference hall of the Yi family in the eastern region, a group of high-ranking members gathered, laughing heartily. "Come on, Uncle Lanlan, let's go watch the joke of that sycophant from the Ning family. Who else wants to go?" All the high-ranking members of the Yi family took a day off to attend the old Martial Saints Memorial. Yi Zhenan, with his robust figure, let out a booming laugh that echoed across Tiannan City. He grabbed Yi Lan's hand and headed outside. A group of high-ranking members of the Yi family, who opposed the marriage alliance with the Ning family, eagerly chimed in, laughing heartily. They were eager to join Yi Zhenan to watch the Ning family's folly. At this moment, led by Yi Jianan, everyone felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The idea of their proud daughter marrying someone as useless as Ning Xiao was already unacceptable to them. Now that Ning Xiao had caused this scandal, they could easily use it as an excuse to break off the engagement. Yilan stood still, turning to look at her father, Yi Jintian. Although she wanted to join in the spectacle, she knew that whether she could go to Revitalization City depended on her father's decision. Yi Jintian looked at his excited son, Yi Jianan, and said somewhat speechlessly, "You all do as you wish. Just don't go too far when we get there, and don't mention breaking off the engagement." Yi Jianan laughed heartily. "After all, it's the anniversary of the old martial saint. I know how to handle this. I'm just taking my son to watch the show. As for breaking off the engagement, I will naturally handle that myself." Having said that, Yi Jianan pulled Yilan and charged out of the hall, leading a group of high-ranking members. At the old martial saint's cemetery, Steward Asian looked at the increasingly intense headlines, feeling a chill run down his spine. He looked up at you and swallowed hard. "Young master, the public sentiment is very unfriendly towards the Ning family right now." "It doesn't matter," you stood before the old martial saint's grave, your expression remarkably calm. This situation was entirely within your expectations. As the first family in the southeast, it was no surprise that the heir's extraordinary actions would cause such public uproar. You glanced at yourself with indifference. Asian looked at you again, noting your well-defined biceps, and asked, "Young master, aren't you going to do something about this? And are you really going to propose to Su Xinyue tomorrow?" You smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. How could I possibly propose to Su Xinyue? Uncle Xiang, I need you to do something for me. Use all your connections. Within 3 days, I want to know whose child Su Xinyue is carrying." "Understood. I'll look into it right away." Watching Asian leave, your gaze shifted back to the gravestone. You asked him to investigate Su Xinyue's pregnancy not out of concern for her but because your teacher had left you something when he passed away. However, these things were neither a legacy nor meant for you, you merely hold the temporary key to unlock them, waiting for the destined person to inherit. There have been various rumors in the outside world, and people have always believed this to be a legacy left by the old martial saint. Thus, you suspect that someone has already set their sights on this legacy, using Su Xinyue as a pawn. Xiang returned and reported, "Young master, there are suspicions that Su Xinyue's pregnancy is linked to Jiang Yan from the Zheng family, but we need more time to confirm." "I will continue to investigate closely." The night wind was like a knife, cold and lonely. You stood before Su Tian's gravestone, with no intention of leaving, planning to stay until dawn while waiting for the system reward. As the time approached, even though you were mentally prepared, you couldn't help but feel excited. After all, you had carried the label of a sycophant for 3 long years to activate this system. The system's notification was not just a prompt sound but also a release for your long-bent spine. Finally, the moment the clock struck midnight, the system notification rang out precisely on time. "Congratulations, host. The 3-year sycophant agreement has come to an end. On the first day, the sycophant receives a chaos seed green lotus. Without any prompts or unnecessary words, the system directly rewarded you with something straightforward and brutal." At that moment, a wave of ecstasy surged across your face. Phenomena. It is said that when martial arts are cultivated to their peak in a certain domain, some phenomena will appear. These phenomena can intimidate opponents and assist in defeating them, symbolizing strength and talent. You only had a level 1 talent rating in martial arts. Now that the system had just appeared, it had directly resolved your talent issue. In the next moment, you felt a swirl of chaos in your mind, a storm-like pain exploding in your brain. The pain came swiftly and left just as quickly. After only 3 seconds, everything felt normal again. Internally, you discovered a small area of chaos appearing in your mind, no larger than the size of a palm. At this moment, a serene and quiet green lotus was suspended in the chaos, with only 3 petals, poised to bloom. In the next moment, the system notification rang out again. Note, reward levels are divided from 1 star to 8 stars, with 8 stars being the highest. Note 2, in the sycophant section, the host can automatically receive a random reward each day. The Chaos Seed Green Lotus is an 8-star rare reward. You couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy. On Blue Star, there are currently over 100 recorded types of phenomena. Although these phenomena are not documented on Blue Star, since the system rates it as the highest 8 stars, it must not be of low rank. Moreover, you can receive a random reward every day. Looking at this green lotus, you couldn't help but gasp. Being rewarded with a top-tier item on the first day means the phenomena will surely soar to new heights in the future. You wondered if there were any extraordinary weapons, techniques, or elixirs among the rewards. Thinking this way, you suddenly felt that all the grievances of the past 3 years were worth it. With an unbeatable system and an unbeatable family background, it would be hard not to soar to great heights. You were uncertain about how your talent had changed. It was a powerful notion, not just a flashy tool in battle but one that could alter the owner's talent and potential. On the surface, you appeared to have a talent, but after acquiring the Chaos Seed Green Lotus, it was hard to say what your true potential was. At this moment, you were only at the 5-2 level. Previously, you had been preoccupied with Su Xinyue and had not trained diligently, so even with the resources of the Ning family, your cultivation level was not high. You hadn't even reached the average level for immediate talent and had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. You delved into your memories, planning to test if your talent had changed. Soon, you searched and found a blood-sucking technique. The result was instantaneous. Under the night sky, you stood with your hand covered, your tall figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight. In this world, martial arts focused on cultivating the physical body and followed the path of bloodshed. However, it seemed you had clearly transcended the essence of this world's martial arts. At this moment, behind you, a green lotus seemed to emerge from the shadows, poised to bloom, exuding a mysterious aura. If anyone were to see you now, they would be utterly astonished. As the lotus floated, even the surrounding space appeared to subtly distort, making you seem as if you were immersed in chaos. The most extraordinary thing was that around this green lotus, tiny glowing points like fireflies continuously rushed in from all directions, entering your body. Inside you, it felt as if a great drum was thundering. In less than half an hour, you instantly broke through to the 3rd tier. The tiny glowing points continued to pour in, enhancing your cultivation. Unknowingly, the night passed, and your level surged past the 3rd tier, solidifying your breakthrough. As dawn broke, the sky finally brightened. On this day in Dragon Country, countless martial arts families, martial forces, and many people spontaneously took various modes of transportation. They all flocked to the same destination, Revitalization City. On this day, Revitalization City drew the attention of the entire nation. In the early morning, the tomb of the old martial saint Su Tian was usually cold and desolate, strictly guarded to prevent outsiders from entering. However, today, before dawn, it began to bustle with activity, shadows flitting about outside. Yet, apart from the young master Ning Chen and the disciples of the old martial saint, no outsiders, not even the heads of great families, could enter early. Suddenly, the gates of the tomb swung open. Dressed in a white formal suit, Su Yunlong strode in with a vigorous demeanor, walking with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Behind him followed a group of direct descendants of the Su family, all clad in white formal attire, with Su Xinyue among them, closely trailing behind Su Yunlong. Su Yunlong, the current head of the Su family, was at the 7th rank. In Longhua, this rank was referred to as a master or a terrestrial immortal, in the West as a divine realm, and in ancient times as the realm of divine communication. With a vitality of 10,000 to 50,000 calories and a mental strength covering 3,000 to 10,000 meters, such a martial artist was undoubtedly a pillar of Longhua. At this moment, Su Yunlong appeared radiant and full of spirit, showing no trace of the solemnity and gravity typically associated with a memorial ceremony. The group of direct descendants behind him mirrored his demeanor, as if celebrating a great joy. "Go ahead," Su Yunlong waved his hand as he entered the tomb. The many direct descendants began to busily prepare for the day's memorial activities. At this moment, only Su Xinyue remained standing behind Su Yunlong. "Xinyue, you are pregnant. Your health is precious. Don't run around today, stay by my side and wait for that kid Ning Chen to propose to you," he said. "I know, second uncle," she replied, and the two walked from the entrance of the tomb toward the burial site. As they walked, Su Yunlong suddenly glanced at Su Xinyue and said with concern, "Xinyue, are the demands you listed last night too high? Will the Ning family really agree?" Su Xinyue scoffed dismissively, "If the Ning family doesn't agree, as long as Ning Chen agrees, that's enough. After all these years, no matter how strongly the Ning family opposes, Ning Chen will always fulfill my requests." Su Xinyue held a confident stance, viewing Ning Chen merely as a devoted servant ready to take on her burdens. If it weren't for her fortunate reincarnation, she would never have had any connection with him. When her father Su Tian took Ning Chen as a disciple, it was precisely because he valued Ning Chen's background. Otherwise, how could a waste with an A-level talent become a disciple of an old martial saint? Now, even though she was pregnant, with her looks and S-level talent, marrying him would still be a great advantage for him. Su Yunlong nodded slightly at her words, laughing. "My Xinyue is truly charming, captivating the young master of the first family in the southeast region, making him a devoted servant, ha?" Su Xinyue took Su Yunlong's arm, playfully pouting, "Second uncle, what does this betrothal gift even mean? As a girl getting married, if they can't even spare this little bit, how can I feel secure? Moreover, this betrothal gift is just the beginning. As long as I'm here, our Su family's resources will flow continuously. Sooner or later, the Su family will return to the ranks of first-class families. Su Xinyue spoke with conviction. In her view, as long as she married Ning Chen, the resources of the Ning family would be no different from those of the Su family. Would Ning Chen refuse her requests? Hearing this, Su Yunlong laughed heartily again. You're right, Xinyue. The future of the Su family depends on you. Reflecting on Ning Chen's past actions, Su Yunlong regained some confidence. Ever since his elder brother Su Tian fell, the Su family, having lost the support of the old martial saint, had become listless, falling from a top martial arts family to a third-rate one. However, since the appearance of Ning Chen, the devoted servant, various cultivation resources had been pouring into the Su family, forcibly elevating them from a third-rate to a second-rate family. Otherwise, with his 7th-rank master status, barely maintaining a third-rate level would have been the limit. However, although Su Yunlong enjoyed the benefits of the Ning family, he looked down on Ning Chen, the wealthy young master. A fine young man should go to the battlefield to fight, slay the alien races, eliminate the different kinds, and shed blood for humanity. What good is it to be immersed in romantic feelings? Every man of the Su family is strong and resolute, having contributed so much to the Dragon Kingdom. Even the martial saint has fallen. And what about Ning Chen? He is just a useless person born into a good family. Why should he enjoy the resources of the Ning family? Therefore, he felt justified in taking these resources, believing it would be better to give them to the Su family than to a useless person. At that moment, the two arrived at the tomb and paused in their steps. They saw a tall figure quietly standing before the tombstone. Su Yunlong was somewhat surprised and said, Ning Chen, he arrived so early. Su Xinyue confidently replied, I think he must be eager to propose to me. Hearing this, Su Yunlong smirked, his tone somewhat disdainful, even mocking. Xinyue, should we go say hello? Su Xinyue replied unhappily, why should I greet him? He should come over to greet me, otherwise, it would make him seem worthless. So, the two continued with their own business. However, a long time passed, and Ning Chen remained standing there, unmoving, showing no intention of coming over. Su Xinyue frowned slightly. In the past, whenever Ning Chen saw her, he would rush over like a dog. Clearly, with a warrior's perception, Ning Chen could not have failed to notice her. But even after noticing her, he still did not come over. Did he not want to marry her anymore? Xinyue, this kid must be trying to give you a surprise. After all, it's a big deal like a proposal. Alright, the guests are arriving one after another. Hurry and call Ning Chen to come with me to greet them. We can't waste any more time. Su Yunlong's voice came, as a master is like a father. As direct disciples, Ning Chen and Xia Tian also needed to accompany Su Xinyue to welcome the guests. Poof! Su Xinyue shot a cold glance at Ning Chen and could only walk over to him. Such strong talent, entering the path in a second, comprehending it overnight, directly breaking through a major realm. In front of the tombstone, Ning Chen slowly awakened. The enlightenment he experienced last night felt like a fleeting moment to him. When he saw his current realm, Ning Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although he had only broken through from late 2nd rank to late 3rd rank, it was still a low-grade martial arts realm. But even with an SSS-level talent and top-tier resources, such a breakthrough was impossible. He recalled the process of his breakthrough. It was no different from drinking cold water. It should be noted that he was still shackled at the late 2nd rank at that time. It seemed that the phenomenon brought by the Chaos Seed Green Lotus endowed him with a talent more terrifying than he had imagined. Now, on the surface, he appeared to have A-level talent, but in reality, he couldn't grasp how far he had truly reached. Because in the history of human martial arts, it seemed that no A-level talent warrior had ever awakened a phenomenon. Chaos Seed Green Lotus. He murmured, feeling that after returning to his clan, it was necessary to look for records about the phenomenon of the Chaos Seed Green Lotus in the clan's hidden martial pavilion. A cold aura suddenly came from his side. Ning Chen turned his head and saw Su Xinyue approaching with a resentful expression. Ning Chen, you have such a big attitude, expecting this young lady to come over and greet you? Su Xinyue said coldly. What's wrong? Ning Chen frowned slightly, looking at Su Xinyue. What's wrong? Are you prepared for your proposal? Su Xinyue said irritably. Every time she saw Ning Chen acting like a wooden block, she felt extremely disgusted. I'm ready, Ning Chen replied. Come out, it's time to greet the guests. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue shot him an annoyed glance. But seeing that time was running out, she didn't bother to say more, called out, and turned to leave. At the entrance of the cemetery. When the two arrived at the entrance, they saw Xia Tian, dressed in a white suit, already standing at the door to welcome the guests. Su Xinyue felt a chill in her heart, for at the feet of Xia Tian lay a gleaming 3-meter-long machete. She had seen this knife before. Xia Tian had used it during 2 training sessions at the university, capable of extending up to 5 meters. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Xia Tian cleaved 2 ferocious beasts and a cultist in half, turning a sunny afternoon into a scene stained with red. As soon as the two appeared, Xia Tian's piercing gaze swept over them. Ning Chen felt a chill run down his spine and quietly walked to stand 2 meters away from Xia Tian. Su Xinyue moved to stand between the two, slightly closer to Ning Chen. Sensing the space was a bit cramped, Su Xinyue glanced at Xia Tian and whispered, "A bit further over there." "Get lost." Xia Tian spat out a word through clenched teeth, a murderous aura erupting from him. "If you want me to get lost, then I will," Su Xinyue sneered, taking 2 big steps closer to Ning Chen. As time passed, the cemetery inside and out was teeming with people, packed tightly with mourners. Even the main roads outside the cemetery were filled with crowds paying their respects. Setting aside the Su family's recent reputation and decline, the old martial saint's fame and influence were undeniable. Even in death, people still remembered his contributions to humanity. The reason why Longwa placed such importance on the old martial saint's Memorial Day was not merely for show, but to constantly remind people to be vigilant in times of peace. The reason everyone could stand here enjoying a peaceful environment was due to the countless sacrifices made by people like the old martial saint, who faced death without hesitation. At this moment, strong figures or representatives from the 4 major regions of Longwa, as well as from the capital, the Magic City, and various provinces had all arrived. Some came as family representatives, while others came as individuals. Ning Chen glanced around. Those who appeared in the front row were all prominent figures. So this is the power of the old martial saint's reputation, not to be underestimated in life or death. With so many big shots, this is the only occasion to see them. I wonder if the young master of the Ning family will propose to the old martial saint's daughter today. As they observed the scene, the guests began to discuss. Inevitably, the conversation turned to Ning Chen. After all, this matter had caused quite a stir and was a scandal worthy of being called a dramatic annual event. "The Ning family has arrived." A shout rang out like thunder among the crowd, and countless gazes shifted to the entrance of the cemetery. Ning Zhan stepped into the scene, followed by Ning Xiong and Ning Xiao. These two were Ning Tian's uncle and second uncle, while Ning Zhan was one of the top 10 martial saints of Longwa. The other 2 martial saints from the Ning family had long been stationed at the Stargate and the Underground. Ning Xiong and Ning Xiao were both 8th grade Golden Body Grandmasters. Ning Zhan's status as one of the top 10 martial saints needed no elaboration. He was an unparalleled powerhouse who could guard a single Underground or Stargate. Even an 8th grade Golden Body Master was enough for a family to secure a place among the top-tier families. At this moment, the Ning family had brought a martial saint and 2 golden bodies, which was quite a show of respect for the Su family. However, many perceptive individuals began to wonder, could it be that Ning Zhan had come specifically for his son's marriage? But no one dared to speak too much. The Ning family was a solid lord of Longwa, and even the Dragon Lord of the capital would not dare to impose demands on them. Otherwise, the 3 martial saints had the power to suppress all enemies. No matter how much gossip circulated behind their backs, no one dared to voice any negative comments in front of him. As Ning Zhan entered the venue, even though he deliberately restrained his oppressive aura, the atmosphere grew significantly heavier. Ning Zhan approached the tomb to pay his respects, and Ning Chen, Xia Tian, and Su Xinyue all bowed respectfully. Ning Zhan's gaze landed directly on Ning Chen, and upon seeing the face of this rebellious son, his anger flared up instantly. Ning Chen felt a murderous intent directed at him, reminiscent of a righteous indignation against a traitor. At this moment, Ning Zhan turned his head and looked at Su Yuntian, saying, "The Su family's martial saint, back in the day, single-handedly guarded the Stargate, buying time for the Ning family to provide support. Otherwise, if the Stargate in the southeast region fell, 30 billion lives would turn to dust." Old martial saint fought for the Dragon Kingdom, for the human race, until he was exhausted and died, a great contribution. This vial of golden body bone marrow liquid is a gift to the Su family, hoping it can help them rise again. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of golden body bone marrow liquid appeared. Although the actions of the Su family in recent years had displeased him, the necessary etiquette still had to be observed. Hiss! Hearing about the gift from the Ning family, the crowd erupted in excitement. Damn, golden body bone marrow liquid, such a big bottle. This bottle is enough to create an 8th grade golden body expert, right? Truly worthy of the Ning family, making such a grand gesture. How many 7th grade experts would break their heads to get something like this? And the Ning family just gives it away. Su Yunlong was momentarily stunned, then excitement flashed across his face. Golden body bone marrow liquid. He was currently a 7th grade master, and this bottle was just what he needed to break through to the golden body realm. An 8th grade golden body. He finally saw hope. Su Xinyue was also taken aback. Golden body bone marrow liquid. The Ning family actually presented such a precious offering at the sacrificial ceremony. This was unexpected. No, it must be because of her. Su Xinyue suddenly realized, it must be that Ningzhan knew Ningchen would propose to her today, so he not only came to the scene but also brought gifts. Even before she officially entered the family, he was already treating her as a daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Su Xinyue's confidence surged, and a thought emerged. She needed to adjust the betrothal gifts. If the golden body bone marrow liquid could be given so easily, the Ning family was far wealthier than she had imagined, and she was worth much more than she had thought. Previously, she had underestimated herself, asking for so little. Seeing Su Yunlong and Su Xinyue looking like they had never seen the world, Ningzhan couldn't be bothered to engage further. After completing the formalities, he retreated to the guest area. The other families immediately withdrew, giving way to the center stage. Old Martial Saint's Sacrificial Day. This is a gift from my Jiang family. Just as everyone was astonished, a young man in a black suit stepped into the venue. It's the Jiang family. The young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yindong. The young master himself has come. The two largest families in the southeast region are all present. The crowd's attention was drawn, and once again, the venue erupted in noise. At the same time, the crowd focused on the Jiang family's gifts. It was well known that the Jiang family and the Ning family had some rivalry, since ancient times, who would willingly be second. These are 2 bottles of golden body bone marrow liquid, please accept them, Su family head. At this moment, Jiang Yanchu waved his hand, and his servant immediately stepped forward, holding 2 bottles of liquid. The venue erupted again. Not only did the Jiang family give the same items as the Ning family, but they also outnumbered them, which was clearly a provocation. The crowd once again marveled at the Jiang family's wealth. What a grand gesture, truly a grand gesture. Just look at this, it's not something we small fry can envy. The Jiang family, the second martial arts family in the southeast region. Additionally, the Jiang family held another identity, the #1 financial conglomerate in the southeast region. The Ning family was undoubtedly the dominant force in martial arts in the southeast region, while the Jiang family had business dealings in every corner of the southeast region, making them the undisputed financial leader. In simple terms, the Ning family dominated the wild areas, but most of their cultivation resources came from the caves and the alien races behind the stargates. The Jiang family, on the other hand, thrived in the business circle, controlling over 70% of the businesses in all cities in the southeast region, including auction houses, alchemy shops, and malls. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they controlled the economic lifeline of the southeast region. And with such terrifying financial power, their martial arts wouldn't be lacking either, firmly securing their position as the second martial arts family in the southeast region. This was achieved through sheer financial might. The young man before them was the first heir of the Jiang family, holding a position equivalent to Ning Chen in the Ning family. However, regardless of talent or business acumen, Jiang Yanchu's reputation far surpassed Ning Chen's. With an SSS-level talent and still in the martial arts university, he had already begun to be groomed by his family for industry leadership. At this moment, the Jiang family allowed him to appear alone at such an important occasion as the Old Martial Saints Memorial Day, which speaks volumes. At this time, Su Yunlong was so excited he could hardly contain himself, his old face beaming with joy. During this memorial, the Su family directly produced 3 golden body powerhouses. The Su family was finally about to rise. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Su Yunlong grasped Jiang Yanchu's hand, already somewhat losing his composure. No need to be polite, Su family head. Jiang Yanchu casually withdrew his hand, not saying much more. His appearance was strikingly handsome, his expression serious, as he walked to the tomb to pay his respects. Ning Chen and the others returned the gesture, and Jiang Yanchu lightly nodded, stepping in front of the 3, subtly exuding an air of authority. He scrutinized the 3 for a moment. Jiang Yanchu's gaze swept over Xia Tian, the glimmer in his eyes well concealed, then casually glanced at Su Xinyue, finally resting on Ning Chen. I wish you success in your proposal today. Jiang Yanchu extended his hand, looking at Ning Chen with genuine sincerity. But as soon as these words were spoken, the crowd gasped in shock. The proposal had been a hot topic outside, but no one dared to mention it here because Ningzhan was present. Jiang Yanchu's words pierced through the tension, instantly causing the atmosphere to plummet, the air feeling 8 degrees colder. This was because Ningzhan's expression had visibly darkened. Only someone like Jiang Yanchu, who was known as the first financial magnate in the southeast region, would dare to say such a thing. If it were anyone else, by this time next year, the grass on their grave would be at least a meter high. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Ning Chen, eager to see his response. Ning Chen smiled slightly, calm and unruffled. Thank you, I will. He extended his hand, shaking Jiang Yanchu's. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of killing intent erupting from Ningzhan. Looking at the composed Ning Chen, Zhang Nianchu was slightly taken aback. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Ning Chen was different from before. It was just a fleeting thought, and he didn't dwell on it. Their hands touched and then parted. Zhang Nianchu retreated to the guest seats, adjacent to the Ning family, in the position of the second martial arts family. Next, guests from various families and factions took turns to pay their respects. Ning Chen and the others returned the gestures until 3 hours later. The usual proceedings finally concluded. However, the atmosphere remained strange, as if shrouded in a dark cloud. Just as the memorial was ending, before the crowd could disperse, Su Yunlong stepped forward. He took a deep breath. This moment had been a long time coming. With a beaming smile, Su Yunlong said, "Dear guests, please do not leave just yet. On the day of Su Old Martial Saints Memorial, there is one more thing to announce. As for what it is, I believe everyone has already heard." With that, Su Yunlong smiled proudly, his gaze directed at Ning Chen and Su Xinyue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience perked up. The moment they had been waiting for was finally here. Many had come today just to witness this big event, and it was finally beginning. In an instant, the crowd's noise faded away. Even the cameras from major media outlets frantically adjusted their angles, all focusing on Su Xinyue and Ning Chen. The two instantly became the center of attention. When Su Xinyue caught Su Yunlong's gaze, she smiled knowingly and stepped forward, shifting from standing side by side to facing Ning Chen. "Ning Chen, I thought about it all night yesterday. I agree to your proposal. However, I am a low-key person and do not like complexity, so my requirements are not high." As she spoke, Su Xinyue looked at the tombstone of Su Tian, her expression somewhat moved. "Ning Chen, I don't want anything else. I just want you, on this special day, in front of so many people and in front of my father, to give me a promise." Ning Chen replied calmly, "You may speak." He was somewhat curious about what kind of promise Su Xinyue wanted. Su Xinyue slightly raised her head and said, "Aside from the point I mentioned yesterday, after marriage, you must fully support the Su family. Additionally, I have prepared a list of betrothal gifts. This is for my security, and I hope you can agree. After all, as a girl getting married, I need a sense of safety. And, I am pregnant." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Something felt off, but what was it? Soon, someone realized. "The child you're carrying doesn't seem to be Ning Chen's, right? How could you have the audacity to bring it up again and use it as a bargaining chip?" Betrothal gifts. Ning Chen became more curious and said, "Go ahead, tell me." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly couldn't imagine how someone could be so shameless. "Alright, I'll tell you." Seeing Ning Chen's eager expression, Su Xinyue felt a bit smug, and a hint of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes. This sycophant was really uninteresting. No matter what she said, he would agree without hesitation, showing no backbone at all. It was quite boring. Listen carefully. Su Xinyue thought about the betrothal gift list in her mind, and after the earlier offerings, her list had already changed. "My father died for the human race. I want an energy mine located under the southeastern region's underground. Is that too much to ask? The Su family raised me to adulthood. Now that I'm pregnant and marrying you, I want 1% of the Ning family's southeastern industry shares. Is that unreasonable? Also, after marrying you, I want absolute freedom in my life. You cannot control me, you must pamper me, love me, and not let anyone bully me. If anyone bullies me, you must protect me at all costs. Furthermore, after the child is born and registered in the Ning family, you must take responsibility for him, so I need guarantees for the child." Su Xinyue listed nearly 30 demands in one breath. Each one felt like a wish. The crowd couldn't help but grin. When Su Xinyue finished, everyone turned to look at Ning Chen, only to find him completely calm throughout, leaving people unsure of his attitude. But Ningzhan, sitting in the guest seat, had his fists clenched so tightly they turned purple. He felt utterly humiliated and wanted to unleash his martial saint's pressure to wipe out every onlooker present. Xia Tian's 4-meter-long knife had somehow appeared in his hand, making a sharp sound as he gripped it. At that moment, Su Xinyue said, "Ning Chen, you don't have any issues with my conditions, right?" Ning Chen replied calmly, "No problem." He hadn't even considered marrying Su Xinyue, so what problems could there be? Boom! At that moment, the crowd at the tomb site could no longer contain themselves, and the entire place erupted in an uproar. Wow, he really agreed. Goodness, how much of a sycophant is Ning Chen to accept so many outrageous demands? What's so good about Su Xinyue? I just can't understand it. Look at Ning Wuxing's face, it's darker than a pot bottom. A dignified martial saint reduced to this. It feels like Ning Wuxing is about to act against his own kin. Wow, really, there's a murderous aura. The crowd was buzzing. Hearing this, Su Xinyue felt triumphant. she knew Ningchen would agree. With her outstanding conditions, how could he possibly refuse? However, at that moment, Ningchen suddenly spoke again. But, junior sister, who do you want to marry? Why are you asking for so many betrothal gifts? Xia Tian's knife halted, and Ning Zhan was still conflicted about whether to act against his own kin, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Su Xinyue was also taken aback, then said coldly, Ning Chen, what do you mean? You said yesterday. What did I say yesterday? Before Su Xinyue could finish, Ning Chen interrupted, you are my teacher's daughter, my junior sister, I only see you as a sister. Now that you're pregnant, if you can find someone so impressive to take over as your senior brother, I'm happy for you. Su Xinyue's face turned ashen, momentarily frozen in place, unable to comprehend why Ning Chen would go back on his word. After a moment, she looked at Ning Chen with a cold expression and said, Ning Chen, I warn you once, don't joke with me like this. I'm really getting angry. I'll give you a chance to take back what you just said, or else I won't pay any attention to you anymore. That's great. Ning Chen smiled faintly, clapping his hands, leaving Su Xinyue completely bewildered. I couldn't ask for more, if you can let me go, I couldn't ask for anything better. Hiss, the crowd had strange expressions. Wasn't Ning Chen Su Xinyue's devoted admirer? Moreover, the video from the playground that day had spread online, and Ning Chen had indeed agreed. But now, the atmosphere seemed off. No, it was seriously off. The correct scenario should have been Ning Chen kneeling to propose, and then Su Xinyue listing various outrageous conditions, like an exorbitant betrothal gift, and Ning Chen accepting it all, successfully taking over, right? But now, at this moment, Su Xinyue's face turned pale with anger, her whole body trembling slightly. Ning Chen, you're going too far. Bang! Su Yunlong could no longer stand by. He was furious, the aura of a 7th grade master bursting forth in an instant. He glared at Ning Chen and said in a deep voice, Ning Chen, you said yesterday that you would announce your proposal to Xinyue today. Are you going back on your word now? Is this the upbringing of the young master of the Ning family, to be so inconsistent in word and deed? Do you deserve Xinyue? Do you deserve your teacher? Today, you may not keep your promise, but you must kneel before my brother, your teacher's tombstone, and bow your head in repentance. Also, if you really go back on your word today, you must compensate the Su family. Ning Chen quietly waited for Su Yunlong to finish speaking, smiling the whole time as he looked at him, as if he were watching a fool. He was speechless. Bowing in repentance, compensating the Su family. Where did Su Yunlong come up with these bizarre ideas? Although the Su family has declined, it can still be considered a prestigious family. How could the dignified head of the Su family say something so ridiculous? Su Yunlong was astonished. In the past, Ning Chen had tried every means to please Su Xinyue, but this attitude just now. He actually insulted him as a fool? Beast, are you rebelling against heaven? Boom! Su Yunlong was furious, the pressure of a 7th grade master crashing down on Ning Chen like a vast wave. A 7th grade master cannot be insulted, and Ning Chen actually dared to insult him in front of so many people. Who gave you the courage? Su Yunlong stepped forward, and the overwhelming pressure almost materialized, pressing down on Ning Chen. Ning Chen initially felt heavy, but the next moment, the chaos in his mind stirred, and the blue lotus trembled, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, causing all the pressure to dissipate instantly. The crowd was astonished. A 7th grade master had a blood energy of 10,000 to 50,000, and their mental strength was incredibly powerful. Even a slight fluctuation in blood energy could kill low-grade martial artists, yet Ning Chen seemed completely unaffected. Ning Chen's expression was calm as he said lightly, "Who gave me the courage? You must have forgotten who I am and what your identity is. A mere 7th grade master, do I need to take you seriously?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned again. The crowd was astonished, certainly not thinking that Ning Chen was bragging. The Ning family had 3 martial saints, and a mere 7th grade master was indeed not something the young master Ning Chen would take seriously. What astonished everyone was how assertive Ning Chen was. This series of retorts left Su Yunlong at a loss for words. For a moment, he forgot how to counter Ning Chen. However, at this moment, Su Yunlong's body was slightly trembling, clearly indicating that Ning Chen's words had touched his soul. Just then, Zhang Nianshu, sitting in her seat, watched the drama for a long time before a smirk appeared on her lips as she sneered, "Ning Chen, today is the memorial day for Su Laowuxing, your teacher. By causing a scene like this, you're not only humiliating Su Xinyue but also Su Laowuxing, young master of the Ning family? With this kind of upbringing and vision? Ha ha ha. It's just that." Zhang Nianshu said, sighing and shaking her head, causing the crowd to grin. Only this first financial magnate of the southeast region had the guts to mock the Ning family like this, especially in front of Ning Zhan, the head of the Ning family. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Nianshu's words, the young members of the Su family couldn't help but step forward to criticize. Ning Chen, you rely on your status as the young master of the Ning family to cause a scene on the day of the old martial saints memorial. How can you face Xinu? How can you face your teacher? Xinu must be blind. As Xinu's older cousin, I will firmly oppose this marriage. Ning Chen, how much has Xinu sacrificed for you? Now, just because some bride price and demands were raised, you got scared off? Your character and upbringing are indeed lacking. That's right, how could Xinu be happy following you? My Su family needs to reassess this marriage. One day, if your Ning family is fortunate enough to have sister Xinu marry over, it's necessary to help rectify the family values of the Ning family, otherwise, the Ning family is rotten to the core. The young members of the Su family were discussing, criticizing, despising, and mocking. In their eyes, Ning Chen was still that devoted fool who would do anything for Su Xinu. It was as if the words spoken earlier were nothing but nonsense. Even now, the Su family had yet to realize that Ning Chen would never marry Su Xinu. They even foolishly imagined that after Su Xinu married over, she would be able to control some of the discourse. The reason for these illusions could not entirely be blamed on the Su family. After all, Ning Chen had been too accommodating to them. Over the years, in order to please Su Xinu, he had given them too many benefits. Money, resources, countless advantages had left them dazed. For a moment, they were still immersed in the illusion that Su Xinu could break into the Ning family. Even when Ning Chen personally rejected the proposal, they still did not believe that he would give up on Su Xinu. After having licked for so long, the prize was almost in hand. How could he give up now? They clearly thought it was impossible. Su Xinu thought the same. She paused for a moment, her eyes sparkling. A pair of relatively beautiful big eyes rolled around until they fixed in a glare. She suddenly thought of the reason. Ning Chen's attitude towards her must be because he was scared off by the bride price and conditions she mentioned. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Ning Chen was just the young master, not the head of the family. If she demanded so much bride price right from the start, Ning Chen wouldn't be able to make the decision. Thinking this way, it was indeed her who was anxious. Once she married over, would she still be afraid of not getting cultivation resources? Moreover, her own body couldn't wait. Su Xinu took a deep breath and said, Ning Chen, the farce just now is over. Saying this, she took out a marriage contract and slapped it down in front of Ning Chen, saying, we can discuss the bride price later. After all, I'm marrying you not for money, but for your kindness towards me. I, Su Xinu, will forgive you one last time. With that, she raised her proud head again, regaining the posture and confidence of having Ning Chen under her control. Ning Chen was somewhat speechless, his gaze shifting to Su Yunlong, noticing the slight rise and fall of Su Yunlong's chest, his face still bearing the remnants of lingering emotions. Su family head, did I not make myself clear? Or did you not understand? Su Yunlong's expression turned cold at these words, suppressing his dissatisfaction and snorting, you should kneel down and propose first. Su Yunlong stood with his hands behind his back, looking as if he had temporarily forgiven Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Watching Ning Chen in a daze, looking stunned and slow-witted, Su Yunlong said somewhat irritably, Xinu is right, I'll forgive you this once, but you need to kneel down and propose first. The rest can be discussed after the memorial. Although he wanted to teach Ning Chen a lesson, this occasion was indeed not suitable. Besides, the Ning family's face still needed to be given a little respect. Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head helplessly. Indeed, they were a family, with the same thought process. Ning Chen said, let me express this simply, I refuse to propose, not because of the bride price, but because I never intended to propose to Su Xinu from the very beginning. Boom, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Su Xinu and the members of the Su family turned pale with rage. What did you say? Ning Chen, are you serious? You need to understand, I won't give you a second chance. Su Xinyue was taken aback, and then her expression changed. Really? Ning Chen nodded, replying with just 2 words. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue's face quickly turned from red to white, finally becoming frighteningly ugly. After a long while, with a face full of grief and humiliation, she said, Ning Chen, last night, you clearly promised to propose to me in front of all the guests today. Now that you refuse to marry me, what about the child in my belly? Ning Chen, you scumbag. At that moment, even Ning Chen, who was usually calm as an old dog, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Meanwhile, the entire crowd was also dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Su Xinyue in shock, then collectively gasped. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? That child doesn't seem to belong to Ning Chen, right? This accusation is just too much. If you say Ning Xiao is a lapdog, I wholeheartedly agree, but if you call him a scumbag, I'll give you a big neck twist. Hearing the bad murmurs around, Su Yunlong's face also turned extremely ugly. He glared at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, I really didn't expect you to be such an irresponsible man. I was still thinking of entrusting Xin Yue's life to you. Now I declare that you have completely lost the chance to marry Xin Yue. Also, since you refused the proposal, you must bear some of the losses my Su family has suffered. Your blatant breach of contract is not only disrespectful to my Su family but also to the old martial saint. Once again dragging the old martial saint into the fray. Su Yunlong's voice was icy as he laid down the conditions. Therefore, no matter what, you must kneel before your teacher and bow your head in apology. Additionally, you must provide a portion of the betrothal gifts as compensation. My Su family is not unreasonable, just 1/3 will suffice. Otherwise, I will stake my title as a master and demand an explanation from the Ning family. Su Yunlong was extremely aggressive, directly using the excuse of compensation to demand the betrothal gifts. However, when he turned around, he found Ning Chen looking at him again with that same look of a fool. Watching the smirk at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth visibly grow, Su Yunlong suddenly felt as if his mind had been greatly stimulated. What kind of look is that? Put away your gaze. Do you have no basic respect for a master? Su Yunlong was furious, his chest heaving again, feeling offended and discriminated against by Ning Chen's gaze. However, Ning Chen looked at Su Yunlong and took a step toward him, unhurried and calm. That indifference even in the face of a master made the guests unable to help but glance sideways. Especially those who were seeing Ning Chen for the first time thought to themselves that this so-called lapdog didn't seem so pathetic after all. Unyielding and repeatedly confronting Su Xinyue and Su Yunlong, where was the appearance of a lapdog? At this moment, Ning Chen slowly said again, the name of a master? Do you know the true meaning of the title master? Do you deserve it? This sentence seemed to touch a nerve in Su Yunlong, and he instantly reacted, erupting in anger. You little bastard, you good-for-nothing son of a wealthy family who indulges in pleasure and has achieved nothing, dare to look down on a 7th-grade master? Why don't you tell me how I am unworthy? If you don't provide a reason, even if you are the young master of the Ning family, even if it costs me my title as a master, I will demand an explanation. Facing Su Yunlong's aggressive questioning, Ning Chen remained calm and slowly said, Master, the official title of a master is for those who seek knowledge. To pass on the teachings is to be a master. Cultural masters and philosophical craftsmen are the masters of the world. Su Yunlong's face darkened, and he coldly replied, to pass on the teachings and impart knowledge. My Su family has never been selfish, and since today, do you not know what day it is? It is your teacher, my elder brother, the day of mourning for the martial saint Su Wu. 3 years ago, my Su family just lost a martial saint. Are you now denying me? Are you also denying your teacher? Denying an old martial saint who shed his last drop of blood for the human race? Upon hearing Su Yunlong's words, the surrounding Su family members couldn't help but scold him. Zhang Nianchu even stretched lazily on the side, saying with a sarcastic tone, Young Master Ning, you are going too far. The eldest of the Ning family shouldn't have such a quality. This is an old martial saint, your teacher. How can you insult him like this? In the face of everyone's accusations, Ning Chen remained terrifyingly calm, a stark contrast to his usual impulsive nature. Staring at Su Yunlong, Ning Chen said lightly, you secretly instructed Su Xinyue to demand how many cultivation resources from me for the Su family, but I won't mention that. When Su Xinyue got pregnant outside, your first reaction wasn't to reflect on your failure as an uncle in raising your niece. Instead, you made me, an unrelated person, bow and apologize, compensating your Su family. A person who can't even distinguish basic morals, right and wrong, is worthy of the title of master? Boom! As soon as the words fell, Su Yunlong could no longer hold back. After the fall of the martial saint Su Wu, the Su family indeed relied on Su Xinyue to gain benefits from the Ning family to return to the ranks of the second-rate families. And the fact that Su Xinyue was pregnant with an illegitimate child was even less pleasant. These two matters were enough to shatter the backbone of the Su family in the eyes of the public. Su Yunlong immediately exploded, a murderous aura suddenly erupting from him. You are seeking death. You, a minor, dare to speak recklessly about a master. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Rumble. Su Yunlong's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared in front of Ning Chen. The terrifying pressure of a 7th-grade master instantly made the crowd's hearts stop. However, everyone saw that Ning Chen remained calm and motionless in the face of Su Yunlong's sudden attack. Slap! As Su Yunlong rushed to Ning Chen, his large hand was about to grab Ning Chen's neck. However, the next moment, with a crisp sound of a slap, Su Yunlong's figure flew backward like a cannonball, faster than when he came. Bang! But he hadn't flown far along the ground when suddenly a figure appeared beside Su Yunlong. It was an old man with a gaunt face and snow-white beard, wearing a white tank top on top and more formal trousers with a checkered pattern below. Looking at Su Yunlong, who was flying parallel to the ground, he sneered, What are you? His wrinkled hand, resembling old tree bark, opened up and forcefully pressed down on Su Yunlong's face. Rumble. The crowd's pupils shrank sharply, watching helplessly as Su Yunlong's head was smashed into the ground. The earth in the cemetery shook, and the concrete slabs cracked. Su Yunlong lay face up, his entire head buried in the dirt, his body hanging outside. This old man is Ning Chen's attendant. That's right, I remember. This is the attendant who has always followed Ning Chen. This old man, this strength, can crush a 7th grade Su Yunlong. He must be at least an 8th grade golden body. I've never seen a golden body grandmaster who practices like this. Everyone's expressions were horrified, staring unblinkingly at the muscular Axiang. Ning Chen was the center of attention, and many people knew that he had an old man following him for years. Some rumored that he was Ning Chen's servant and protector, but no one had ever seen him make a move. After all, as the first young master of the southeast region, no matter how much he was looked down upon, no one dared to harm him in the slightest. Bang! It was Axiang, the old man, who pulled Su Yunlong's head out, like a dead dog in his hand. Slap! Without saying a word, he slapped him. Daring to lay hands on my young master, you are seeking death. Slap! He turned his hand and slapped again, a mere third-rate family. When did you become so arrogant, daring to shit on the neck of my Ning family young master? Slap, slap. 2 consecutive strikes. 7th grade master. Betting on the name of the master. Questioning the head of the Ning family. Slap, slap, slap. With each word the old man spoke, he would slap Su Yunlong's face a few times. The force was just right. With each slap, a piece of flesh would burst open on Su Yunlong's face. Listening to the crisp and loud sound of slaps echoing in the air, the crowd's hearts twitched violently. The dignified head of the Su family was being slapped like this, and if word got out, the Su family's reputation would be ruined. At the same time, most in the crowd were certain of the old man's strength, most likely an 8th grade golden body realm expert. After all, someone who could easily beat Su Yunlong, who was half a step into the golden body realm, had to be an 8th grade golden body without a doubt. At this moment, Su Yunlong could still struggle a bit, but after dozens of slaps, he was completely dazed. Those were the slaps of an 8th grade golden body, each one contained golden body energy. I am the head of the Su family, my brother is a martial saint. My brother has shed blood for humanity, my Su family has shed blood for humanity. You treat me this way. Su Yunlong's mind was already unclear, but the last shred of will made him mumble and struggle, trying to invoke the old martial saint to intimidate the newcomer. But as soon as he mentioned the old martial saint, Axiang seemed even angrier, slapping Su Yunlong dozens more times while muttering something under his breath. This time, Su Yunlong was completely silent and fainted. At that moment, Su Xinyue, who had regained her senses, rushed over. Second uncle, stop hitting him. Su Xinyue pounded on Axiang's arm, but against a golden body expert, her strength was as feeble as that of a child. She turned to look at Ning Chen, her eyes filled with resentment. Ning Chen, I finally see your true face. You better get lost. From now on, I and the child have nothing to do with you. I, Su Xinyue, would rather marry a pig than marry you, Ning Chen. You can forget about ever making me say another word to you, you have completely lost your chance, Ning Chen. However, this series of threats seemed utterly powerless in Ning Chen's eyes. Even her big, tearful eyes and her expression of indignation were somewhat cute. Xiang's expression was calm as he looked at Ning Chen and asked, Young master, do you have any orders? As long as Ning Chen spoke, he would not hesitate to snap the opponent's neck. Ning Chen shook his head, forget it, let him go. Xiang casually tossed Su Yunlong, who fell to the ground like a dead dog, the sound echoing like a heavy blow to the hearts of the crowd. Second uncle. Su Xinyue's eyes were red as she rushed over to check on Su Yunlong's condition. She looked at Ning Chen with fiery eyes, filled with confusion. What had happened to Ning Chen? Why had he suddenly become so rebellious? Xiang approached Ning Chen and whispered in his ear, Young master, we've found out about Su Xinyue, it's related to Jiang Nianchu, but it's not his. Ning Chen turned his head to look at Jiang Nianchu, who happened to be looking over as well. The two locked eyes, neither of them avoiding the gaze, and they collided directly. Young Master Ning, you have gone too far. Even if you don't seek this marriage, there's no need to humiliate the Su family like this, right? Alas, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. I didn't expect that after the old martial saint left, the first to bully the Su family would be his most favored disciple. Jiang Nianchu pretended to criticize from the perspective of an onlooker. Ning Chen, however, appeared nonchalant. Just because it wasn't Jiang Nianchu's business didn't mean it had nothing to do with him. In the southeast region, the only one daring to target Ning Chen was Jiang Nianchu. In fact, although Jiang Nianchu looked down on Ning Chen, he had always regarded him as a hypothetical enemy in certain aspects. After all, no matter how useless Ning Chen was, he was still recognized as the first young master of the Ning family. And as the heir of the first financial conglomerate, it was reasonable for him to keep an eye on the first young master of the first martial arts family in the southeast region. Ning Chen, I will not marry you. From now on, we are severing all ties. You are no longer my father's disciple. Su Xinyue looked at Ning Chen with a face full of resentment. She silently vowed in her heart that she would never forgive Ning Chen for the humiliation he brought to her and the Su family today. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze from Jiang Nianchu and looked at Su Xinyue. Whether or not you are the teacher's disciple is not for you to decide. Also, there are some truths that I think it's necessary to share with you. Truth? Everyone's expression was filled with confusion. After saying this, Ning Chen stepped in front of a media reporter and spoke into the microphone. Everyone come over. All the media personnel were momentarily stunned by Ning Chen's action. Once they regained their senses, over 100 reporters raised their cameras and microphones, frantically converging around Ning Chen. Although they didn't know what Ning Chen was going to do, there was a sense that something significant was about to happen. When all the cameras were focused on him, Ning Chen adjusted his posture. 3 years ago today, my teacher, the old martial Saint Su Tian, returned to the ground with a dying body after the battle at the Stargate. Before he died, my teacher instructed me that for the next 3 years, no matter what requests my junior sister Su Xinyue made, I had to unconditionally agree to her and fulfill her. I agreed. For these 3 years, I kept my promise. I did it. But as everyone can see, I have become the dog in your eyes. However, today, the 3-year agreement has come to an end, the promise is no longer valid, and I no longer need to do anything for Su Xinyue. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xinyue's expression instantly froze, her resentment and anger transforming into a daze at that moment. What did Ning Chen say? That he had been serving her for 3 years, but it was merely a dying wish from his father? How could that be possible? For a moment, Su Xinyue was in disbelief. Naturally, Ning Chen's words caused a huge stir among the crowd present. Xia Tian looked shocked, her delicate hand gripping the large knife, frozen in place. Ning Zhan, the martial saint, also had a rare flicker in his eyes, momentarily unable to process this truth. The crowd, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into an uproar. Wait, the old martial saint's dying wish was for young Master Ning to be a dog? This plot twist is a bit too much, my back is hurting from the shock. If that's the case, young Master Ning is not just a dog, but a good young man who keeps his promises. From dog to honest youth, isn't this character completely shattered? Wow, who cares? This is probably the biggest scoop in recent years. Quick, get the first-hand headline out. Wait for me. Watch my amazing editing. Out of context. The crowd was in an uproar, and various families were shocked. The reporters exchanged glances, and the photographers fell into a brief silence, frantically searching for angles to capture the moment. Ning Chen chose to reveal the truth today, naturally wanting to take this opportunity to shed the label of dog. After all, no one wants such a title hanging over their head for a lifetime. Wow, something big is about to happen. What are you waiting for? Report it. Meanwhile, at the moment Ning Chen announced the so-called truth, the internet also exploded simultaneously. Dragon spirit jumps. Shocked, the dog awakens, young Master Ning's proposal fails. Dragon blog. The old martial saint's Memorial Day causes a stir. Beloved disciple and young Master Ning drop bombshells on sight. Young Master Ning was a dog for 3 years, suspected to have other reasons. Through the live coverage, related reports appeared online almost simultaneously. Moreover, in the race for first-hand news resources, many platforms published the event online in the most eye-catching way without fully understanding the situation. Thus, as the news spread, the facts quickly became distorted, leading to various versions of the narrative. However, Ning Chen at the scene, as well as everyone else, was naturally unaware of all this. In the cemetery, Su Xinyue's head was buzzing, completely stunned by the truth Ning Chen had just revealed. After a long while, she asked, "Are you saying that you were good to me for 3 years just because of a promise?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Xinyue stood in place, unable to calm down for a long time, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. Ning Chen smiled faintly. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Su Xinyue bit her silver teeth tightly, still in disbelief. Then why didn't I know about this? Ning Chen, did you make up this excuse to escape the marriage? Is this amusing to you? Isn't it just that you don't want to be responsible for me and the child? Scumbag. Ning Chen smiled indifferently, his voice carrying a hint of coldness amidst the calm. I emphasize once again, every word I say today is the truth. The 3-year agreement, I have fulfilled it. From now on, you and I have no ties. Junior sister, this is the last time I will call you junior sister. After saying this, under the gaze of everyone, Ning Chen turned around and knelt before the tomb of the old martial saint. He knocked his head 3 times. Master, you once said, 3 knocks to form a bond, 3 knocks to sever it. Back then, you encountered me in the tomato garden and accepted me as your disciple. Now, after these 3 knocks, our master-disciple bond is considered over. As for Su Xinyue, I have done my best, the rest will have to be left to her. After finishing the kowtow, Ningchen slowly stood up. Then, he bowed deeply to the tomb again. After that, he straightened his body completely. At the moment he stood up again, everyone seemed to see that Ning Chen's posture had become much straighter. At the same time, the last trace of pity in Ning Chen's eyes when he looked at Su Xinyue completely disappeared. Su Xinyue was stunned by Ning Chen's actions, listening to the murmurs of the crowd around her. She still found it hard to believe, just to escape the marriage, you directly severed the master-disciple bond with my father? However, all she saw were those eyes filled with indifference. Ning Chen did not respond to her. That indifference sent a chill straight to Su Xinyue's heart. She finally reacted, her expression twisted in rage. I understand now, the reason you agreed to propose to me yesterday was to go back on your word today and publicly humiliate me. Ning Chen, you are so cruel. No matter what, my father has been your teacher for 3 years. How can you humiliate me and the Su family like this? Do you have any conscience? Su Xinyue nearly roared these words out. After speaking, her gaze subtly glanced in Jiang Yanchu's direction. But Jiang Yanchu seemed to have her head down, appearing completely uninterested in Su Xinyue, lost in her own thoughts. Ning Chen, you bastard, why are you doing this to me? You clearly agreed to propose yesterday. You clearly promised to give me and the child an identity. Listening to the discussions around her and the pointing fingers, Su Xinyue, furious and embarrassed, quickly walked up to Ning Chen. She raised her hand, ready to slap Ning Chen's face. Boom! However, a wave of pressure came crashing down, and Su Xinyue knelt straight down on the ground. In front of everyone, she knelt before the old martial saint's tombstone. Xiang used the pressure of an 8th-grade golden body to directly suppress Su Xinyue. Ning Chen looked at Su Xinyue with indifference and slapped her back. A crisp sound echoed, and Su Xinyue stood there in shock. Don't shout in front of me anymore, mind your identity. At that moment, Ning Chen, let Xinyue go, she is pregnant. You have gone too far. Su Yinlong had just pulled his head out from underground and saw this scene. He could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, charging towards Ning Chen with a pig's head on his face, leaping into the air, one step at a time, towards Ning Chen. Bang! Then, arriving in front of Ning Chen, Su Yinlong knelt down beside Su Xinyue. Everyone gasped in shock. Su Yinlong was a master, yet he knelt before Ning Chen. Do you have any respect for the master, for the loyal and brave Su family that has fallen? Ning Chen glanced at the two, waved his hand lightly. Xiang immediately shook his body and stepped forward. What do you think you are doing? What do you think you are worth? Do you have any self-awareness? Xiang stepped between the two people, extending his hands to grab one by the neck. Then he pressed down towards the ground. Bang, 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 3 incredibly dull thuds later, both were left dazed. Especially Su Xinyue, all the light in her eyes quickly vanished, leaving her utterly blank and dazed. Ning Chen, I will never forgive you, even if you kneel before me, I will not forgive you. She couldn't understand, nor could she make sense of it. Ning Chen had once been so devoted to her, obedient to her every word. How could he suddenly treat her like this? And she, pregnant, shouldn't she be a little princess now, deserving of meticulous care? At that moment, Su Xinyue's mindset completely collapsed, the last glimmer of spirit in her beautiful eyes gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Ning Chen ignored Su Xinyue's furious shouts, no longer paying attention to her unreasonable tirade. He raised his hand, shaking it, and took out 3 sandalwood boxes from his spatial storage ring. 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 black, each not large, all about the size of a thumb, just barely filling the palm of Ning Chen's hand. The crowd was puzzled about what Ning Chen was doing, staring in confusion. Ning Chen spoke calmly, shocking everyone. Before my teacher fell, he entrusted some things to me. I believe many have heard this rumor. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was stunned, and then they all flickered with a frenzied heat. Only Ningzhan, also a martial saint, remained calm, slightly raising his eyebrows and glancing at his son Ning Chen. Jiang Yanchu also suddenly looked up at Ning Chen, her gaze fierce and cold, like an eagle watching a wolf. And Su Xinyue, whose eyes had lost their luster, suddenly burst forth with a glimmer of light. That was a legacy left by a martial saint, very likely the inheritance of a martial saint. It had been rumored before that the martial saint Su had left his inheritance to Ning Chen, and it seemed to be true. Young Master Ning, what does it mean for you to take out the boxes left by the old martial saint now? A reporter in front suddenly mustered the courage to ask. This question echoed the curiosity of everyone. Ning Chen's eyes sparkled as he scanned the crowd with varied expressions. Inside these 3 boxes are the martial saint's inheritance, techniques, weapons, or something else, my teacher did not specify. Of course, they are not left for me, my current identity is merely that of a temporary key holder. My teacher only asked me to announce this matter to the public on this day 3 years ago. And these 3 boxes can only be opened by 3 fated individuals. Everyone perked up, their eyes burning with interest as they looked at the 3 boxes. At this moment, the reporter who had just spoken seemed to seize the topic, his courage growing, and asked, "Young Master Ning, how can we know if we are the fated ones?" "Good question." Ning Chen smiled lightly, then continued, "My teacher did not say, but soon, I will announce the date for opening the first box. At that time, anyone interested can choose to try their luck. All the farce of today ends here. Thank you all for coming to the Memorial Day for my teacher. Ning Chen has other important matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you further. Once the Memorial Day is over, you may disperse." Ning Chen spoke lightly, without a hint of fear, and after finishing, he walked towards the exit. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Su Xinyue, her face flushed, looked at Ning Chen with a somewhat ferocious expression. "That must be left for me by my father." "Ning Chen, you thief, leave it for me." Her voice abruptly cut off. A large hand grasped Su Xinyue's neck, applying slight pressure, slowly lifting her body. Su Xinyue's breathing instantly became rapid, her delicate face quickly turning red and then deep purple. At the same time, she felt her feet gradually leaving the ground. Looking at the pair of eyes that were below her due to the lift, Su Xinyue felt all the hair on her body stand on end. Ning Chen's gaze towards her was devoid of love. This scene made the crowd at the scene break out in a cold sweat. There was a murderous aura around Ning Chen, and no one doubted that he would really strangle Su Xinyue to death. "Ning Chen, you can't take this box. It's something my elder brother left behind, it's from the Su family." Bang! Su Yulong, kneeling on the ground, panicked when he saw Su Xinyue like this, but as he struggled to step forward, his body fell straight back down. Even the marble slab cracked under the pressure. Su Yulong directly prostrated himself on the ground, and Xiang stepped on Su Yulong's head, saying, "Master, please behave yourself." Ning Chen looked at Su Xinyue and said coldly, "You are no longer that little junior sister who can do as she pleases. So from now on, in front of me, be mindful of your own identity. I don't owe you or the Su family anything. You and the people of your Su family have no right to shout in front of me." After saying this, he released his grip on Su Xinyue and walked away without looking back. Xiang followed closely behind. After exiting the Martial Saint Cemetery, Xiang drove the only luxury car in the southeast region to Ning Chen, looking at him with a pleased expression, clearly surprised by Ning Chen's performance today. Many media reporters followed closely, and there were also many paparazzi waiting outside who quickly surrounded them. "Young Master Ning, do you have anything to say regarding the rejection of the marriage proposal? Young Master Ning, what made you suddenly realize? Young Master Ning, who are you planning to flatter next?" Faced with a barrage of mindless questions from the reporters, Ning Chen merely smiled faintly and did not respond. Just then, the crowd of paparazzi suddenly scattered as if a bomb had been dropped. As Ning Chen wondered what was happening, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, Xia Tian, carrying a 4-meter-long big knife, suddenly appeared ahead. For a moment, the two stood in silence, neither speaking. Although the paparazzi had retreated, they continued to take pictures of the two out of professional instinct. Finally, Xia Tian broke the silence and spoke first. "Young Master Ning, why aren't you flattering anymore? I've already stated my reasons. Are you really acting on the teacher's orders?" Xia Tian's beautiful eyes sparkled. Ning Chen shrugged, non-committal. Xia Tian said, "Why didn't you explain earlier?" Ning Chen replied, "Because I don't like to explain." "I hope that's the case. But unfortunately, this knife hasn't tasted blood today." As Xia Tian spoke, she split the knife into 2 pieces and placed it on the sports car before leaving. Xiang also escorted Ning Chen into the car, starting the engine and driving away. Inside the cemetery, at the memorial site, looking at the chaotic scene, the crowd observed Su Yulong and Su Xinyue with a mix of mockery and pity, but no one dared to step forward to help, as the martial saint from the Ning family was still present. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh made everyone's scalp tingle. Ning Zhan, hands behind his back, laughed heartily as he left the scene. Behind him, Ning Qiao and Ning Xiong also laughed heartily, making the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Throughout, Ning Zhan had not said a word, even when Su Yulong repeatedly showed murderous intent towards Ning Chen. Ning Zhan did not show any intention to intervene, but his attitude at this moment spoke volumes. He was very satisfied with Ning Chen's performance today. Even the prestige of the martial saint couldn't help but crack for a moment. Initially thinking that this son, who was a sycophant, was done for and preparing to train a junior, it now seemed there was still hope. As Ning Zhan was the first to leave, various families and guests also began to exit the scene. "Uncle, I didn't get to see the joke. But this Ning Chen is not the sycophant as rumored." Among the crowd, a young girl and a middle-aged man walked out. It was Yi Lan from the eastern region's Yi family, along with her uncle Yi Zhanan. "Indeed, the plot seems off," Yi Zhanan said, puzzled. "However, this melon is quite spectacular. That scumbag Su Xinyue deserves a severe whipping." Reflecting on that figure, Yi Lan clenched his fists and said, "Ha! I didn't expect the old martial saint, who lived a life of integrity, to have raised a whole litter of pups from the Su family." Yi Zhanan laughed heartily. "Uncle, are we still going to cancel the engagement?" Yi Lan suddenly asked. "Of course, why wouldn't we? This kid is not worthy of you. It's not easy to catch this opportunity, so hurry up and cancel it." Yi Zhanan immediately glared upon hearing this. "But before we cancel the engagement, let me take you to Southeast Martial University for a tour. Haven't you always wanted to check out the martial rankings there? Hee, since we're finally here, let's go take a look." Watching the crowd gradually disperse, along with the media reporters still frantically moving around the scene, Su Yunlong, supported by the family members, had a head swollen like a pig's and was about to explode with anger. The Memorial Day, the proposal day, had turned into this. After today, the Su family would probably become the laughingstock of the world. Why did it turn out like this? I can't accept it. Su Yunlong, in a fit of rage, let out a howl of unwillingness, causing his swollen facial features to twist. "Big brother, why did you leave everything to that wolf cub? Don't you care about the Su family?" Su Yunlong howled to the sky, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Everything that happened today, especially being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt by that butler named Xiang next to Ning Chen twice, nearly left him with a heart demon as a peak 7th grade master. Soon, everything that happened on the Memorial Day dropped like a heavy bomb onto the internet. Breaking! On the Memorial Day of the old martial saint, a proposal turned into a rejection. The old martial saint's daughter, suspected to be slapped in the face, the head of the Su family was beaten into a pig's head by a Ning family expert. The young master of the Ning family awakens as a sycophant, slapping the green tea Su Xinyue in the face on sight. Even a wouldn't dare to write this record, a sycophant's awakening journey. On major media platforms like Longling, Longbo, and Longyin, it quickly topped the trending news. The biggest shift, of course, was the collapse of Ning Chen's sycophant persona, sparking heated discussions. Boom! The sycophant receives a reward of a sword that reigns supreme the next day. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Ning family, Ning Chen's exclusive training room. Looking at the sword technique rewarded the next day, Ning Chen examined it carefully, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked. This sword that reigns supreme is the name of a swordsmanship technique. This sword technique doesn't have many flashy moves. It has only one sword move. However, although it has only one move, it is divided into 4 major sword realms: sharp sword without intention, soft sword without permanence, heavy sword without edge, decayed wooden sword. It is clear that this sword technique is based on the concept of sword intent. One sword strikes out, simplifying the complex, and can also wither and pull out the rotten. With one sword, one can claim supremacy. Although the Ning family is the #1 martial arts family in the southeast region, they naturally do not lack sword techniques. But Ning Chen found that this sword that reigns supreme is rarer than any other sword technique. After studying for a while, Ning Chen shifted his focus back to the sword technique and then introspected the chaotic area in his mind. The budding blue lotus still floated in the chaos, seemingly unchanged since ancient times, exuding an air of ancient vicissitude. Whether it is the chaotic seed blue lotus or the sword that reigns supreme sword technique, both are incredibly precious abilities. Just these 2 rewards in 2 days are enough to make him a top talent of the current era. He couldn't imagine how astonishing his future would be with the passage of time, after receiving rewards, plus the backing of the Ning family. Has young Master Ning come out? At that moment, Ning Chen heard a voice asking from outside the door. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. It was Ning Zhan's assistant, also a 7th grade master. Not yet, Xiang's voice came. The family head summons the young master. When the young master comes out, please inform Uncle Xiang. The assistant spoke, his tone respectful. All right. Outside the door, Xiang was wearing a white tank top on top and deep blue jeans on the bottom. Watching the 7th grade master walk out of the courtyard, he drew the sword from his waist and began to practice. The lines of his muscles flowed smoothly with his movements, like water. Creak! Ning Chen pushed the door open and stepped out. Young master. Xiang immediately stopped practicing and stood respectfully to the side. Uncle Xiang. Ning Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Xiang, whose original name is unknown, has 3 hobbies: practicing martial arts, wielding a sword, and being a fashionista in his old age. Ning Chen remembered that he had been protecting him since the day he was born, with unwavering loyalty. At the same time, Xiang did not take orders from anyone in the Ning family, including Ning Zhan, but absolutely obeyed only Ning Chen's commands. He was the only intangible cultural heritage left to Ning Chen by his mother. As for the rest of Xiang's information, he never spoke of it, and he never mentioned anything related to Ning Chen's mother. "Young master, the head of the family has summoned you." At this moment, Xiang conveyed Ning Zhan's assistant's words. "Okay." Ning Chen heard this and responded, walking towards the family meeting hall. As he passed by Xiang, he playfully pinched Xiang's solid bronze-colored skin. "Uncle Xiang, your muscles are getting harder." Ning Chen joked. "Ha ha ha, a man must be tough." The two walked through the training room towards the meeting hall. As they walked, Xiang hesitated for a long time before he couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what you said yesterday during the Memorial Day about the old Martial Saint Su's last wishes, is it true?" Ning Chen nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, a hint of relief flashed in Xiang's eyes. After all, he had watched Ning Chen grow up, and in the past 3 years, Ning Chen had ruined his reputation and delayed his training because of a woman. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. But now that he knew the reason, it turned out to be due to his unwavering commitment to promises. Such character is truly rare, even someone of his 8th grade golden body had to respect it. The key was that he could calmly endure 3 years of criticism. With such temperament, he would surely achieve success in martial arts in the future. At the entrance of the Ning family meeting hall, when Ning Chen and Xiang reached the door, Xiang voluntarily stopped in front of it. Ning Chen pushed the door open and walked in alone. At this moment, the large meeting room was brightly lit, and Ning Zhan sat at the head of the table. On either side sat Ning Xiong and Ning Qiao, and further down were the other senior members of the clan. Greetings to all uncles. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Chen walked to the back of the meeting hall and calmly bowed to everyone. The people present were all senior members of the family and his elders, so even as the young master, it was nothing unusual to pay respects. However, at this moment, the expressions of the Ning family's senior members changed as they looked at Ning Chen. Calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. Was this still the young master they once thought was a sycophant? Suddenly, he seemed a bit inscrutable. "Fenger, come sit." Ning Zhan patted the chair beside him, signaling Ning Chen to come and sit down. Ning Chen was not polite and walked over to sit next to Ning Zhan. Ning Zhan looked at Ning Chen with a hint of indulgence in his eyes and smiled. "Fenger, what you said yesterday during the Memorial Day, is it all true?" The same question as Xiang. Ning Chen had guessed it. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, he naturally knew they all had the same question. "It's true," Ning Chen replied. "Ah, good, good, good." Ning Zhan laughed heartily, and a hint of relief flashed in his indulgent gaze. In the past, Ning Chen had ruined his reputation to please Su Xinyue, which had significantly damaged the Ning family's prestige. But no one expected the truth behind it to be like this. Now, Ning Chen's reputation had turned around. As much as it had collapsed before, it was now filled with positive energy. This was in line with the image of a Ning family man in the outside world. After a moment, Ning Zhan stopped laughing and spoke softly. "Xiaofeng, I discussed with the elders of the clan and decided to entrust you with managing some of the family businesses for now. Don't worry, it won't be too much at first. It's just to help you familiarize yourself with the family's operations. After all, you still have a year before graduating from Southeast Martial University." Ning Chen nodded slightly. "I will work hard and won't let my father or the uncles down." He did not refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. 3 years ago, when he first entered Southeast Martial University, he should have gradually started taking over the family business. Similar to Jiang Nianshu, many descendants of prominent families and powers began to understand their family businesses at this stage. If it weren't for Su Xinyue's appearance, which caused the family to completely give up on him, he should have started learning about the family framework and accepting the family's training 3 years ago. Ning Zhan felt a bit emotional. In the past, when he brought these things up with Ning Chen, he wouldn't have been so interested in the family business. His mind was filled with how to please Su Xinyue. It seems this kid has truly changed. No need to ponder over practicing the trumpet anymore. "Xiaofeng, there are many good women in this world. Just work hard." Ning Zhan initially wanted to say something more, but in the end, he held back. However, the phrase "just work hard," coming from a martial saint, carried immense expectations from a father to his son. At that moment, Ning Zhan added, "Xiaofeng, although your martial arts talent is only A grade, with our Ning family's strength, we can pile up resources to make you an 8th grade golden body. If you have the opportunity, even reaching the weak 9th grade is not impossible. Just focus on your cultivation, you don't need to worry about anything else." Ning Chen remained calm and nodded. "I understand, father." I have a broad perspective on these matters, and I believe that in martial arts, talent is not the absolute factor determining whether one can become a supreme powerhouse. Yet, he couldn't help but grin inwardly, turning an A-grade talent into a martial saint? Only the Ning family would dare to say such things. Even cultivating a top-tier genius into a martial saint requires unimaginable resources. But Ning Zhan dared to claim that they could turn an A-grade talent into a martial saint, which showed the depth of the Ning family's foundation. Ahaha, good. If you need anything for your training, just let me know. Even if you want the dragon soul of an alien dragon, I will get it for you, Ning Zhan said, his heart filled with comfort, his eyes full of a father's kindness, without a trace of the martial saint's authority. The high-ranking members of the Ning family all twitched their lips in disbelief. Ning Zhan laughed heartily, not caring about that. However, he quickly composed himself, his expression serious as he reminded Xiaofeng, in 10 days, the 886th batch will return from the Stargate. Remember to come home. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ning family instantly became serious. Ning Chen was momentarily stunned, then recalled the meaning of this phrase. In the ongoing battle against the Stargate and the underground caverns, a large number of human martial artists had died over the years, some leaving no remains, while others at least had bones left. Those that could be transported back would be gradually sent back to the surface for burial. The 886th number signifies this year's 886th batch of fallen martial arts experts. Ning Chen's expression also turned serious. Understood. Ning Chen nodded. Since there was nothing more for him to do, Ning Zhan let him leave first. As he reached the door, Ning Zhan suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, that girl from the Yi family has come to the Southeast region recently. It seems she went to Southeast Martial University. Be careful." Although Ning Chen looked puzzled, he still responded, "Alright, you can go now." Ning Zhan did not explain further, clearing his throat and letting Ning Chen leave directly. Ning Chen left the conference room first, while the high-ranking members behind him continued their discussion. Ning Chen had no idea what they were talking about. When he stepped outside, he saw a Xiang practicing horse stance. Although it wasn't very standard, it was quite stable. Ning Chen had long since gotten used to a Xiang's various little quirks. He said lightly, "Let's go. Young master, do you think I look good with long hair?" As they walked, a Xiang suddenly reached up to touch his head and asked. Ning Chen glanced at a Xiang, looking at his bald little head. "I think short hair suits you better." A Xiang fell into deep thought, silently following behind Ning Chen. Upon returning to the training room, Ning Chen immediately entered a state of cultivation. The chaotic blue lotus grew again, making another step closer to blooming. Then, Ning Chen's mind unified, entering the Tao in a second. After the second of entering the Tao, he unexpectedly discovered that he felt his soul ascend, and the next moment, he found himself in the chaotic space, with the blue lotus steadily sitting beside him. Aren't phenomena all illusions? But why do I feel that this blue lotus is a real object? Looking at this scene, seeing the seedling blue lotus taller than himself, Ning Chen couldn't help but gasp. On this blue lotus, he sensed a special aura. It was as if he was approaching the Tao. Feeling this, Ning Chen instinctively moved his mind, extending a finger, using his hand to represent the finger, and executed the Sword of Supremacy technique, striking out a seemingly ordinary sword strike. Boom! The sword light instantly vanished into the chaos, without any ripples. At the same time, in a certain area of the southeastern region's Gobi Desert, an astonishing chasm appeared, over 10 zhang long and several zhang deep. In the chaotic space, Ning Chen naturally did not know the power of this sword. To him, this sword was unremarkable, he merely felt immersed in a certain artistic conception. Following that, he struck out 3 more swords. These 4 swords represented the 4 realms of the Sword of Supremacy technique: the sharp sword without intent, the soft sword without permanence, the heavy sword without edge, and the decayed wooden sword. Especially the last sword, the decayed wooden sword, Ning Chen clearly felt as if he had broken through something, tearing a gap in the chaotic space. A beam of light pierced in and quickly expanded. When Ning Chen opened his eyes, he found himself back in the training room. I broke through to the 4th rank. Ning Chen looked at his current realm in surprise, having unknowingly made a breakthrough. He suddenly recalled the moment the decayed wooden sword struck. It should have broken the shackles from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. Ding! 3rd day of being a sycophant, reward, Celestial Overlord blood. At that moment, hearing the system's voice, Ning Chen realized that a night had passed. He took out the essence blood, and immediately, a drop of purple liquid floated before him. It radiated a purple brilliance, captivating and profound, as if containing an ancient world. Celestial Overlord blood, top-tier bloodline. After reading the introduction of Celestial Overlord blood, even Ning Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. On Earth, some terrifying physiques indeed emerged, and the Stargate clans and the underground alien races were even more common. But so far, it seemed that the human race had never had a bloodline called Celestial Overlord blood. He was the first, and it was far stronger than the other physiques. Ningchen swallowed the Celestial Overlord blood in one gulp and began to refine it. A sound like the roaring of a furnace from the heavens echoed within him. Time passed, and soon 2 days went by. Ding, 4th day of being a sycophant, reward, Celestial Dragon Tiger Pill. Ding, 5th day of being a sycophant, reward, Battle Power Amplification Card. After use, can amplify 3,000 points of battle power. The rewards from these 2 days were credited. By the 3rd day, Ningchen finally finished refining the Celestial Overlord blood. Slowly opening his eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of Ningchen's mouth. At this moment, when he slightly circulated his blood power, his whole body shimmered with a faint pure purple glow, like fireflies swirling around him. Clang, clang. Ningchen punched his fist against his body, producing a sound like striking steel. Invincible talent, invincible physical body, and invincible martial arts techniques. Ningchen thought about the rewards he had received in just these few days, which had already brought him to this level. How far would he reach in the future? It probably wouldn't take long to break through to Martial Saint. Ningchen glanced at the rewards from these 2 days, a pill and an amplification card. Although not as precious as the previous days, they were still very practical items. He got up, pushed the door open, and saw Xiang at the door, standing in a horse stance, eyes closed, with an expression on his face as if he were constipated. Just as Ningchen was puzzled, a series of pop-pop-pop sounds suddenly pierced the air. He saw that on Xiang's bald little head, strands of white hair had actually sprouted. These hairs were only as long as toothpicks, very sparse, but stood upright like steel needles. Xiang's already peculiar appearance became even stranger, his small head resembling a marinated egg with many white pig hairs sticking out. These white hairs swayed slightly in the wind, emitting a faint golden glow, the energy of a golden body expert. To the Technique Pavilion, Ningchen said as he walked towards the Technique Pavilion, intending to look up some information related to the Chaos Seed Green Lotus. Technique Pavilion. The sea of learning is boundless. Stars fill the vast sky. Flowers bloom on the other shore. Ningchen moved through the Technique Pavilion, examining records of various phenomena, but he could not find any information related to the Chaos Seed Green Lotus. As the foremost martial arts family in the southeast region, the knowledge reserves of the Ning family's Technique Pavilion were naturally impressive. If he couldn't find it here, it was unlikely that other families, even those in the capital, would have it. Not finding the desired information, Ningchen quickly left the Technique Pavilion. He wasn't particularly concerned about the other techniques available here. With the system, he wouldn't lack for techniques in the future, and he didn't even look highly upon the Ning family's Technique Pavilion. Moreover, the family's core technique was not housed in the Technique Pavilion. In the afternoon, the family sent over a list of industries for Ningchen to take over. They also assigned him a new assistant to help him handle business matters. Young master, this is the list of industries you need to take over, sent by the family head, Xiang said as he walked over with a list when he saw Ningchen come out of the training room. He then sat back down, took out a small bronze mirror, and began to check his reflection, seemingly dissatisfied with his new look, his eyebrows almost forming a shape. Ningchen nodded slightly and took the list to look over. Martial Arts Library, Martial Arts Auction House, Martial Arts Arena, Beast Slaughterhouse. The list included nearly 10 industries, all related to martial arts. Suddenly, Ningchen's eyes lit up. He actually saw a familiar name. Southeast Martial University. Angel Investor. Ningchen's expression showed some surprise. Although martial arts universities were directly managed by the Education Bureau, due to the overwhelming number of martial arts universities nationwide and the severe shortage of martial arts resources, they also recruited external investors. For any martial arts university, which served as a training base for martial arts talents, major martial arts families would fight to invest. By pouring in some resources, they could establish many connections. In the future, these martial arts students would disperse into various fields, becoming talents in all walks of life. Therefore, participating in an investment in a martial arts university meant controlling an incredible network. 90%. However, when he saw the investment share, a look of astonishment crossed Ningchen's face again. This investment ratio. Ningchen touched his nose, meaning that Southeast Martial University belonged to his family? As one of the top 10 martial arts universities in Long Country, major families would probably fight tooth and nail to become investors. Only the Ning family had the strength to hold a 90% stake. Ningchen couldn't help but laugh and cry. This meant that he was now both a student of Southeast Martial University and the actual behind-the-scenes controller? Beside him, Xiang, while checking his reflection, said, "By the way, young master, the resource investment cycle for Southeast Marshall University has come around again. Assistant Sway specifically mentioned it. Since it was an investment, the families participating in the shares would regularly provide training resources to the Martial Arts University. After all, the training consumption of the students at the Martial Arts University was astronomical and continuous on a daily basis. Ning Chen asked, "What did Assistant Sway say?" Xiang replied, this time, regarding the resource investment for Southeast Marshall University, the family head has already finalized the project. The cultivation tower at Southeast Marshall University has been around for over 100 years, and the equipment is severely outdated. The president of Southeast Marshall University heard that during the last Star Iron War, the Ning family wiped out the Iron Blood Yak tribe and seized a star source mine. So the president asked the Ning family for a piece of star source stone to build a new star source cultivation tower at Southeast Marshall University. I heard it's currently under approval and needs your signature as the person in charge. The star source mine contains special energy organizing star source stones, which allow martial artists to achieve twice the result with half the effort when absorbed. However, star source mines can only be found within the Stargate, and there are also energy mines underground, similar to star source mines. There are hundreds of martial arts universities across the Dragon Kingdom, with millions of students. The Education Bureau can provide star source mines and energy mines, but not in such large quantities, which is why they allow various families to invest. The value of a star source mine is immeasurable, and only 2 families in the entire southeast region can afford it: the Ning family, which controls the underground and Stargate sectors, and the first financial conglomerate, the Jiang family. But only the Ning family can provide star source mines, and they are the only ones because star source mines cannot be bought with money. Many martial arts cultivation resources are like this. This is also the fundamental reason why the Ning family can suppress the Jiang family and maintain their position as the number 1 in the southeast region. Many things cannot be bought with money, but can be seized. Ning Chen nodded, "I understand." Xiang didn't elaborate on this, he wasn't interested in such business matters. "By the way, young master, public opinion is very friendly towards you right now." Xiang looked in the mirror and suddenly asked, "Should we fan the flames?" In comparison, he hoped Ning Chen would quickly shake off the identity of a sycophant. "Not for now, it's unnecessary." Ning Chen shook his head, he didn't care much about this. He casually glanced at the internet and found that the heat surrounding the incident was still high. Su Xinyue's actions were simply outrageous, coupled with Ning Chen's identity. Even though many days had passed, netizens were still talking about it. However, unlike before, this time Ning Chen's reputation had undergone a complete turnaround. After all, Ning Chen had silently endured countless criticisms and pointed fingers for 3 years to keep his promise. The ridicule he once faced was now replaced by high praise. The arrows that once pierced Ning Chen were now all aimed squarely at Su Xinyue and the Su family. Of course, in this public opinion battle, Ning Chen also noticed some people behind the scenes fanning the flames. For example, Ning Zhan, who also wanted Ning Chen to shake off the sycophant label, or those who wanted to curry favor with the Ning family's affiliated families and forces. To this, Ning Chen naturally pretended not to see. The Su family's current fate had nothing to do with him. "Let's go, it's been a long time since I'd been to Southeast Marshall University. Let's take a look and talk business with the president." Ning Chen smiled and stood up, walking outside, while Xiang quickly followed after putting away the bronze mirror. Meanwhile, in the southeast region, the Su family was engulfed in gloom. Old Li, if you have any requests, just say, beep beep beep. Shu Yunfei, don't push your luck. No. Brother Yunfei, I can let you have a share of the cooperation. Hello. Su Yunlong was on the verge of collapse, finally unable to hold back and crushing his phone in frustration. His phone had been bombarded these past few days, with everyone seizing the opportunity to kick the Su family while they were down. In just a few days, the Su family's listed companies suffered heavy losses, and even several companies they secretly controlled were exposed, with stocks plummeting daily. Ning Chen, Ning Zhan, are you trying to drive us to our deaths? That little bastard Ning Chen is simply a beast. Su Yunlong trembled with anger, his composure as a 7th grade master shattered by rage. Su Xinyue agreed and indignantly said, Ning Chen is just a despicable person. Beep beep beep. At that moment, Su Yunlong's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he impatiently answered the call. After only a few seconds, he hung up. Su Xinyue quickly asked, "Second uncle, who was it this time?" Su Yunlong said somewhat irritably, "It's the principal of Southeast Marshall University who was looking for vampires. The cycle for the allocation of cultivation resources has come around again, and they want us to provide the cultivation materials." Su Xinyue also expressed her disgust. "Second uncle, is it really worth giving them so many cultivation resources every year? Sigh, Xingyue, this year you should go and handle it, Su Yunlong sighed and then shared his thoughts with Su Xingyue. The Su family holds only a 0.5% stake in Southeast Martial University, which was something Ning Chen fought for back in the day. However, what Su Yunlong cared about was not this. The investment in martial arts universities is substantial, the return cycle is long, and the results are minimal, mainly used for networking. Given the current situation of the Su family, it is difficult to maintain such ungrateful expenditures. Therefore, he planned to let Ning Chen bear the resource allocation this year. This benefit was something Ning Chen had fought for them back then, and now that they couldn't afford it, it was only right for Ning Chen to take responsibility. Naturally, it would be most appropriate for Su Xingyue to discuss this with Ning Chen. Su Yunlong looked at Su Xingyue and said, Xingyue, right now you are the only one who can talk to Ning Chen about this. The Su family is currently short on funds and can no longer afford these extra expenses. Why don't you find an opportunity to meet Ning Chen? But second uncle, I had a falling out with Ning Chen the other day. Su Xingyue recalled what happened on the Memorial Day, especially Ning Chen's indifferent gaze, which made her feel guilty. Don't you think Ning Chen's behavior that day was problematic? Su Yunlong suddenly asked. What problem? Su Xingyue was puzzled. Ning Chen used to listen to you without question and never contradicted you. He said it was your father's promise, but think about it, my elder brother has never spoiled you, his only daughter. Would he really say such a dying wish? It's obvious that Ning Chen has his own difficulties. I've thought it through these days, recalling that day's scene, it must have been Ning Zhen causing trouble, for example, threatening Ning Chen with you. His sudden coldness and ruthlessness towards you was entirely to protect you, but in reality, he must still love you. Think about it, how could someone who has loved for so long suddenly say they don't love you anymore? Su Yunlong stood with his hands behind his back, speaking confidently as if he had found many loopholes. Su Xingyue's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, how could someone who has loved for so long suddenly stop loving? Moreover, when her father Su Tian was alive, he was always extremely strict with her, showing no signs of indulgence. How could he have said such a thing on his deathbed? With these thoughts clarified, the gloom that had surrounded Su Xingyue for days was swept away. I will go find Ning Chen immediately. As long as he admits his mistake and helps the Su family make up for this resource allocation, I can forgive him. But if he continues to be stubborn, I will never speak to him again. Even if it means waiting until the child is born, I won't let him see me or the child again. Su Xingyue touched her belly and said resolutely, then turned and walked outside. After Su Yunlong's analysis and speculation, Su Xingyue felt her confidence returning. Ning Chen had not slipped out of her control. Ah Chio. On the way in the Longqi car, Ning Chen sneezed hard. He was on his way to Southeast Martial University. After 3 days, he had finally left the Ning family, heading to Southeast Martial University. His current identity was still a third-year student at Southeast Martial University. For 3 years at the Martial Arts University, he had been revolving around Su Xingyue, rarely attending classes. If it weren't for his special status, such a student would have been optimized out long ago. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiang continued to look in the mirror, suddenly touching his bald head and saying, Young master, do you think this new hairstyle affects my looks? Ning Chen laughed. With your looks, it's hard to be affected. Xiang thought for a moment and then started plucking the hairs from his bald head one by one. The 8th grade Golden Body Strong cultivators practice golden body energy, and every organ in their body contains a rich amount of this energy, making even a single hair extremely precious. However, this golden body energy is exceedingly rare, so even 8th grade golden bodies would not easily waste it. Every time Xiang pulled out a white hair, a series of golden sparks would erupt from his scalp, accompanied by a crackling sound. He showed no concern for the loss of golden body energy. At the entrance of Southeast Martial University, after walking out of the parking lot, Ning Chen and Xiang did not head directly to the teaching building. Instead, they walked straight to the principal's office, with Ning Chen visiting in the capacity of the behind-the-scenes boss. Having just taken over the business, there were some matters that needed to be handed over. Is that young Master Ning? Wow, did I see that right? Young Master Ning never comes to school. What's he doing here? Could it be to find Su Xingyue? Wake up. Hasn't young Master Ning already revealed the truth about his infatuation with Su Xingyue a few days ago? How could he still be a sycophant? Some habits, once formed, are hard to change. As they walked through the campus of Martial University, Ning Chen's presence shocked the students. For this notorious student, Ning Chen was rarely seen at the university. Many lower-year students had never even seen him before, so his sudden appearance naturally surprised many. Ning Chen ignored the discussions and walked straight towards the principal's office. At that moment, a striking figure appeared ahead. Xia Tian had her hair tied in a short ponytail, wearing jeans, her outfit simple yet clean. However, it did nothing to hide her outstanding beauty, which shone even brighter in contrast. Upon seeing Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, quickly returning to her usual indifference. "Isn't this the young master of the Ning family? It's been 3 years since you enrolled, and this is only the second time I've seen you at school. This time, you seem to have improved, not trailing behind Su Xinyue." Xia Tian scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ning Chen coughed lightly. "Am I really that pathetic in your eyes?" "Pathetic? The only time I saw you as a person was on Teacher's Memorial Day." Xia Tian scoffed again. Although Ning Chen's performance that day had somewhat satisfied her, it did not change her attitude towards him. She simply found him displeasing. At this moment, with the appearance of Ning Chen, the young master of the Ning family, many students from Martial University had already gathered around. Wherever Ning Chen went, attention was sure to follow. Moreover, Xia Tian's talent and beauty made her a prominent figure at Martial University. However, compared to the other school beauties, she had always been low-key. But her low profile did not mean she was not well known. On the contrary, she was famous for her bad temper. It was said that once a school beauty angered Xia Tian, she chased her with a knife from the east to the north of Southeast City, scaring the girl into taking a 6-month leave to hide at home. Ning Chen seems to be quite familiar with senior Xia Tian. Of course, Ning Chen and senior Xia Tian are like siblings. Plus, they were childhood sweethearts, but things soured because of Su Xinyue. "Is that so? Freshman, you know nothing. As long as you're happy." Ning Chen didn't mind Xia Tian's attitude. His previous image as a sycophant made it hard for anyone to have a good impression of him. Deep down, he questioned that former him, who even he wished he could slap away. Xia Tian shot Ning Chen a glance, not wanting to linger with him. She turned and walked towards the principal's office, with Ning Chen silently following behind. "Don't follow me. I don't want to hurt anyone." After walking a short distance, Xia Tian noticed that Ning Chen was still trailing behind her, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Ning Chen instinctively stopped in his tracks. Given Xia Tian's personality, she could very well do something drastic. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly squeezed in from the crowd. Su Xinyue was wearing a tight black dress, the cut of which accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that her flat abdomen seemed to have a slight bulge. "Ning Chen, you really are here." Su Xinyue approached, wearing a necklace adorned with gemstones around her neck, her short hair neat and sharp, her eyes deep and piercing. After a few days apart, she had reverted to her usual haughty demeanor when facing Ning Chen, her tone completely commanding. Originally, she had no confidence in Ning Chen, but today she unexpectedly saw him at school. In the past, Ning Chen would never come to Wu University except to chase after her. It was clear now that Ning Chen knew she would be at school, so he came to wait for her. With this thought, Su Xinyue instantly regained her confidence. Ning Chen was not surprised to see Su Xinyue here. He knew the Su family had shares in Wu University, which was also related to him. However, this woman's attitude seemed off. Ning Chen frowned slightly. "Do you need something?" Su Xinyue's voice was cold. "I do have a question for you. If that day you hadn't refused the marriage proposal but instead proposed to me, how would Uncle Ningzhan react?" "A proposal? That was impossible, but if he did," Ning Chen answered without hesitation, "of course, he would kill me." That day, Ning Chen had clearly sensed the killing intent from Ningzhan. It was a determination to clean up the family. Su Xinyue let out a breath. As her second uncle had said, Ning Chen had his own difficulties. "I forgive you, Ning Chen," Su Xinyue said slowly. Ning Chen was momentarily taken aback. Forgive him? What was that about? But before he could react, Su Xinyue continued, "But don't be too happy just yet. Ning Chen, I can forgo the betrothal gifts, I can forgo a grand wedding. After all, I'm not carrying your child. Uncle Ningzhan cares about family reputation, and I can understand that. But I have one request. On what grounds do you think you can take my father's things and give them to someone else? I don't agree. You must return the items to me. They belong to the Su family." Su Xinyue spoke in a commanding tone, leaving no room for Ning Chen to refute. At the same time, she realized that the reason the Ning family had been so harsh on her that day was entirely because she had touched upon their higher interests. Now that she was pregnant, she had no time to entangle herself. Marrying Ning Chen first was the priority. As long as she became the legitimate wife of the young master, she would have opportunities to benefit from the Ning family in the future. Seeing Su Xinyue's attitude, Ning Chen felt somewhat helpless. This woman seemed to have forgotten what had happened a few days ago. Just days ago, she had knelt before all the guests. Not only had she demanded the return of the teacher's box, but she was also thinking of marrying him? What was she thinking? That is something left by the teacher for a fated person. It has nothing to do with me or the Su family. I think I've already said this, right? I don't care, I don't care. Su Xinyue chose to ignore him, subconsciously taking Ning Chen's words as a negotiation. You say my father left it to you? What evidence do you have? This is something left by the martial saint. Who knows if you obtained it through some despicable means. Ning Chen, you are a man, don't make me look down on you. If you want to marry me, show your sincerity first. Watching Su Xinyue's unreasonable behavior, Ning Chen lost patience to reason with her. Just 3 days ago, a Xiang had made her kneel in front of countless people. Where was this newfound confidence coming from, to continue pointing fingers at him? Ning Chen seriously suspected that he had been reborn into a novel and encountered a completely brainless green tea female antagonist. Otherwise, how could he meet someone so mindless, repeatedly coming to slap his face? Ning Chen frowned and said, "Are you done? I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you've thought it through, come find me. I hope you can be prepared, otherwise, you really won't have a chance here." After Su Xinyue finished speaking, she ignored Ning Chen and walked straight towards the principal's office, deliberately slowing her pace, because Xia Tian was right ahead. Upon seeing Xia Tian, Su Xinyue acted like a little kitten, obediently following behind. Ning Chen walked behind the 2 girls. As they walked, Su Xinyue suddenly noticed Ning Chen trailing behind her and felt a slight sense of pride. Just like before, no matter where she went, he was always following her. I warn you, Ning Chen, don't follow me. I won't forgive you unless you hand over my father's relics, and I definitely won't marry you. Su Xinyue raised her head proudly as she said this. Walking silently at the front of the trio, Xia Tian's expression also flickered with a hint of disappointment. Ning Chen had always appeared at school because of Su Xinyue. Was it the same this time? If not, he wouldn't be following her, right? They had long since become strangers over the years. Of course, neither Xia Tian nor Su Xinyue knew that Ning Chen had taken over the family business. In their minds, Ning Chen was still the second-generation heir who was not favored by the family. The Ning family would never entrust important industries to him. So, she subconsciously thought that Ning Chen had come over this time for Su Xinyue again. Principal's office. Principal Chuan Donghai was sitting at his desk, carefully looking at a list. Behind him stood a tall, somewhat simple-looking young martial artist. The young man resembled the principal to some extent, but his attention was not fully on the list. It was clear he was not very interested. At that moment, Principal Chuan Donghai said in surprise, "It seems that all the major families have started to cultivate their juniors. Even the business of Southeast Martial University is being handed over to this group of juniors." The young man occasionally glanced at the list. Although he wasn't paying much attention, martial artists had exceptional memory and eyesight, so he still noted down the names one by one: Xia Tian, Zhang Nianchu, Su Xinyue, Ji Daoyi, Ning Chen. "Ha? Ning Chen?" The young man exclaimed, "Dad, Ning Chen is also on the list. What is the Ning family doing, letting this second-generation heir who only knows how to eat, drink, and play manage the business of Dongwu University?" Chuan Donghai also noticed Ning Chen's name and was somewhat surprised. He sighed, this is how these big families are. If you're born into a good family, even if you're a bunch of pigs, they can still lift you up. Children from ordinary families don't have such good training opportunities. Rich in martial arts, poor in literature, not to mention Dongwu University. Just look at us in the southeast. How many talented students are there? With enough talent and good character, but lacking cultivation resources, relying solely on what the school provides is ultimately limited. In the end, they have to go to the Stargate battlefield, fighting and honing their skills in the underground, to compete for the scarce resources. A large number will die in battle, just to allow a small wave of strong individuals to grow. And even though they also need to go through this, with protectors around, at least there's no danger to their lives. Some children are just children, while others are not ordinary children. Chuan Donghai rambled on with a lot of heartfelt words, and the young man deeply agreed, also sighing, with a waist like Ning Chen, average talent, no skills, and a sycophant. If he were from an ordinary background, he'd probably be worse off than a dog. Chuan Donghai patted the young man's shoulder. "So, you need to work hard. In martial arts school, this is the only time in your life that is the most fair, where you don't need connections, and everyone starts from the same starting line. Once you leave martial arts university, whether you join the army, start working, or go to the underground and the Stargate to fight, that's about watching the fists. Whoever is stronger is the one who wins." The young man said seriously, "Dad, I will definitely do a good job as the vice principal and not let you down." Chuan Donghai nodded. "Chuan Hu, when the people arrive, you will talk to them about this year's resource allocation from the major families. Do you remember the standards we discussed before?" The young man named Chuan Hu nodded. "I remember." Chuan Donghai said lightly, Don't be afraid of rejection, just speak up and ask for more. The more resources you ask for, the more the students can share, and the more they can grow stronger. Perhaps this little bit could save a life in their future trials. Chuanhu's spirit lifted, and in his clear yet naive eyes, there was a hint of determination as he said, "Dad, you can rest assured, I, Chuanhu, have a big appetite." Just then, creak, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. A tall figure walked in, a young man with an elegant demeanor, exuding a certain charm like a jade figure on the road. "Young Master Jiang, you have arrived, please take a seat." Chuan Donghai immediately stood up, putting on a warm expression. The newcomer was Jiang Nianchu, who nodded lightly upon entering the principal's office as a form of acknowledgement, then unceremoniously walked to a seat and sat down. Chuan Donghai smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, please wait a moment, the others will arrive shortly." For this young master of the Jiang family, even the principal of Wu University dared not show any slackness. After all, this was the #1 financial conglomerate in the southeast region. Although their martial arts strength was not as strong as the Ning family, their financial power was said to be able to buy the entire southeast region. "No problem." Jiang Nianchu nodded gently, his gaze calm. Creak. At that moment, the office door was pushed open again. 3 figures entered one after another. The first was Xia Tian, who walked straight to a seat and sat down. Su Xinyue smiled and nodded at Chuan Donghai before sitting down, then adjusted her chair slightly. The last to enter was Ning Chen, who took a seat at the most inconspicuous side. "Xia Tian, it seems you become stronger again after a few days. Are you interested in interning at the Jiang family after graduation?" Jiang Nianchu's gaze fell on Xia Tian, his eyes carrying a hint of flattery. "Thank you, but no need." Xia Tian replied coolly, showing a demeanor that kept others at a distance. Jiang Nianchu didn't mind and glanced at Ning Chen and Su Xinyue, speaking in a light tone, "Is young Master Ning accompanying Xinyue?" Jiang Nianchu's tone carried a hint of mockery. The fact that Ning Chen was here naturally led him to think of certain possibilities. He said this purely to tease. What else could it be? Su Xinyue replied, her proud head unconsciously held high. Ning Chen, with his left hand resting on his right, appeared indifferent, neither explaining nor responding. Seeing that Ning Chen did not refute, Su Xinyue felt even prouder. "Ahem. Congratulations, young Master Ning, on taking over the resource allocation discussions. It seems you will gradually take over the Ning family's business in the future." Chuan Donghai, listening to their conversation, coughed lightly and spoke up. The others turned to look at him, their expressions filled with surprise. Ning Chen was really here to represent the Ning family in discussing resource allocation? Creak. Just then, the office door was pushed open once more. All eyes turned to the figure entering. The newcomer was also a young man, of similar age to Ning Chen and the others. However, his attire was clearly different, or rather, out of place: tight camouflage tank top, camouflage pants, dark skin, and a muscular build, as if forged from iron. He held a knife in his hand, exuding a strong aura, surrounded by an invisible killing intent that formed a distinct presence. It was evident he was a warrior who had experienced bloodshed. "Daoyi, come sit, we've been waiting for you." Chuan Donghai, upon seeing the young man, surprisingly revealed a hint of a smile and slightly rose to gesture for him to sit. It was clear how much he valued the young man. Principal Chuan, there's no need to be polite. I just returned from the Southeast Stargate and was a bit rushed, so I didn't have time to change my attire. I hope everyone won't mind." The young man casually sat down on a chair, gently placing the alloy knife on the table, and a strong smell of blood wafted over. The alloy knife was right beside him. Ning Chen glanced at it and saw a ring of dried red liquid on it. Blood? He could also see a few strands of animal fur stuck to it. Ji Daoyi, Ning Chen murmured in his heart, while he was not unfamiliar with this name. Ji Daoyi was the third largest martial arts family in the southeast region, ranked only below the Ning and Jiang families. The top 3 families in the southeast region, Ning, Jiang, and Ji. The Ning family was known for its martial prowess. The Jiang family was known for its wealth, while the Ji family was quite special, as the entire family was composed of military personnel. It was said that Ji Daoyi grew up in the military, and although he was also a student at Southeast Martial University, the outside world only knew he had SS-level talent. No one knew his actual strength. He had spent many years honing his skills at the Stargate or in the underground caves. Seeing that several representatives had arrived, Chuan Donghai, instead of speaking, sat quietly with his head slightly lowered, wearing an expression of listening to the affairs. When Chuanhu saw his father like this, he naturally understood the meaning. "Since everyone is here, let's talk about this year's resource allocation. I am a few years older than you all, so I dare to call you all junior brothers. As martial artists, we value straightforwardness. Since today is about discussing resource allocation, let's be direct. How many resources can your families provide? Chuan, who got straight to the point, martial artists were direct, and Chuan, whose personality was even more so. There were no roundabout discussions, just straight to the topic. This suited the others, as apart from Jiang Nianshu, it was actually their first time representing their families in business discussions. They might be good at fighting, but when it came to eloquent business talks, they truly didn't know how to start. With such a direct approach, everyone adapted. Hearing this, Xia Tian was the first to speak. The Xia family is still the same as before, 30,000 second-grade blood chi pills, 10,000 third-grade, 3,000. Additionally, other blood-related resources are relatively abundant this year, and we can increase by 10%. As for the input conditions provided by Southeast Martial University for the Xia family, they remain unchanged from last year. As he spoke, Xia Tian placed a list on the table. Su Xinyue gathered her courage and said, "The Su family is the same as last year." Su Xinyue briefly mentioned the Su family's requirements and resource allocation. However, she spoke a bit sheepishly. After all, this funding was already a bit tight for the current Su family, and they were still counting on Ning Chen to invest. Chuan, who looked at the lists from the Su and Xia families, he was not surprised by these two and did not expect to squeeze out any profit from them. The real prize was the Ning, Jian, and Ji families. Chuan, whose gaze slightly glanced at the three, seeing Jiang Nianshu with his eyes downcast, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Ji Daoi sat upright, his ally knife beside him, looking like a steel straight man. Ning Chen sat calmly beside him, not speaking, with one hand resting on his thigh, his index finger gently tapping against it. Chuan, who buzzed, "What about the three of you?" Jiang Nianshu chuckled softly. The Jiang family is adding a comprehensive 30% on top of last year's basis, and as for the input conditions from Southeast Martial University for the Jiang family, there are no fixed requirements. As long as it's not lower than previous years, that's fine. Sitting cross-legged, Chuan Donghai's lips curled up slightly, and Chuan, who couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nianshu, the first financial magnate of the Southeast region, terrifyingly so, increasing by 30% in one go. One wouldn't dare to do that without some solid backing. It should be noted that the Martial University was like a vampire, a bottomless pit that could burn through any amount of resources. Chuan, who was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and Chuan Donghai said lightly, "What about equity? Are there any requirements?" Talent output was too flexible, but equity had too many considerations. Jiang Nianshu glanced at Ning Chen and said, "Of course there is. The shareholding needs to change. Last year, the Jiang family held 4%, and this year, we want 15%. Additionally," she continued, "the sponsorship for this year's martial arts grand parade in the Southeast region will be exclusively provided by the Jiang family." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room froze. Ji Daoi, Xia Tian, and Su Xinyue, even Chuan Donghai and his son, instinctively looked towards Ning Chen. The martial arts grand parade is the most grand event of the year, and this sponsorship is a great opportunity for publicity. But in the past, it was always the Ning family that provided exclusive sponsorship. Is the Jiang family trying to take it away? I can't make that decision, Chuan Donghai said, then looked at Ning Chen. Other matters might be negotiable, but this one, the Ning family would definitely not agree to. As for the sponsorship, the Jiang family should not get their hopes up. No one will have the chance. Ning Chen spoke up. Without saying another word, Jiang Nianshu raised the stakes again, an additional 40%. This time, even Chuan Donghai was tempted. The Jiang family is incredibly wealthy, truly deserving of the title of financial magnate. At the same time, he couldn't help but grin. Is the Jiang family really going to confront the Ning family this time? Or is it simply that Jiang Nianshu has taken a dislike to Ning Chen? Ning Chen smiled lightly and said, "You can continue to raise the offer." The situation suddenly became complicated. Chuan, who didn't know how to negotiate, and scratched his head, casting a pleading glance at Chuan Donghai. "Let's discuss this later," Chuan Donghai said, feeling a bit of a headache. He took over the conversation and looked at Ji Daoi, asking, "What about the Ji family? Is it the same as before?" Ji Daoi straightened his back and said loudly, "Principal Chuan, in terms of resources, we will add 10% on top of the previous basis, but this time, the Ji family wants a 5% share, and the talent output ratio after graduation must be at least 30%. By the way, the Ji family represents the military this time," he added deliberately. Chuan Donghai gasped. In the past, the Ning family held 90% of the shares, and the Ning family accepted at least 80% of various resource allocations. Now, the Jiang family wants to snatch the Ning family's exclusive sponsorship, and the Ji family wants to take a share of the talent output ratio while also bringing in the military. Are these two families starting to disregard the Ning family? In the past, it was always the older generation who came to negotiate, merely going through the motions, as they tacitly accepted those allocations every year. But this time, it seems different. Chuan Donghai was momentarily indecisive and looked at Ning Chen, saying, Ning Xianzi, what about the Ning family? How will resources be allocated this year? Hearing this, Ning Chen slowly began to speak. In the last battle at the Stargate, the Ning family obtained a star source mine. My father heard that the training tower at Southeast Martial University has not been maintained for over 100 years, so we want to replace it for Southeast Martial University. Ning Chen said this casually, but as soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's expression shifted from shock to astonishment, followed by a collective gasp. A star source mine is a resource that only the strongholds of alien races possess. The martial arts practiced by alien races rely on star source mines, which can only be found in the Stargate battlefield. This resource can also be used by human martial artists for training and is unmatched by any other training resource. The key is that it cannot be bought even with money. No matter how wealthy the Jiang family is, they cannot acquire it. Only the Ning family can seize it. Moreover, the military also has it, but the Ji family does not represent the entire military. The Ji family, as a martial arts family with military connections, can leverage their background to compete with the Ning family, but they have no right to utilize military resources. Chuan Donghai's expression suddenly became excited, and he couldn't wait to ask, Ning Xianzi, is this true? The training tower at Southeast Martial University has been around for over 100 years. In recent years, its training effectiveness has noticeably declined. Last year, in the National Martial Arts Exchange Competition, Southeast Martial University dropped from 3rd place to 8th, which is closely related to this issue. With the prospect of it failing in the next decade, he was still worried about where to attract investment, and now the Ning family has just delivered it. Ning Chen glanced at Chuan Donghai and said softly, Principal Chuan, we are discussing serious matters, do I look like I'm joking? Chuan Donghai slapped his thigh and said, alright, I didn't mean it that way, ha ha ha. Ning Chen suddenly said, also, the resources of the Ning family in Southeast Wu University must not be less than in previous years. Upon hearing this, Chuan Donghai immediately calmed down for a moment and looked at Jiang Nianchu and Ji Daoyi, saying, two young nephews, the cultivation tower is crucial for Wu University. The Jiang family and the Ji family should follow the previous ratio, how about that? If that's not possible, a little less investment is fine, but the share for your two families in Southeast Wu University remains unchanged. Jiang Nianchu lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then scoffed, forget it, we are at a disadvantage, and so are the circumstances. There was no way to argue. Jiang Nianchu was very clear that the moment the star source mine appeared, the Jiang family had nothing to contest. The Jiang family had money, but the star source mine could not be bought with money. Ji Daoyi's expression was not good as he looked at Ning Chen and said, Young Master Ning, during the last battle to suppress the Stargate, my Ji family suffered heavy losses, and the military also lost many newly promoted warriors. We urgently need fresh blood. Otherwise, in the Battle of the Flame Demon Sea 3 years from now, the military in the southeast region will be in great danger. Can we make some concessions? Ji Daoyi was speaking the truth, but Ning Chen stood his ground. I can understand, but the Ning family also suffered heavy losses in that last battle. The Ning family must also prepare for the ancient blood domain battlefield 3 years from now. Upon hearing this, Ji Daoyi expressed his dissatisfaction. Geographically, the Flame Demon Sea is upstream of the ancient blood domain. If our military cannot hold Flame Demon City, how can you fight in the downstream ancient blood domain? Ning Chen shook his head. That has nothing to do with me. Warriors, especially fresh blood, are too scarce. I cannot make concessions. Why do the major families spare no expense to invest resources and compete to pour them into the martial arts university? It is because warriors are valuable, especially new students. Talented students are even more valuable. Currently, on Earth, countries around the world do not lack population but lack warriors. Every year, hundreds of millions of warriors step into the martial arts, but as the situation with the cave stargates continues to deteriorate, more warriors die in battle. Supply cannot meet demand. Ji Daoyi's expression turned cold. The Ning family takes the lion's share every year. How can others survive? You must take a step back. Step back? Why should I step back? Ning Chen turned his head, coldly saying, my Ning family contributes the most and suffers the most losses. The cave stargates are primarily guarded by the Ning family, but on which piece of land is there no blood of the Ning family? The human race must compete, and warriors must compete. My Ning family naturally must compete. But competing means people will die, and my Ning family is unwilling to compete. But if my Ning family does not compete and retreats, who can withstand it? The military? Or the Jiang family? Jiang Yanchu quickly interjected, Hey, young Master Ning, you are mistaken. Your matters with the Ji family and the military should not involve my Jiang family. My Jiang family sends people to fight, we do not lack money to donate, we have never fallen short in matters, nor have we wronged anyone. When you lose people, my Jiang family members also die in proportion. Slap. Well said. Ji Daoui, with a fiery temper, slammed his hand on the alloy knife. Young Master Ning, do you really think that only your Ning family members are bleeding? Ning Chen slowly replied, who knows who bleeds, but at least in the southeast region, my Ning family members definitely bleed the most. Ji Daoui grabbed the alloy knife and said, I, Ji Daoui, have never liked nonsense. Young Master Ning, do you dare to fight me? Let's speak with our fists. A fight? If he remembered correctly, Ji Daoui had SS-level talent and had awakened the 10-winged black dragon phenomenon, which had caused quite a stir at Southeast Wu University back then. The 10-winged black dragon phenomenon was a top-tier S-level phenomenon. He didn't know how it compared to his Chaos Seed Green Lotus. Phenomenon levels, A, S, SS, SSS. Ning Chen's spirit stirred. If I remember correctly, you have SS talent, right? Ji Daoui coldly replied, Young Master Ning, afraid? Well, it seems you are only an A-level talent. Hearing that Ji Daoui was intentionally trying to provoke him, Ning Chen didn't care. Would it be unfair? Ji Daoui scoffed, well, it's true. An SS-level talent bullying an A-level talent, if this gets out, it won't sound good. How about this, I can let you use one hand. Ning Chen shook his head, I'm afraid others will say I'm bullying you. Then I really should thank you, young Master Ning, for your concern, but it's unnecessary. After Ji Daoui said this, he grabbed the alloy knife and stood up, walking towards the exit. It's not convenient to fight here, see you on the martial arts arena. Creak. Ji Daoui pushed the door open without looking back. Seeing this scene, Chuan Donghai and the others turned to Ning Chen. Ning Chen's talent was evident, it was clearly far inferior to Ji Daoi's. The gap in talent was an insurmountable chasm, no matter how hard one tried. Moreover, Ji Daoui had no shortage of talent, effort, or resources. In contrast, Ning Chen not only had ordinary talent but had also fallen behind in martial arts over the years because of Su Xinyue. He probably couldn't even reach the average standard of A-level talent. Yet now he accepted Ji Daoi's challenge? Young Master Ning, are you really going to the arena with young Master Ji to determine the winner? Chuan Donghai asked Ning Chen. What else is there? Ning Chen said as he pushed the door and walked out. Following behind Ning Chen was Xia Tian. Xia Tian frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Ning Chen was thinking, why he would impulsively accept Ji Daoi's challenge. Ji Daoui had been honing his skills between the Stargate and the Abyss for years, and his practical experience was much stronger than that of other martial artists at the same level. He was not someone they, who had barely entered the Abyss a few times, could compare to. Xia Tian admitted this. Young Master Ning, your courage is commendable, haha. Jiang Yanchu, who loved to watch the excitement, followed out as well. Ning Chen must be crazy. Does he really think he can beat that monster Ji Daoui? Su Xinyue muttered as she followed, but she was very eager to see Ning Chen make a fool of himself, being thoroughly taught a lesson by Ji Daoui. Inside the room, only Chuan Donghai and Chuan Hu, the father and son, were left. Dad, when did young Master Ning become so tough? Not only has he stopped fawning over Su Xinyue, but he also dares to challenge Ji Daoui to a duel. Dad, is young Master Ning not thinking straight? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go see. Okay, Dad. On the arena, boom, Ji Daoui lifted the alloy knife, and one foot heavily stomped on the ground. With a violent tremor of the ground, his body landed on the arena like a cannonball. Ning Chen slowly walked onto the arena, standing opposite Ji Daoui. It's Ning Chen, isn't that Ji Daoui from the military family? What are those two doing? What else can they do on the arena? Of course, it's a duel. Are they going to play? Ning Chen is going to duel with the SS-level Ji Daoui. What a joke, I believe it's more like a play. Soon, the arena was surrounded by students from Southeast Martial University, pointing and discussing the two. Ji Daoui was well known, and Ning Chen was not unfamiliar to them either. However, it was unexpected for these two to appear on the arena at the same time. Moreover, in everyone's impression, Ji Daoui had always been a training fanatic, rarely coming to school, spending years honing his skills at the Stargate or the Abyss. And Ning Chen, a professional sycophant, had been revolving around Su Xinyue for years. These two were worlds apart. They had never heard of any interaction between them, so how could they suddenly end up on the arena for a duel? Are you sure you can take charge? Otherwise, I really don't want to bully you. Ji Daoui held the alloy knife, saying as he put the knife into his spatial ring. He felt it unnecessary to use a weapon against Ning Chen, and it seemed Ning Chen had no intention of using one either. Ning Chen looked at Ji Daoi's stance and smiled. Don't worry, as long as you can beat me, I can take charge of anything. Seeing Ning Chen boast, Ji Daoyi raised his thick eyebrows and coldly said, "Young Master Ning, fighting like this is meaningless, why not add some stakes?" "Stakes? What do you want?" Ning Chen stared at Ji Daoyi, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. Ji Daoyi, hearing this, was not polite and said, "I'm a straightforward person, and I'm a bit interested in the 3 boxes left by the old martial saint. Do you dare to bet on this with me? If you lose, you give me the boxes. If I lose, you can set any condition." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Everyone could see that Ji Daoyi was eyeing the boxes in Ning Chen's hands. He pretended to come up with the idea on the spot and raise the stakes, but in reality, he must have been prepared long ago. At this moment, all eyes turned to Ning Chen, eager to see how he would react. Ning Chen's gaze was sharp, his eyes like a layer of coal ice fixed on Ji Daoyi, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "I don't accept this bet." "Ning Chen, if you're scared, just admit it." Ji Daoyi began to speak. Ning Chen coldly interrupted, "You're pretending to negotiate, but in reality, you're eyeing my teacher's boxes, aren't you?" The smile on Ji Daoyi's face faded. He was exposed but did not refute or speak, merely squinting at Ning Chen. The meaning was clear. This is something left by an old martial saint. Not to mention you personally, even your Ji family probably can't come up with an appropriate stake. Since you can't come up with a stake, why should I bet with you? Moreover, even if your Ji family can come up with a stake, I won't part with anything my teacher left behind in any form. Also, this time, our stakes are business within the clan. Ning Chen seemed to see through Ji Daoyi's thoughts, directly cutting off his ambitions. And he had long guessed that someone was eyeing the boxes in his hands. A relic left by a martial saint, even if the specific items were not made public, would definitely attract many covetous eyes. This thing was only in the hands of him, the young master of the Ning family. No one dared to make a move. If it were someone else, it might have changed hands long ago. Upon hearing this, Ji Daoyi's expression immediately darkened. "Young Master Ning, you're not what I imagined." "Fine, let's do as you say, let's talk business." Ji Daoyi had little contact with Ning Chen, mostly learning about him from others. This time, in real life, he felt that the external evaluation of Ning Chen did not seem to match reality. Was this a spineless sycophant? Moreover, from his observation just now, Ning Chen's attitude towards Su Xinyue was not at all that of a sycophant, it was even somewhat indifferent. Ning Chen glanced at him and said, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." Saying this, Ning Chen really turned around and started to walk towards the edge of the arena. "Fight!" Ji Daoyi was taken aback, his face immediately darkening. He really was leaving. "Ning Chen, be careful." Ji Daoyi suddenly bent his legs, then with a loud bang, like a cannonball, charged towards Ning Chen. A simple punch, without any fancy moves, only a strong surge of blood energy. This blood energy was mixed with a more violent killing intent, forged through countless battles and trials. Wow, so strong, this blood energy is so ferocious. No wonder he's been holed up in the Stargate's underground for years. He's completely different from ordinary students. It's just Ning Xiao, does it need to be so serious? The crowd around looked grave, and someone exclaimed. Ji Daoyi rarely appeared at school, and not many had seen him make a move. The explosive force of this blood energy made everyone feel as if a giant stone was pressing down on their chests. So strong. Xia Tian frowned slightly, secretly comparing herself to Ji Daoyi. Although she had also fought against monsters and alien races, those were all from her family, raised for practice, completely different from the real trials in the Stargate and Underground. Once in the Underground or Stargate, any sudden situation could occur, facing life and death. Teach him a good lesson. Su Xinyue clenched her fists. These days, the Ning family had made her very angry, and she hoped Ning Chen would be taught a lesson. No, it was humiliation, a severe humiliation. Who told him not to listen? He even dared to shout at her. As for whether Ning Chen would get hurt, she was not worried at all. He might get hurt, or he might be in a very awkward situation. But his life was definitely not in danger, and Ji Daoyi did not dare to strike. Seeing Ning Chen standing still, Ji Daoyi frowned slightly. He instinctively thought Ning Chen was too weak and had just been scared silly. However, Ning Chen's next move directly infuriated him. Suddenly, Ning Chen raised a hand, palm open, aimed at Ji Daoyi, his expression calm, as if to say, "Come at me." The gesture was extremely contemptuous, and Ji Daoyi felt insulted. "Break for me." Boom! This punch carried the sound of breaking wind and landed on Ning Chen's palm. However, when Ji Daoyi's fist struck Ning Chen's hand, he realized that Ning Chen did not intend to insult him but to crush him. The boiling blood energy within him collapsed in an instant, and his fist was firmly grasped by that palm. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Fourth grade martial artist. How could you possibly be a fourth grade martial artist? Ningchen gently flicked his hand, and Ji Daoi's voice abruptly stopped, his body crashing down to the arena at a speed even faster than before. Boom! Below the arena, the ground cracked, the hard stone slabs exploded, and large chunks of stone flew out as Ji Daoi smashed directly into the ground. The audience gasped in shock. Ji Daoi had actually been crushed. What was going on? Ningchen had an A-grade talent and was at the peak of second-grade martial arts, which many people knew. How could he possibly crush Ji Daoi? How could this be? Xia Tian's beautiful eyes narrowed, her usually calm emotions fluctuating violently. How could this be? Su Xinyue's round eyes widened, her feelings mirroring Xia Tian's. They were from the same sect, and they knew Ningchen's capabilities better than anyone. Especially Su Xinyue, who had Ningchen following her every day. She was most aware of his strength. Peak of second grade. Always stuck in a bottleneck. How could he defeat Ji Daoi? Jiang Nianchu, graceful and poised, had one hand behind his back. Seeing this, his expression flickered, and he rubbed his fingers behind his back. How could this be? That blood energy seemed like it was fourth grade? At this moment, Ningchen stood on the arena, his raised palm slowly descending. He truly did not underestimate Ji Daoi. He had just been hiding his aura before, and after making his move, he realized it was merely the fluctuation of early fourth grade blood energy. Perhaps he had rich combat experience and could crush other geniuses of the same realm. But in his hands, he was still a bit lacking. Bang! A figure shot out of the pit. Ningchen, you were hiding so deep. I didn't expect you to have already broken through to fourth grade. I was careless and didn't dodge. Let's have another match. Ji Daoi scrambled out, directly stepping on the ground, and once again shot out like a cannonball, his terrifying explosive power allowing him to leap over 10 meters high, soaring into the air before looking down at Ningchen. He did not believe he was inferior to Ningchen, even after discovering Ningchen was at fourth grade. So what if he was fourth grade? After all, it was just an A-grade talent. Over the years, he had killed many fourth-grade experts while training in the underground caves and stargates. Even fourth-grade geniuses could be fought against. He had successfully escaped from fifth-grade experts. Everything that had just happened was simply because he had been too careless. After all, no one would expect that originally second-grade waste would secretly break through to fourth grade. Looking at Ji Daoi, who had suddenly leaped in front of him, Ningchen's expression remained calm. The outcome is still the same, you just haven't recognized reality. Ningchen raised his palm and slapped down, still a light punch, but it produced an even more shocking effect. With this slap, everyone clearly heard a cracking sound coming from Ji Daoi's arm. That was the sound of bones breaking. Ji Daoi's body crashed heavily onto the arena. Although the specially made alloy arena showed no damage, it clearly trembled violently. The entire audience was stunned, staring at Ji Daoi lying on the ground, their eyes nearly popping out. A chill surged from the top of their heads down through their bodies. It was still a crushing defeat. Ji Daoi, lying on the arena, trembled slightly and pushed himself up with one hand. This time, he looked at Ningchen with disbelief, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation, a mix of various emotions. Do you still want to fight? Ningchen asked him calmly. Ji Daoi, gripping his severed arm with one hand, coldly stared at Ningchen and said, "It's not over yet." Ningchen shook his head lightly. "It seems you still haven't recognized reality." As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Daoi was instantly enraged. When had he ever been so belittled? Especially by a peer. Even the martial saint from the military had praised him for his martial saint demeanor, yet now he was being mocked by someone with an A-grade talent. His eyes widened in fury, his face darkening to the point of dripping water. I started practicing martial arts at 5, entered the Stargate to play at 9, ventured into the abyss 3 times by 10, and by 12, I had slain 16 beings of the same realm from other races. Few among my peers can rival me. I participated in the Green Linglong battle at 13. At 14, in the military, I underwent rigorous training in the 36 styles of the human race. Within my clan, I am the first. At Southeast Martial University, I am the top of the military. With my SS talent, I display an invincible demeanor. You tell me, what are these? Isn't this reality? Ji Daoi stepped closer to Ningchen. At the same time, an astonishing change occurred in him. A black pattern emerged on his forehead, rapidly spreading through his blood vessels, soon covering his entire body with black markings. Boom! An incredible aura erupted, and his appearance rapidly transformed. Behind him, 8 arms sprouted, along with 10 massive black wings. Above his head, a gigantic black dragon head coalesced. Following that, a black dragon, dozens of meters tall, took shape. This black dragon, with 8 arms and 10 wings, though illusory, exuded an extremely violent and explosive aura. A phenomenon. This is Ji Daoi's phenomenon. It is said that Ji Daoi's Awaken S-grade phenomenon is a 10-winged black dragon. Today, we finally see it. Is this what an S-grade phenomenon looks like? Terrifying, truly terrifying. My heart is about to explode. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. I can't take it anymore. On the playground, the Marshall University students looked up, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the enormous 10-winged black dragon. The 10-winged black dragon blotted out the sky, casting a dark shadow over the area, as if it filled the entire firmament. That suffocating feeling made one feel as if their heart was being tightly squeezed, ready to burst at any moment. However, while others viewed this terrifying phenomenon with dread, Ning Chen observed the black dragon phenomenon with great interest. Ji Daoi looked down from above, coldly staring at Ning Chen, kneel and admit defeat. Is this the 10-winged black dragon phenomenon? It seems quite ordinary. At that moment, Ji Daoi suddenly noticed that Ning Chen was surprisingly calm in the face of his phenomenon. The greatest function of a phenomenon is to exert overwhelming pressure far beyond that of the same realm, creating a powerful psychological deterrent against opponents. Yet, what was Ning Chen's situation? Looking at Ji Daoi, who was filled with astonishment, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Just in time, I also awakened a phenomenon." Upon hearing this, Ji Daoi scoffed, "You? An A-grade talent, awakening a phenomenon?" Ning Chen nodded seriously, "Let me show you mine." Boom! As soon as Ning Chen's words fell, before Ji Daoi could react, the vast sky behind Ning Chen instantly transformed into a blue chaos. In this blue chaos, a blue lotus stood quietly, about to bloom, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. A lotus in the eternal blue sky. Thud! The pressure directly bore down on Ji Daoi. He immediately knelt before Ning Chen. The 10-winged black dragon phenomenon on him also trembled, shrinking into a massive black ball. Above the arena, the two phenomena stood facing each other. However, at this moment, the black dragon phenomenon was trembling, appearing somewhat feeble, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everyone watched this scene in stunned silence. Ning Chen was merely an A-grade talent, yet he had also awakened a phenomenon? In the history of martial arts, it was not unheard of for low-grade talents to awaken phenomena, but it could be counted on one hand. Everyone stared blankly at that figure. In just a few days, this young master of the Ning family had brought shock after shock to everyone. Are we still fighting? Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Ji Daoi in front of him. Fight! Ji Daoi's eyes were blood red, and he pushed himself up from the ground, squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. Stand up and speak, Ning Chen said. Put! Ji Daoi, struggling, roared at the words and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward and fainting. Seeing this, Ning Chen casually withdrew the anomaly. The anomaly could also kill. Looking at the two on the stage, one standing and one lying down, no one knew how much time had passed. The countless students on the playground erupted into a deafening uproar. Meanwhile, on the observation platform in the principal's office, Chuan Donghai and his son were also dumbfounded. Dad, Ning Chen is indeed a grade talent, right? Chuan Hu asked blankly. Chuan Donghai stared intently at Ning Chen and said, I witnessed the entrance examination in my freshman year, it couldn't be wrong. A grade talent. How did he awaken the anomaly? How would I know? Dad, what is this anomaly? I've never seen it in the history of martial arts before. How would I know? How did this Ning Chen suddenly become a 4th grade martial artist and awaken an anomaly that even you haven't heard of? Chuan Hu's face was filled with shock, even his father hadn't heard of it. At this moment, Chuan Donghai was also in a daze. He was the president of one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom. His rank in the Ministry of Education was frighteningly high. He himself was an 8th grade golden body expert, and at his level, his strength and knowledge were not comparable to ordinary martial artists. Yet even he couldn't recognize what Ning Chen's anomaly was. In a corner somewhere, Yi Jianan and Yi Lan stood outside the crowd, each with their own expressions. After attending the Su Tian Memorial Day, Yi Jianan was not in a good mood after seeing Ning Chen's performance. Because this kid from the Ning family suddenly played by his own rules, causing this commotion, which he missed out on. So he planned to take Yi Lan directly to Southeast Martial University. First, as one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, Southeast Martial University had many geniuses, allowing Yi Lan to experience a passionate martial arts exchange. Second, he was in a bad mood and wanted Yi Lan to crush some weaklings. With Yi Lan's SSS talent, she now far surpassed her peers. As long as she didn't encounter that freak from Southeast Martial University, dominating there wouldn't be a problem. Thus, upon arriving at Southeast Martial University, he went straight to find an old friend and former rival, a senior mentor at Southeast Martial University. Before he could arrange a challenge, he saw Ning Chen and Ji Daoi on the stage. Then, the scene before them unfolded. Old Bear, is this Ning Chen really a great talent? Yi Jianan stared intently at that blue lotus. Of course, I was there for the entrance examination qualifications, along with the high-ranking officials including Principal Chuan. It couldn't be wrong, the mentor named Old Bear said, glaring. Old Bear was big and burly, his expression particularly vivid. A-grade talent, awakening an anomaly. How is that possible? You guys didn't hide his talent level to protect this young master, did you? Yi Jianan couldn't help but question. Old Bear rolled his eyes at him and said, we have SSS talents too, what would we hide this for? Besides, with Ning Chen's identity, is there a need to hide it? The Ning family has 3 martial saints, who would dare to touch him? Would the national lord dare? The two exchanged words, but their eyes remained fixed on that blue lotus anomaly. The shock in their gazes never faded. Suddenly, Yi Jianan seemed to realize something and said, this anomaly looks familiar, what is it called? Hearing this, Old Bear also recognized the issue. I don't know. The two exchanged glances, and the shock intensified. Because currently, there were only 120 recorded anomalies in the history of martial arts. It had been hundreds of years since a new anomaly had awakened, and yet they encountered one they didn't recognize. Moreover, Old Bear said again, Ji Daoi's 10-winged black dragon is an S-level top-tier phenomenon, and Ning Chen's phenomenon crushing the 10-winged black dragon indicates that his Qinglian, even among S-levels, is a top existence, possibly even SS or SSS level. Looking at Ji Daoi, who lay unconscious on the ground, Old Bear continued, in fact, it could be even higher. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianan couldn't help but gasp. Seeing Yi Jianan's expression, Old Bear suddenly couldn't resist teasing. Haven't you been saying you look down on this Ning family young master and want to break off the engagement? What about now? Do you still want to break it off? Yi Jianan scoffed and curled his lip, stubbornly saying, it's just a phenomenon, my Lan has one too. Beside them, Yilan crossed her arms, her pretty face filled with seriousness. She was comparing her own phenomenon, wondering what the outcome would be if she encountered Ning Chen's. Just then, the phenomenon suddenly disappeared. Lost in thought, Yilan suddenly jolted, and a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Second uncle, I've decided who I want to challenge in 2 days. Yilan smiled slightly. Ning Chen? Yi Jianan turned his head. Yilan nodded, that's right. Although I don't know the grade of his phenomenon, it's definitely on par with mine. In the past, I underestimated Ning Chen. If he can surpass me, marrying him wouldn't be impossible. But if he can't surpass me, I, Yilan, won't marry a useless person weaker than me. Yi Jianan scratched his head. In the end, he didn't speak up. He had opposed the marriage because he thought Ning Chen was useless. But now it seemed, the situation was different. However, he couldn't personally change his stance, otherwise, where would he put his face? But now that Yilan had said it herself, he could just play dumb. The playground was bustling with noise. Under the dazed gazes of everyone, Ning Chen calmly walked down the stage. On the stage, a figure silently appeared beside Ji Daoi, lifting the unconscious Ji Daoi with one hand. Glancing briefly at Ning Chen's back, the figure quickly disappeared from the scene. Ning Chen naturally sensed someone taking Ji Daoi away behind him. As the number one of the third martial arts family in the southeast region, having a protector was quite normal. Otherwise, how did this kid manage to go in and out of the cave at the age of 10? Did he really think he was a reincarnated martial god? In the principal's office, Ning Chen returned to the principal's office. Xia Tian, Su Xinyue, and Zhang Nianchu had also followed back. In addition, there was an unfamiliar middle-aged man in the room. The man was carrying a young man on his shoulder, who was none other than the still unconscious Ji Daoi. He could have awakened Ji Daoi, but doing so now would be somewhat awkward. It was better to let him stay unconscious for now. At this moment, Chuan Donghai and his son, along with Xia Tian and the others, looked at Ning Chen with extremely complicated expressions. This Ning family young master, whom they had always looked down upon, seemed to have unexpectedly turned the tables. Facing everyone's gaze, Ning Chen appeared remarkably calm and natural. At this time, Chuan Donghai broke the silence and was the first to ask, Ning Chen, when did you awaken your phenomenon? The night before the teacher's Memorial Day, Ning Chen replied honestly, it was indeed that night, but it wasn't a natural awakening, rather it was issued by the system. Hearing this, Su Xinyue felt a bit jealous. It turned out he was riding on his father's coattails, but why couldn't it be her who awakened the phenomenon? Chuan Donghai nodded in agreement, saying, I've heard that people can awaken phenomena under extreme sadness or significant stimulation. It seems to be true. Ning Chen chuckled and didn't dwell on it, smiling, Principal Chuan, I believe there shouldn't be any objections regarding the resource allocation, right? As he spoke, he casually glanced at the middle-aged man. Let's distribute it as previously discussed. If the Ji family has any issues, they can withdraw part of the allocation, Chuan Donghai said, also glancing at the middle-aged man. The missing share can be supplemented by the Jiang family. Jiang Nianshu added from the side that he actually hoped the Ji family would withdraw their resources in a fit of anger, thus eliminating a competitor. The middle-aged man was speechless, but as an elder, he couldn't stoop to the level of a junior. Moreover, Ji Daoui had a bet with Ning Chen in place. Fine, I agree, the middle-aged man could only helplessly respond on behalf of Ji Daoui. Seeing this, Chuan Donghai also nodded slowly and said, since there are no objections, let's settle it this way. This afternoon, everyone should send someone over to sign the agreement. Then the resources can be gradually allocated. The resource distribution was completed. Thus ended the first meeting of the new generation of the four major families. Goodbye. After the discussion, the middle-aged man was the first to leave, carrying Ji Daoui with him. I'm off, this is really boring, it's the same every year. Jiang Nianchu glanced at Ning Chen and also got up to leave. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Pushing open the door, Ning Chen walked out. Upon arriving at the playground, there were still many people lingering. At this moment, Xia Tian and Jiang Nianchu also walked out from the principal's office. Congratulations, you've finally shed your A-level talent. Xia Tian walked beside them, her words clearly heartfelt. Moreover, Ning Chen's performance today truly impressed her. Thank you. Ning Chen smiled slightly. When building the training room, I might add a couple of special training rooms. How about I gift you one? Don't worry, it won't take up school resources, it will be directly allocated from the distribution, and it's also a gift from my father. As the young master of the Ning family, he naturally wanted to build the best training room. As for the training room for Xia Tian, it was indeed a request made personally by Ning Zhan. The two had been childhood sweethearts, and Ning Zhan treated Xia Tian like a daughter, even claiming to outsiders that she was his daughter-in-law. Until Ning Chen became infatuated with Su Xinyue. No need, thank you. My Xia family can afford the training room fees. Xia Tian decisively refused. Students needed credits or had to pay directly to use the training room. Although the price was steep, the first daughter of the Xia family could still manage it. Suit yourself, anyway, I will build the training room as per my father's instructions. Ning Chen didn't press the issue. Just then, wait a moment, Ning Chen. At that moment, Ning Chen suddenly heard a voice calling from behind, and his brows furrowed slightly. Did you not hear me asking you to wait? Su Xinyue chased up from behind, blocking Ning Chen's path, pouting in dissatisfaction. Ning Chen asked, Su classmate, is there something you need? Hearing Ning Chen's change in address, Su Xinyue retorted, there's something I need to tell you. I admit I was wrong before, so I want to ask for your forgiveness. But after all, I am a woman, and you are a man. The way you treated me was ultimately wrong, wasn't it? So what? Ning Chen looked at her with amusement, curious to see what trick she would pull next. Under his gaze, Su Xinyue felt a bit guilty and said, for this resource allocation, I hope you can help make up for the part belonging to the Su family. The Su family is currently short on funds. Before Su Xinyue could finish, Ning Chen interrupted her coldly, if your Su family can't afford the money, what does it have to do with my Ning family? Moreover, it was your Su family that shamelessly begged me to ask the school for the Southeast Martial University resources back then. If you can't afford it now, just withdraw your shares. You. Su Xinyue's chest heaved violently, her face alternating between green and red, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Once she regained her composure, Su Xinyue's eyes turned slightly red, feeling a surge of anger inside. Gritting her teeth, she said, Ning Chen, it was indeed my Su family that sought you out back then, but if you hadn't agreed, would my Su family still need to come up with this funding? If you help the Su family secure this resource today, I will forgive you, otherwise, you really won't have any chance left. Su Xinyue spoke with a pitiful tone, making it sound as if she had suffered a great injustice. But those who understood the situation couldn't help but smirk, feeling their worldview shatter. You begged someone to do a favor, and when it was done, you turned around and blamed them for it. Is that even human? Su Xinyue clenched her small fists, her face filled with anger. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. Talking to a woman whose brain was completely empty was a waste of breath. Do as you please. In the future, if there's nothing important, don't come to bother me. Oh, no, better yet, don't show up in front of me. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Ning Chen. Su Xinyue was startled and screamed, stepping back. Watching Ning Chen walk away without looking back, she felt even more wronged. What did Ning Chen say? He actually said she annoyed him and told her not to appear? The mist in her eyes grew heavier, and eventually, 2 lines of tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Su Xinyue clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, her face full of defiance. She had clearly softened towards Ning Chen, she had lowered her stance just moments ago. In the past, she had never been this soft-hearted towards him, yet Ning Chen still treated her this way. What right did he have? As time passed, news of Ning Chen challenging Ji Daoyi and awakening the mysterious phenomenon of the Qinglian spread rapidly throughout Southeast Martial University and then onto the internet, trending once again. Shocking! Young Master Ning with A-level talent versus challenging SS-level Ji Daoyi, achieving a crushing victory. Surprising! Young Master Ning awakens a mysterious phenomenon with A-level talent. What kind of phenomenon is the mysterious Qinglian? According to the historical records of martial arts, there are no records. Young Master Ning made a comeback once again. Last time he refused to be a sycophant, and this time he made a comeback in martial arts. Both times created a strong contrast to the public's impression of him. For a moment, it caused quite a stir. Initially, people only focused on young Master Ning with A-level talent crushing SS Ji Daoyi. But as the video of Ning Chen's battle with Ji Daoyi was exposed, people began to realize the seriousness of the situation. Because the phenomenon Ning Chen awakened could also crush Ji Daoyi's phenomenon. Moreover, the mysterious chaotic Qinglian phenomenon that Ning Chen possessed was something no one could identify. Even many experts in the ancient history of martial arts couldn't recognize it at all. In the Ning family, Ning Zhan and the entire Ning family were initially skeptical upon hearing the news. It wasn't until Ning Zhan repeatedly had people confirm it and saw the video of Ning Chen battling Ji Daoyi that they believed it, and then they were overjoyed. But once they calmed down, Ning Zhan was somewhat stunned. Clear sky chaos, a Qinglian. What is this phenomenon called? Even a martial saint like him didn't know. Could it be that his son was about to create a new phenomenon? Watching the family head alternate between joy and daze, the Ning family members were somewhat speechless. Only this young Master Ning could make a martial saint show such a demeanor. Ding! 6th day of being a sycophant, reward, under the Star Abyss. Note, attached gifts, 1. Star Abyss fishing tools, 2. Star Abyss bait. That night, Ning Chen did not return home but directly opened a room in the Martial Arts University's training room and entered a state of cultivation. Just past midnight, the reward for the 6th day arrived. Under the Star Abyss? This reward seemed different from the past, and Ning Chen immediately curiously checked the system description. Upon checking, his expression turned ecstatic. The Star Abyss was not a technique, not a phenomenon, nor a certain function. Simply put, the Star Abyss was a chasm. It could be understood as a deep-water fishing pond, containing various mysterious items that he could fish for using the Star Abyss fishing tools. Not only that, but by focusing on fishing, he could also enhance his martial arts cultivation. Ning Chen was dumbfounded. The system could even reward this? Then Ning Chen scratched his head. He had a hobby of fishing in his previous life and this Star Abyss fishing garden was perfect for him. Moreover, this thing could also be used for cultivation. Without saying a word, Ning Chen focused his mind, and suddenly he felt his spiritual power enter an unknown chaotic space, where a chasm appeared before him. There were endless lights of stars flickering, resembling a vast ocean formed by the gathering of stars. Ning Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. Immediately, a fishing rod shimmering with starlight appeared in his palm, with a bait hanging from the fishing line at the end of the rod. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Chen lowered his gaze, calmed his mind, and began to fish. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and suddenly there was a strange movement on the fishing rod. Boom! Ning Chen's spirit jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, pulling the fishing rod sharply. Boom! Fishing successful, obtained the flying sky demon fish. Note, flying sky fish, a fish of the flying sky tribe, contains the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it can enhance martial arts cultivation. Flying sky demon fish? At the moment he saw the fishing item, Ning Chen's spirit shook again. This flying sky demon fish belonged to the star tribe beyond the Stargate, and the name of the race was indeed the flying sky demon fish tribe. Did he just catch a member of a star tribe? Ning Chen immediately lifted the fishing rod, pulling the flying sky demon fish up. At the end of the fishing line, a giant fish the size of a calf was biting the bait. The giant fish was golden all over, and its round, dark eyes were filled with terror, clearly a creature of high intelligence. However, at this moment, the flying sky demon fish's face was not only terrified but also completely bewildered. It was an elder of the flying sky demon fish tribe, preparing for its ascension in its own world, when suddenly it found itself here. How did it get captured by a human, and its divine abilities sealed? Most importantly, it was supposed to be nestled in the world of the star tribe, far from the range of the Stargate, making it impossible for any human to take it away. Not even a martial saint could do that. How did this human manage it? What kind of treasure was that fishing rod? Ning Chen naturally had no idea about the flying sky demon fish's mental state, because upon seeing the giant fish's appearance, Ningchen couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was indeed a star tribe's flying sky demon fish. Could it be that beneath the star abyss lies the world where the star tribe lives? Star abyss, star realm. Ningchen speculated quietly. If he remembered correctly, the world referred to by the star tribe should be called the star realm. Like the Earth star, the star tribe also had its own world to inhabit. The Stargate was merely a passage connecting the Earth star and the star tribe's world. If beneath his star abyss, there truly was a world where the star tribe existed, then wouldn't that mean the star tribe's star realm had become his own fishing pond? Soon, Ningchen came back to his senses. The flying sky demon fish tribe was extremely special. Although its combat power was considered low among the star tribes, it contained rich essence of heaven and earth, making it a rare treasure for human martial artists. Without hesitation, Ningchen swallowed the flying sky demon fish whole. Surrounded by the intense fishy smell, he could feel the fish struggling. However, the outcome was as expected. Ningchen quickly refined it. An incredibly rich energy surged into his entire body. Boom! An hour later, Ningchen completely refined all the essence, and his martial arts realm directly broke through again, reaching the mid-stage of the 4th rank, instantly surpassing a small realm. This flying sky demon fish doesn't seem to be an ordinary one. Ordinary ones don't contain this much essence of heaven and earth. He remembered that his second uncle, Ning Xiao, had once brought back a flying sky demon fish to help Ningchen break through the 2nd rank. The essence contained in that one was clearly much weaker than this one. With that thought, Ningchen couldn't help but flick the fishing rod again for a second attempt at fishing. However, before he knew it, morning arrived. Ningchen had not caught anything else. Opening his eyes, he felt a bit disappointed. But it was nothing, there would be plenty of time in the future. Yet, Ningchen was surprised to find that through a night of fishing, his mental strength and martial arts cultivation had indeed increased. And it was quite obvious. Fishing every day, even without a catch, surprisingly allowed him to grow in martial arts cultivation. Ningchen couldn't help but marvel. The system's reward seemed a bit too extraordinary. Pushing open the door, Ningchen stepped out of the training room. Outside, Xiang was doing a one-handed handstand, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his small, bean-sized eyes rolling around in their sockets. When he saw Ningchen come out, Xiang snapped back to reality and stopped his handstand. Young master, the contract was signed yesterday afternoon, and the new training tower has already begun construction. It is expected to be completed in a week. The first batch of Star Sorcerer will arrive at the school this morning. Do you want to go take a look? Xiang briefly reported the daily situation. Alright, let's go take a look. Ningchen felt it was necessary to check it out. After all, it was his first project. Moreover, Star Sorcerer was extremely precious, so it was only right to pay attention to it. As soon as Ningchen stepped out of the training room, he saw a large number of hovering flying boats parked outside, loaded with deep blue Star Sorcerer, each piece as large as a house. They were vibrant and radiated a rich starlight. Trucks were busy stuffing these Star Sorcerers into the framework of the training building that had been set up in advance. The new training building was shaped like a beehive, containing thousands of training rooms. The beehive at the very top was particularly eye-catching because the Star Sorcerer surrounding it was a deep purple, clearly indicating that the Star Source energy was much richer than the rest. Below it, the training room directly underneath was a slightly lighter color, but still noticeably deeper than the others. These two were specially designed training rooms for Ning Chen and Xia Tian by the Ning family. The new training rooms seem really impressive. Of course, this is new Star Sorcerer, and it's just been built, so the energy is at its most concentrated. Our cohort of students has really hit the jackpot. I heard the Star Sorcerer was provided by the Ning family. With such large Star Sorcerer, who else but the Ning family could afford it? Even the Zheng family probably can't. A large group of passing students gathered below, many unable to resist stopping to point and discuss the Star Sorcerer, their faces flashing with excitement. After walking around the construction site and finding nothing unusual, Ning Chen left the scene and headed straight into the teaching building. He was now a third-year student at Southeast Martial University, with only 1 year left until graduation. However, the number of days he spent in the classroom could be counted on one hand. Most of the time he came to school was because of Su Xinyue. Following his memory, he found the corresponding classroom on the right floor and walked in. When the dozens of students inside saw Ning Chen's figure, everyone looked surprised. For them, it was unprecedented for Ning Chen to come to class. At that moment, there were more than 40 students in the classroom, and Ning Chen glanced around, noticing that he hardly recognized anyone. Only the class leader and vice class leader were familiar faces. Additionally, Xia Tian was sitting in the first row, in the first seat. Suddenly, a boy with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked over, looking quite mature. He asked in surprise, "Young Master Ning, why are you at school today? Is there something going on? You could have just let us know." Ning Chen looked at the Mediterranean boy, vaguely recalling that he was the class leader. Due to accidentally consuming a type of underground alien blood, the boy had been unable to refine his internal energy, resulting in him being full of energy and having a very fast metabolism. His hair grew and fell out like chives, constantly regrowing. He remembered the boy mainly because of this Mediterranean hairstyle. It seemed his name was Lu Ming. Of course, I'm here to attend class. Ning Chen smiled slightly and said softly, by the way, you can just call me Ning Chen, after all, I'm also a student of Southeast Martial University. Upon hearing this, everyone showed surprise again. How did this young master from the Ning family suddenly change his demeanor? In the past, he had never bothered to come to class, let alone show such a humble attitude. However, no one dared to ask further questions. Just then, a figure walked in, and when Su Xinyue saw Ning Chen, she was also slightly taken aback. Instinctively, she thought Ning Chen had come to find her. But as she walked from the door to Ning Chen's side, taking several large steps, it seemed that Ning Chen had no intention of speaking to her. Su Xinyue felt inexplicably displeased, and a wave of jealousy surged within her. Ning Chen, are there any of the newly built special training rooms prepared for me? I've been stuck at a bottleneck in my training lately. Before Su Xinyue could finish her sentence, Ning Chen interrupted her directly. It's broad daylight, you should dream less in the future. With that, Ning Chen stepped towards his seat, leaving Su Xinyue standing there, her expression gradually turning ashen. However, at that moment, Ning Chen, who had only taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. It seemed he had forgotten where his seat was. Just then, the class bell rang, and everyone hurried back to their seats, leaving Ning Chen standing there in a daze. However, Ning Chen noticed that there was an empty seat next to Xia Tian. Could that be his seat? Ning Chen was somewhat taken aback. Ning Xiao. Ning Chen, you were sitting next to classmate Xia Tian, the class monitor, Lu Ming, seemed to have seen through Ning Chen's thoughts and reminded him. Thank you, Ning Chen replied, walking over to sit beside Xia Tian. Regardless of whether it was his seat or not, it was the only one left next to Xia Tian. This class was a history of martial arts lesson, and the teacher was none other than the homeroom teacher, Sun Jianxiang. When Sun Jianxiang walked into the classroom and saw Ning Chen, his expression was one of great surprise. This young master actually came to class? Thus, the entire class was spent in a strange atmosphere. Ning Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable because Xia Tian beside him had a face full of killing intent. While Sun Jianxiang was lecturing, his gaze occasionally darted towards Ning Chen. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes caught sight of a girl not far away. The girl was small and thin, leaning against the wall, curled up in the corner, with tears occasionally glistening in her originally bright eyes. This girl was one of the few he remembered. If he recalled correctly, her name was Li Qiqi. Not only was her name unique, but her personality was also very introverted. In his memory, this girl named Li Qiqi spoke no more than 3 sentences and had no friends in class. However, she had a very special talent. Although she had an A-level talent, her training speed was very fast, not slower than those with S-level talents. She was also the only one with A-level talent to break into the top ranks of the martial arts list at Southeast Martial University. Such cases were rare, and even the principal had personally come to check it out. However, even an 8th grade golden body expert couldn't figure out the reason behind it. In the blink of an eye, the class bell rang. As Ning Chen walked out of the classroom, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ah Xiang, let's go home. He wouldn't attend the afternoon classes. He felt out of place in this class, and so did his classmates. Even the teacher felt uncomfortable. It was better to stay in the training room when there was nothing to do. However, just as Ning Chen lifted his butt to leave, he sat back down because he saw the homeroom teacher, Sun Jianxiang, standing at the podium and starting to speak. He had to give face to the homeroom teacher. He understood the importance of respecting teachers. Students, the school has announced that the new training rooms are expected to be completed in a week, Sun Jianxiang said. You are lucky, the first 3 years after the new training rooms are built will have the most concentrated energy. The price of the new training rooms remains unchanged, but the effects will double. We also have to thank the Ning family. As he spoke, Sun Jianxiang subconsciously glanced at Ning Chen. Many other students also cast their gazes over. The Ning family held shares in Southeast, but how much was rarely known. However, the resources invested by the Ning family were no secret. Additionally, the genius Yilan from Dongyu Kunlun Martial University has come to Southeast Martial University. Yilan will select an opponent from the martial arts list for a friendly match. I believe everyone has heard of Yilan, the pride of the Yi family, with SSS level talent, and also the top of the Kunlun list at Dongyu Kunlun Martial University. Therefore, this friendly match will be very special, and interested students can go and watch. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. The Yi family was a dominant family in Dongyu, playing a role similar to that of the Ning family. Kunlun Martial University is also ranked among the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, tied for 7th and 8th with Southeast Martial University, but with a higher rank than Southeast Martial University. Therefore, Yilan, as one of the representatives of Kunlun Martial University and a top-tier SSS talent, is naturally well known among the crowd. Everyone instantly became eager to try their hand, rushing out of the classroom, unable to wait to watch the battle. At that moment, Sun Jianxiang scanned the crowd and said, "Xia Tian, Lu Ming, Su Xinyue, Li Xiaoqi, you four come out for a moment." After finishing, Sun Jianxiang looked at Ning Chen and tentatively asked, "Ning Chen, can you step out for a moment?" Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Ning Chen forced a smile and said, "Of course, teacher's son." Ning Chen stood up and followed the three out of the classroom. Outside the classroom, Sun Jianxiang looked at Ning Chen, Xia Tian, and the other three, saying, "I called you out to remind you of something. You four are all on the martial arts ranking list. Lu Ming, Xinyue, if you two are chosen by Yilan, just do your best, and if you can't win, admit defeat. Yilan is undoubtedly the best at Kunlun Martial University. Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of." Sun Jianxiang directed this at the three, excluding Ning Chen and Xia Tian. In their class, 4 people made it onto the martial arts ranking list. Lu Ming and Su Xinyue were ranked lower, and it was certain they would lose to Yilan. But Xia Tian was different. He at least had SS-level talent, and his reputation in the martial arts university circle was even more ferocious than Yilan's. If Yilan faced Xia Tian, the outcome was truly uncertain. Seeing Lu Ming and Su Xinyue nod, Sun Jianxiang then looked at Li Xiaoqi and said, "Li Xiaoqi, if you're not feeling well, you don't have to go." Li Xiaoqi bit her lip, nodded, and said nothing. Seeing this, Sun Jianxiang turned to Ning Chen and said, "Ning Chen, although you're not on the martial arts ranking list, your identity is special. If Yilan chooses you, you need to be mentally prepared." Ning Chen was not weak, he had seen that yesterday. But calling Ning Chen out was also because he had heard some rumors about Ning Chen and this proud daughter of the Yi family. "Understood, teacher." Ning Chen replied with a faint smile. "All right, you can all go now." After Sun Jianxiang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the martial arts arena. On the playground, thousands of figures had gathered, all students from Southeast Martial University. Dozens of instructors were also present. Everyone wanted to witness the prowess of this top talent from Kunlun Martial University. However, after 2 consecutive challenges, everyone looked at the girl on the stage, feeling an inexplicable heaviness. Bai Xiaobai is ranked 18th on the martial arts list, yet couldn't last 3 moves. Is Yilan really that strong? Isn't that ridiculous? Everyone knew Yilan was strong, but seeing Bai Xiaobai, ranked 18th, being defeated so quickly was shocking. Gu Tianlin also lost, ranked 16th, still in just 2 moves. What kind of monster is Yilan? She seems even stronger than our 2 SSS talents from Southeast Martial University. I heard Yilan has awakened her own anomaly. Isn't that even harder to deal with? With 2 failed challenges, the entire student body of Southeast Martial University erupted in excitement. At the same time, the originally friendly competition atmosphere became exceptionally tense. The Kunlun ranking of Kunlun and the martial ranking of Southeast Martial University, the top talents of both universities, had always been hot topics of discussion. But now, seeing Yilan's performance, everyone suddenly felt that the situation was dire. Yilan seemed much stronger than the top-ranked individual on the martial arts list. In the guest reception area below the stage, Old Xion was entertaining Yi Zhenan, accompanied by several beautiful female instructors. Upon witnessing Yilan's 3 consecutive victories, Yi Zhenan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Old Xion, is this your martial arts list's 18th and 16th? Not impressive at all. They're far behind the same ranks on our Kunlun ranking. They can't even compare to the talents of my Yi family." Old Xion scoffed and replied, "What are you being so arrogant about? Are your little brats from the Yi family really that impressive? This little girl Yi at Kunlun Martial University is the top of the Kunlun ranking. Isn't it normal to crush students ranked in the teens?" Yi Zhenan chuckled, a proud look on his face. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, call over those 2 SS talents from Southeast Martial University to have a match. If that's not possible, let those 2 go at it together." Old Bear wasn't angry and continued to banter. "After all these years, you're already at the 8th grade golden body, yet you still haven't changed that foul habit of talking big. You know as well as I do that the real 1st and 2nd on the martial rankings are from the Xia and Jiang families. They have no interest in competing on the martial rankings, so what's the point in you challenging these 2 SS talents?" Yi Zhenan chuckled, "Am I not letting them compete? Old Bear rolled his eyes. They're on their way. You should tell your precious granddaughter not to back down later. He. Yi Nan chuckled. At that moment, the girl on the stage, Yilan, suddenly looked at Old Bear and spoke, Uncle Bear, for the last match, I already have a designated opponent, but that person isn't here right now. Can you arrange it? Oh, Old Bear raised an eyebrow at her words. Go ahead, is it Jiang Nianchu from the Jiang family or the third young lady from the Xia family? The girl from the Xia family will be here soon, but Jiang Nianchu, he's too busy with business. I'll try to arrange it. Old Bear wasn't surprised by Yi Lan's request. After all, a top talent challenging another top talent was the way to go. He wasn't pleased with just picking on the soft targets from his own martial university. Yi Lan smiled slightly and shook her head, neither. Old Bear raised his eyebrows again, and the crowd's interest was piqued. Yi Lan then said, for my final challenge, the person I want to challenge is a bit special. Ning Chen from the Ning family. Once Yi Lan said this, everyone on site, except for the already prepared Yi Nan, looked completely bewildered. Ning Chen? He wasn't on the martial rankings, had an A-grade talent, and surprisingly defeated Ji Daoyi yesterday. But there was still a significant gap between him and a top talent like Yi Lan. How did Yi Lan come up with the idea of challenging Ning Chen? Old Bear was slightly taken aback, then seemed to recall something. As an old friend of Yi Nan, he had heard some news, even though the marriage between Ning Chen and Yi Lan hadn't reached the public yet. Old Bear said in surprise, my dear niece, why do you want to challenge Ning Chen? I must remind you, this kid has been acting a bit strange lately. An A-grade talent awakening an anomaly, and a super anomaly that can crush S anomalies, describing it as strange was not an exaggeration. Yi Lan's small face was serious as she said, in terms of martial cultivation, it might indeed be a bit unfair, but I'm very interested in Ning Chen's anomaly. I want to see who's stronger, his Blue Lotus or my Moonlight Blood Lotus. Yi Lan's words were filled with confidence. In terms of martial cultivation, Ning Chen really didn't have the qualifications, but his anomaly was strong and unique. Her uncle had said that Ning Chen might create new history by awakening a new anomaly. Her anomaly was the Moonlight Blood Lotus, and since they were both lotuses, she naturally wanted to compare them. Moreover, there were some matters between her and Ning Chen that needed to be clarified face to face. Old Bear, hearing this, looked a bit troubled and said, I can help you apply, but you know Ning Chen's status. Whether he agrees to the challenge or not, I'll take it. Before Old Bear could finish his sentence, the crowd below the stage suddenly parted to the sides. As a voice rang out, Ning Chen slowly stepped into the arena. Wow, it's young Master Ning. It really is, young Master Ning actually came to school? This is a rare sight. As the crowd whispered, Ning Chen, stepping into the arena, seemed completely unconcerned. His gaze gently fell on the girl before him, Yi Lan. I've heard for a long time about the young lady of the Yi family. Not only is her talent formidable, but she also possesses a terrifying anomaly. Yours is the Blood Lotus, mine is the Blue Lotus. It seems there's a significant fate between us. He had long heard of this proud daughter of the Yi family in the eastern region. He was also very interested in the Moonlight Blood Lotus. As Yi Lan had thought, he wanted to make a comparison. It should be known that having strong talent does not guarantee the awakening of a phenomenon. Even talents as strong as Xia Tian and Jiang Nianchu did not awaken any phenomenon. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but secretly admire Ning Chen's courage. Facing such a formidable daughter of heaven, he still had the guts to engage in battle. It must be said that aside from Ning Chen's previous sycophantic demeanor towards Su Xinyue, this young master still had a certain class about him. However, when Yi Lan heard Ning Chen's words, she frowned slightly. Fate? She instinctively thought that Ning Chen was trying to get close to her. Yi Lan spoke, I can accept the challenge, but before we engage, I think there are some things we need to clarify. At the same time, she quietly assessed Ning Chen, who had an extraordinary demeanor and remained unperturbed, fitting the aura of a top martial arts family. However, wanting to marry her, he still had a long way to go. At least in terms of talent, Ning Chen was not a qualified partner. What is it? Ning Chen smiled, completely unaware that his humility and pleasantries were being taken as attempts to get close. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan's already cold face became even colder. She took a deep breath. Ning Chen, let me be honest with you. I came here today not only to challenge you but also to annul our engagement. Although she knew that publicly forcing an annulment would inevitably embarrass the Ning family, it was the only way to make Ning Chen retreat and stop Ning Zhan from pestering her father. The man she, Yi Lan, wanted to marry would undoubtedly be someone who could conquer the battlefield, a man of great stature, not someone like Ning Chen, who was destined to be mediocre in martial arts. An A-level talent, even with the towering support of the Ning family, had already determined his limits. Annul the engagement? Ning Chen was caught completely off guard, stunned on the spot. Not only Ning Chen, but the majority of the crowd, except for a few who were mentally prepared, were also bewildered. How did a challenge turn into a large-scale annulment scene? At that moment, Yilan continued, "A few years ago, Uncle Ning indeed had a marriage contract with my father, but now that I've met you, I feel that we are not suitable. You are not my type, and although you have awakened a phenomenon, you are still only an A-level talent. The path of martial arts is a struggle between martial artists and time. Ultimately, we are not from the same world. So, let's consider the engagement null and void. I wish you find someone better in the future." As Yilan spoke, her cold eyes looked at Ning Chen with a hint of concern. It was not that she was worried about Ning Chen's feelings, she was afraid that after being stimulated, he would cling to her like he did with Su Xinyue. At this moment, Ning Chen fell silent, some memories surfacing. Ning Zhan indeed had a close relationship with the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhentian. Long before achieving sainthood, the two had participated in several large-scale battles together at the Earth Cave Stargate, becoming sworn brothers. They had even joked about wanting to become in-laws. From Yi Lan's words, it seemed that his father had indeed arranged a marriage for him. With a guess forming, Ning Chen's astonishment gradually turned into relief. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to react, whispering among themselves, "Young Master Ning actually has an engagement with the Yi family's daughter? Wow, I suddenly understand. No wonder young Master Ning suddenly changed his mind and refused to propose to Su Xinyue. It was all because of Yilan. This is explosive news. If the Ning and Yi families were to unite, it would be a century marriage. But unfortunately, it seems the Yi family's daughter doesn't think highly of young Master Ning. Wang Defa, something big is about to happen. Young Master Ning is going to make headlines again." The crowd instantly became noisy, with some even taking out their phones to take pictures. So it turns out, Ning Chen is engaged to Yilan. In the crowd, Su Xinyue saw this and seemed to understand everything. She realized why Ning Chen had suddenly stopped fawning over her and had refused to propose. So it turns out, he is hooked up with Yilan, this proud daughter of heaven. At this moment, Su Xinyue felt a sense of betrayal. Ugh, scumbag. A complex emotion surged in Su Xinyue's heart as she looked at Ning Chen, her eyes filled with disdain. "So that's it, you just want to find someone else to fawn over." Xia Tian watched this scene and felt relieved. It turned out it wasn't an awakening, but rather a connection with someone from the Yi family. Along with the relief, a hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Tian's beautiful eyes. A dog is still a dog, it can't change its nature. At this moment, seeing Ning Chen's bewildered expression, Yilan's face grew even colder. With such a dull and indecisive personality, how could he be worthy of being her man? In an instant, Ning Chen's score in her heart dropped several points. "Ning Chen, you don't need to be sad." Yilan's expression was icy, and a hint of disgust appeared in her demeanor. "Actually, you and I are completely from different worlds, but since you have awakened an anomaly and your talent is decent, perhaps we can be friends. And don't cling to me, I'm not like some people, I'm not that scummy. If someone were to pester me, I can't guarantee I wouldn't do something." Quietly waiting for Yilan to finish speaking, Ning Chen then gazed at her and said lightly, "You and I are indeed not suitable, and there are no feelings between us, so breaking off the engagement is not a problem, but you are publicly announcing the breakup in such a setting. Do you know what kind of impact this will have on me, Ning Chen, and the Ning family?" At this moment, Ning Chen's expression was extremely cold. Naturally, Ning Chen didn't care about the engagement, let alone the breakup. But today was supposed to be an exchange of skills, and Yilan took this opportunity to publicly challenge him and announce the breakup in front of everyone. Before long, he would once again dominate the headlines, putting him and the Ning family in the spotlight. Unlike last time, Yilan's actions were a public slap in the face to the Ning family. Under the gaze of those extremely indifferent eyes, Yilan felt a sudden palpitation. Realizing this, Yilan frowned, a surge of anger rising in her heart. Was Ning Chen questioning her? She coldly said, "What does it have to do with me?" Ha ha ha. Ning Chen's lips curled up as he chuckled lightly. "I agree to nullify the engagement, but I want to ask, did you come all the way to Southeast Martial University today just to make a scene? Do your elders in the clan know?" When he said the last sentence, Ning Chen's gaze was directed at Yi Zhennan, his eyes fixed, filled with questioning and indifference, completely unconcerned about the fact that the other party was an 8th grade golden body. Yi Zhennan instantly felt provoked and stepped forward, coldly replying, "I am Lan Lan's second uncle, and this matter is known to the Yi family, and we have agreed to the breakup. Ning family kid, the engagement is nullified, and you have agreed to it, everyone heard it. In a few days, I will personally bring Lan Lan to the Ning family head, your father, to formally break off the engagement." As Yi Zhennan's words fell, the crowd erupted into a commotion again. This was a well-known 8th grade golden body powerhouse, actually making such a statement in person. The atmosphere seemed to become quite oppressive. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had received a definite answer, nodded lightly. Good, then I have no more questions. However, there's no need for you to come personally to break off the engagement. My father, the martial saint, doesn't have time to deal with trivial matters. Also, today it's not you breaking off the engagement with me, but I, Ning Chen, am the one who is divorcing you. Saying this, Ning Chen directly took out paper and pen, writing a divorce letter with flourish. With a boom, he raised his hand, and the letter flew high into the sky, carried by his vital energy. Ning Chen slowly spoke, his voice resonant. From now on, our engagement is nullified, the Yi and Ning families shall never be related, and if there is a breach of contract, may the five thunders strike, and the soul be extinguished. Just as Ning Chen's words fell, the divorce letter ignited on the spot. In less than 2 seconds, it turned to ashes. At the same time, a mysterious force seemed to rush into the bodies of Yilan and Ning Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone present was utterly astonished. Even Yilan's delicate body trembled slightly. Wang Defa, Ning Chen actually swore a blood oath of martial arts. The blood oath of martial arts is bound by the great Tao. If one goes back on it, their soul will scatter on the spot. What the hell, this is getting serious. Young Master Ning has guts. I thought he wanted to change to someone else to lick, but I didn't expect him to directly annul the marriage. But that's Yilan. Who wouldn't be tempted by her body? Young Master Ning didn't hesitate at all. As the blood oath was declared, the crowd erupted. No one would make a blood oath unless absolutely necessary, and Ning Chen's actions clearly surprised everyone. Yilan stood there, dumbfounded, her face filled with disbelief. After a long moment, Yilan's expression turned ashen. Ning Chen actually divorced her? How dare he? Even Yi Nan, as an elder, revealed a hint of murderous intent. Annulment and blood oath were a tremendous insult to Yilan. After all, as a girl, being divorced was not something that could be said lightly. You're seeking death. Boom, Yi Nan stepped forward again, the pressure of an 8th grade golden body surged forth, vast as the sea, sweeping towards Ning Chen. The crowd instantly tensed up. This 8th grade golden body was actually showing murderous intent. However, at that moment, the expected scene did not unfold. Yi Nan, you have quite the authority. A clang echoed as a faint voice came. Xiang, wearing baggy shorts and a tank top, stepped forward as if a deity, directly blocking that pressure. You dare to act against my young master? Are you worthy? An even more terrifying golden aura surged forth, colliding with Yi Nan's. In the next moment, Yi Nan was actually forced to take 2 steps back. He looked at Xiang in shock. Despite being an 8th grade golden body, he had been pushed back. The others were equally astonished at this scene. Last time, when Xiang acted during the Memorial Day, many had seen the video. But that was against Su Yunlong, who was at the peak of the 7th grade. Although Su Yunlong claimed to be half a step into the golden body, he was still only 7th grade. Who would have thought that even the true 8th grade golden body, Yi Nan, would not fare well against him? Moreover, Yi Nan, as a powerful 8th grade golden body of the Yi family, held a very noble status and was already a renowned martial arts expert in the eastern region, so the shock he brought to everyone was naturally significant. However, Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent, his tank top fluttering under the surging energy of the golden body. At this moment, Ning Chen ignored the commotion and looked at Yilan. Are we still fighting? If not, then hurry and get lost. Ning Chen spoke lightly, but the disdain was unmistakable. Yilan's face turned ashen with rage. After being insulted repeatedly, she was completely furious. Kneel before me. A sharp cry rang out, and the sky behind Yilan instantly turned blood red, resembling the chaotic time of the primordial universe. The blood-red expanse was like a vast sea of blood. In this blood-red space, a blood moon rose. A blood lotus grew beneath the blood moon. A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Ning Chen. However, facing this overwhelming phenomenon, Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving, as if it had no effect at all. Peak of the 5th grade? Through the fluctuations of the blood aura, Ning Chen immediately assessed Yilan's cultivation level, which was actually at the peak of the 5th grade. This level of martial arts cultivation had already surpassed that of some martial arts instructors. In the military, she would be assigned to some important positions. This showed how high the standard of this Yi family prodigy was. She truly deserved to be called the best of Kunlun Martial University. Ning Chen was only at the mid-4th grade, and the gap in realms was too great. Normally, he wouldn't be her match. But he was not a normal person. He was a cheat, silently swallowing a battle power pill, and after 300 battle power was credited, Ning Chen's blood aura quietly surged to the peak of the 5th grade. Boom! In the next moment, the sky behind Ning Chen instantly transformed into a blue chaos. A blue lotus slowly rose within the blue chaos. The chaotic seed of the blue lotus is about to bloom, swaying slightly. The battle power amplification card increases all battle power, of course, it also includes the might of the phenomena. So now, his phenomenon is at the level of a 5th grade warrior. At this moment, the chaotic seed blue lotus and the blood lotus under the moon. At this moment, the sky above Southeast Marshall University transformed into 2 colors, one blue and one red, confronting each other. The crowd looked up, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the sky were about to collapse, with some unable to resist the impulse to kneel and worship. At that moment, Yilan coldly stared at Ning Chen, her gaze like that of looking at an ant. Seeing that Ning Chen could withstand the pressure of her blood energy, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. But it was only for a moment before the surprise disappeared. Then, she spoke again from a position of superiority. I won't suppress you with my cultivation, we will compete solely based on our phenomena. After saying this, she raised her hand to take out a talisman, engraved with runes, infusing it with blood energy, and then her aura quickly retracted, temporarily sealing her martial arts cultivation. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. Not competing in martial arts cultivation didn't matter to him, and he quickly retracted his own cultivation. In a contest of phenomena, Yilan was even less of a match. At that moment, kneel before me, Yilan shouted again. The moonlight and blood lotus flickered, and the pressure surged once more. Thud! In the next moment, the crowd's pupils dilated rapidly. It was not Ning Chen who knelt, but Yilan. Under that pressure, Yilan couldn't withstand it and was forced to kneel on both knees. Yilan looked up at Ning Chen's face, completely bewildered. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, they hadn't had time to understand the situation before seeing the 2 phenomena clash, and in just a second or two, Yilan suddenly knelt. What the hell just happened? Yilan knelt. How is that possible? Yilan is a peak 5th grade warrior, how could she kneel? Oh my god, this is insane, Ning Chen is defying the heavens. No, both of them have sealed their martial arts cultivation. Doesn't that mean Ning Chen's phenomenon completely crushes Yilan? No wonder even Ji Daoui was crushed, that explains everything. At this moment, the scene on the stage was extremely bizarre, with Yilan kneeling in front of Ning Chen, looking completely dazed. Meanwhile, Ning Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. The entire playground fell into silence for a long while before the crowd began to react and buzz with excitement. Over here, Yilan was also stunned, her face filled with disbelief. It was clear she hadn't processed what had happened. How could she have been crushed by Ning Chen? How was that possible? Even if her martial arts cultivation was sealed, how could she lose in a pure contest of phenomena? And lose so miserably? After a moment, she turned to anger and shame. Get up! With her silver teeth clenched, the phenomenon behind Yilan surged, the blood moon hovering in the sky, and the blood lotus instantly bloomed. One by one, the crimson petals opened, stunningly beautiful. At the same time, Yilan's knees, which were kneeling on the ground, gradually bent, slowly standing up. Ning Chen still stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Yilan. Seeing this, the blue lotus behind her bloomed a blue lotus petal. Kneel! Bang! A heavy sound of knees hitting the ground echoed. Yilan immediately dropped to one knee. Yilan was both ashamed and angry, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, and she struggled again, the blood moon spinning wildly, the blood lotus blooming to its fullest. Finally, she stood up again, this time slowly straightening her body. She lowered her gaze. Ning Chen, do you understand the consequences of angering me, Yilan? Ning Chen smiled slightly, somewhat surprised. Then, the blue lotus bloomed 2 more petals. Bang! With a crushing force, Yilan instantly knelt again. Ah! Ning Chen, you have angered me. Yilan screamed in despair, her hairpin falling out, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind. Stand up and speak, Ning Chen said, causing Yilan to spit blood. Boom, 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 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 terrifying auras surged, 3 blood moons rose, and at the same time, 3 blood lotuses grew under the moonlight. However, Ning Chen remained indifferent as the single blue lotus in the chaos bloomed 6 blue petals in succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 petals suppressed the blood moon, and 3 petals suppressed the blood lotus. Yilan didn't even stand up. Yilan completely broke down, going mad. The phenomenon she took pride in was crushed to nothing by someone she looked down upon, in front of so many people. Yilan gritted her teeth, revealing a murderous gaze. Ning Chen, I want to kill you. Stand up and speak. Yilan almost spat blood. Boom, 6 blood moons rose, and 6 blood lotus flowers grew. A torrent of blood light spread, creating a terrifying scene. It seems you have no more tricks left. Ning Chen shook his head, and as he spoke, the blue lotus behind him trembled and fully bloomed. A torrent of blue radiance burst forth, illuminating the blue sky with countless beams of blue light. At that moment, the phenomenon behind Yilan completely shattered. First, the 6 blood moons fell, and then the 6 blood lotus flowers were directly extinguished. Finally, the endless bloodlight was completely devoured by the blue radiance. In a short moment, Yilan's entire phenomenon vanished, entirely covered by the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus's phenomenon. Everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Yilan's phenomenon was crushed, and she was also crushed in martial arts, as she was now kneeling before Ningchen. Bowing her head heavily, she no longer had the strength to resist. The crowd seemed to faintly hear a voice echoing within Yilan. It was the sound of a shattered heart. Remember, some people, even you, the Yi family, cannot provoke. This time, consider it a free lesson for your father. Either undergo rebirth or have your heart shattered, sinking into eternal despair. Ningchen glanced at Yilan, who was now prostrated on the ground. Upon hearing Ningchen's words, her delicate body visibly trembled slightly. Then, she lay still on the ground. Ningchen turned his head to look in the direction of Yi Zhennan, calmly saying, "I'm sorry, senior, it seems Yilan doesn't have the strength to get up and continue fighting." I won. Do you have any remarks to make now? At this moment, Yi Zhennan was being held back by a Xiang, unable to provide any rescue. To be precise, a Xiang was just toying with him, not seriously engaging him. But he couldn't allow him to rescue Yilan. Hearing this, Yi Zhennan was so furious he almost stumbled. Remarks? What the hell? He glanced at Yilan, who lay motionless on the ground, and let out a frustrated long howl. "You little brat, even if you hide back in the Ning family, I will come to skin you alive. Do you think I don't exist?" Bang! A Xiang instantly appeared in front of Yi Zhennan, delivering a punch to his chest that sent him flying. Then, he followed Ning Chen's direction and left. Only the thousands of martial arts students on the playground remained, standing there in shock. After staring at Yilan lying on the ground for a long time, the crowd finally erupted into a noisy discussion. Damn, she lost, just like that. That's Yilan. The key is, Yilan was crushed. Is this really an A-grade talent? Is this really the young master of the Ning family? The martial arts column's news is going to explode again. The next day, the news spread rapidly, and Ningchen made the trending searches on major platforms as expected. After the video was released, it caused a stir in various martial arts schools. The first pride of Kunlun Martial University was crushed. This was no small matter in the martial arts university circle. Shocking. Ning family young master Ningchen crushes Yi family Yilan, suspected to be caused by the two families' prior engagement. Yilan went to Southeast Martial University to withdraw the engagement and provoke, only to be slapped in the face. Kunlun Martial University's first pride crushed. Is it the decline of Kunlun Martial University or the distortion of martial arts? On the impact of phenomena on martial artists' combat power. The news spread rapidly across major martial arts universities, causing a stir even greater than Ningchen crushing Ji Daoyi. Upon hearing this news, Yi family head Yi Zhentian and all the senior executives looked utterly incredulous, until they saw the video that had leaked from the scene. How could that be? Isn't that kid from the Ning family an A-grade talent? Even if he awakened an anomaly, there's absolutely no way he could crush Lanlan. Yi Zhentian looked at Yilan, who was lying on the ground, feeling both heartbroken and shocked. He knew best what level his own daughter was at. Although her martial arts cultivation was sealed, and they were simply competing with anomalies, what kind of anomaly did Yilan have? That was an SSS-level anomaly. It was already unbelievable that she was defeated. How could she possibly be crushed by Ningchen? Just then, a senior member hurriedly walked in. Head of the family, Elder Zhennan's call has gone through, but he refuses to come back and insists on going to the Ning family to seek an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhentian's expression darkened. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "Forget it, let them go. Lanlan and Zhennan have similar tempers. They've never faced setbacks, so it's good for them to experience some. As for whether there would be any danger to their lives, as long as Yi Zhennan didn't go too far, with his relationship with Ningzhan, the Ning family wouldn't make things too difficult for the two. But it was inevitable that they would suffer some hardships. Yilan had grown up under the protection of the family, sailing smoothly along the way, and had never really suffered. At this moment, having her face some setbacks might not be a bad thing. However, kneeling seemed a bit excessive, and if she wasn't careful, it could easily shatter her resolve. With that thought, Yi Zhentian couldn't help but personally dial Ningzhan's number. Ding, day 7 of the Simp, Star Power Card *1. Star Power Amplification Card, after use, amplifies power to the peak of the 6th rank. In the Ning family's training room, as the system's new day's reward was credited, Ningchen directly pocketed it. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to this power amplification card, but after crushing Yilan, he realized its value. Once this power amplification card boosted him to a certain realm, he would be in an absolutely invincible state at that realm. For example, after the last amplification, both he and Yilan were at the peak of the 5th rank. Yet he could easily crush Yilan, and one must know that Yilan was a top talent among top talents, capable of crossing realms to kill at the 6th rank. Yet she was still crushed by him. This was a good thing, very practical. Xiaofeng, you're out? As Ningchen stepped out of the training room, he saw Ningzhan walking towards him. Ningzhan looked somewhat fatigued, which surprised Ningchen. What could have happened recently in the Ning family that even Ningzhan found troublesome? Ningchen respectfully said, "Father." Upon seeing Ningchen, a smile appeared on Ningzhan's face, and he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaofeng, is that green lotus anomaly of yours real?" Ningchen knew that once he returned to the Ning family, Ningzhan would definitely ask this. He nodded, "Of course. Show me," Ningzhan said eagerly like a child. Immediately, the chaotic seed green lotus anomaly appeared behind Ningchen, revealing a small patch of green chaos and the green lotus planted within it. Ningzhan's expression was extremely excited as he asked, "What is this anomaly called?" Ningchen replied, "I named it the chaotic seed green lotus." Ningzhan murmured to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Chaotic seed green lotus? Ha ha ha, very good, very good. My son truly has the demeanor of a martial saint, indeed a martial saint. Ningchen excitedly rubbed his hands together, almost unable to contain his joy. The look in Ningzhan's eyes was filled with affection and pride. His son awakened an anomaly with A-grade talent and continuously crushed Ji Daoi and Yilan. What else could this be but the demeanor of a martial saint? When Ningzhan had detected Ningchen's A-grade talent, he had long since given up hope for Ningchen's future. At that time, Ningzhan only hoped that Ningchen would live a safe and sound life. As for everything else, he would protect him as a father. But later, Ningchen uncontrollably pursued Su Xinyue, which led to Ningzhan being extremely disappointed in him for a time. Now, everything was fine. At this moment, Ningzhan calmed down and looked curiously at the anomaly behind Ningchen, saying, "Xiaofeng, this anomaly of yours is very special. It has never appeared in the history of human martial arts. How did you awaken it?" Ningchen briefly recounted the process of awakening, omitting certain details and being vague about the system-related parts, as he naturally could not reveal anything about the system. Seeing Ningchen's ambiguous words, Ningzhan certainly sensed something was off. However, he didn't press further. After all, how one awakens isn't particularly important, and many people awaken in a state of confusion. He had been one of them back in the day. Ningzhan patted Ningchen on the shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. The desire for his son to succeed was vividly reflected in this martial saint. After a long pause, Ningzhan didn't linger on the topic of the anomaly. "By the way, Xiaofeng, in 3 days, it will be the time for the 886 return. You shouldn't go to school during this period. Go help out with the security team at the town star office, maintain order at the scene that day. Generally, there won't be any trouble, but just in case." As Ningzhan spoke, his expression suddenly turned serious. Hearing this, Ningchen also became grave. For Town Star City and the entire southeast region, this day was extremely important. He remembered that the day his teacher, Su Tian, returned, the number was 885. "Alright, go rest. Later, you can check in with the security team to understand the situation." After giving his advice, Ningzhan suddenly hesitated. "Xiaofeng, Yilan over there. Yizhen Tian called me. You know my relationship with your uncle Yi, we crawled out of the same trench as martial saints, having saved each other multiple times. That girl Yilan, if you can hold back, then hold back a bit, but don't compromise yourself either." After thinking for a moment, Ningzhan casually mentioned Yilan but didn't elaborate further. He was quite satisfied with Ningchen's performance at the martial university. In the path of martial arts, men and women are equal, and even if she was Yizhen Tian's daughter, he didn't think Ningchen had overstepped. "I understand, father." Ningchen nodded lightly. However, at that moment, a sudden pressure emanated from outside the Ning family. Then, a loud shout echoed above the Ning family, "Ningchen, come out." "Yizhen Nan." Ningzhan looked outside with an indifferent expression. This was the pressure of an 8th grade golden body, and the voice belonged to Yizhen Nan. "It seems he has come to seek justice." Ningchen smiled faintly, feeling no sense of urgency. To come to the Ning family to seek justice? Not to mention him, even if the entire Yi family came with all their might, the Ning family could withstand it. What status did the Ning family hold? They were known as the imperial family of the southeast region, the kings of a domain. In the Ning family's stronghold, even the national lord wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This old guy, after so many years, still has such a bad temper. "Come on, Xiaofeng, let's go out and take a look." With your father here, there's nothing to fear. Ning Zhan led the way out. Ning Chen calmly followed behind. Once outside the Ning family, they saw Yi Zhennan standing at the entrance, with Yi Lan behind him. The pressure of the 8th grade golden body was vast and overwhelming. At this moment, several high-ranking members of the Ning family were welcoming them at the door, with dozens of onlookers from the Ning family standing behind. Among them were Ning Qiao and Ning Xiong. Zhennan, long time no see. Why are you so angry? Did you bring your niece here today to cause trouble? Ning Qiao chuckled. He was naturally familiar with Yi Zhennan, having collaborated with the Yi family in several large-scale battles. Cut the crap, call that brat Ning Chen out, Lan Lan has something to say to him. Yi Zhennan shot a cold glance at Ning Xiao and the others, speaking in a cold tone. You don't seem like you want to talk nicely, old Nan. You'd better hold back, otherwise, if the family head suppresses you, I wonder where your dignity as a golden body expert will go. Seeing Yi Zhennan's dark expression, Ning Xiao laughed heartily. Just as he was about to continue, Ning Zhan and Ning Chen stepped out. Ning Zhan glanced at Yi Zhennan lightly and smiled gently. Long time no see, brother Zhennan. What's going on? Why is our brother Zhennan so angry? Shall we go in and talk? Poof. Upon seeing Ning Zhan, Yi Zhennan's imposing aura noticeably weakened, the snort sounding somewhat powerless. After all, this was a martial saint, and there were only a few in the entire Long Kingdom. Give him a smile, that was for the sake of the Yi family, for the face of having fought side by side in the same trench once. No need. Yi Zhennan looked at Yi Lan. Lan, do you have something to say? Upon hearing this, Yi Lan's expression was neither happy nor sad. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Ning Chen. Ning Chen, I did lose to you last time, and I admit it willingly, but... She spoke softly, once again wearing that proud look of someone who looks down on others. Hearing Yi Lan admit defeat in person surprised Ning Chen. Judging by Yi Lan's demeanor, it seemed she had already moved on from the defeat of that day, otherwise, she wouldn't be in this state. Ning Chen smiled indifferently, and then? You came here today just to admit you lost? Or are you still unwilling to accept being rejected by me? Yi Lan looked at Ning Chen. You made a blood oath, our engagement is already void. I came here today to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? How do you want to challenge me? Tell me. Ning Chen asked curiously. A year from now, when we graduate, do you dare to have a live battle that announces to the world? Yi Lan stared at Ning Chen, and at that moment, she felt a bit scared. She was afraid that Ning Chen would refuse. That day, she had knelt before Ning Chen in front of so many people at the Southeast Martial University playground. For her, a proud daughter of heaven, it was an unshakable shadow. After returning, she was in despair, but soon she made a decision. She had to defeat Ning Chen, and it had to be in front of even more people. Only then could she stabilize her resolve. Ning Chen naturally understood Yi Lan's thoughts. Ning Chen, do you dare? If you're a man, accept it. Don't let me, Yi Lan, look down on you. Seeing that Ning Chen did not respond, Yi Lan spoke again. Ning Chen smiled. Sure, I'll accept. Good, I believe you, young Master Ning, won't forget what you said today. Yi Lan's expression was cold, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Chen smiled slightly and suddenly said, I haven't finished speaking. Yi Lan turned to look at Ning Chen. Go on. Ning Chen smiled. I think this fight is meaningless, we should add some stakes. Stakes? I don't gamble. We in the eastern region do not advocate gambling or drugs. Yi Lan said coldly, but you can tell me what you want to bet. Ning Chen smiled. A year from now, if you lose, you will be my servant. As soon as these words came out, Yi Lan fell silent, and Yi Zhennan beside her furrowed his brows, looking ready to explode. A servant? Let the proud daughter of the Yi family become a servant? At this moment, Ning Chen smiled again. Of course, if I lose, I will also be your servant. No need. Yi Lan's face returned to indifference. I will not lose. However, if you lose, I won't make you a servant. You just need to kneel before everyone and admit you lost. Do you dare to accept this bet? Ning Chen did not hesitate, accepted. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan clenched her fists, as if she could already see Ning Chen kneeling before her in defeat. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait for that day to come. Good, I'll wait for you. Ning Chen smiled. Miss Yi, do you have anything else? Shall we go in for a drink? No need. Yi Lan shot a cold glance at Ning Chen and turned to leave, with Yi Zhennan silently following her. Lan, are you playing a bit too big? After leaving the Ning family, Yi Zhennan followed Yi Lan with some concern. Second uncle, if I can't defeat Ning Chen with my own hands, my path in martial arts won't go far. Yi Lan clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Thinking of the scene where Yi Lan was crushed by Ning Chen, Yi Zhennan said no more. Don't worry, second uncle, I won't lose. Xiao Feng, are you playing a bit too big? In the Ning family, Ning Zhan looked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen smiled. "Don't you want me to take the proud daughter of the Yi family as a maid?" Ning Zhan scratched his head. "Of course I hope so, but if you lose, you can rest assured, I won't lose. Anyone who is surpassed by me will never have the chance to catch up, until they are left far behind and out of sight. Therefore, she, Yilan, is only worthy of being my Ning Chen's servant. This is her honor." Ning Chen's expression was calm, filled with immense confidence, as if it were only natural. Upon hearing this, even the martial saint couldn't help but feel a jolt. Anyone who is surpassed by me will never have the chance to catch up, until they are left far behind and out of sight. Such pretentious words, even he, as a martial saint, had never dared to say. In the afternoon, Ning Chen personally visited the Star Town office. The Star Town office was divided into the internal office and the external office. The internal office consisted of high-ranking martial artists of at least the 5th rank, responsible for the security of the entire Star Town. The external office, on the other hand, was made up of those below the 5th rank, responsible for the daily security of Star Town, essentially the security team. After briefly appearing in the external office and understanding the deployment for 3 days later, Ning Chen returned to the Ning family, to his exclusive training room. Star Abyss. Ning Chen immediately entered a state of cultivation, summoning Star Abyss, taking out the fishing rod, and began to fish. In his previous life, he was an avid fisherman, and now possessing such a heaven-defying ability, he naturally couldn't help but use it at every moment. Fishing while cultivating was simply a blessing for fishing enthusiasts. Moreover, this thing could very well allow him to fish in the alien world beyond the Stargate. With a flick of the fishing rod, Ning Chen instantly got into the zone. Time passed second by second. In the world beyond the Stargate, the Flying Demon Fish clan had recently gone a bit crazy. Just a few days ago, an important elder within the clan was on the verge of falling. Hundreds of high-ranking members of the entire Flying Demon Fish clan came to pay their respects. However, just as this elder was about to transcend, the figure sitting on the Dao platform suddenly vanished before the eyes of the entire clan. They turned the entire Flying Demon City upside down but found nothing. Our Flying Demon Fish clan possesses the Demon Fish Star Barrier. Even among the Star Clan, those highest-ranked groups could not quietly take our people away. The clan leader of the Flying Demon Fish sat in the hall, looking utterly bewildered. Below him sat dozens of elders from the Flying Demon Fish clan, all high-ranking members. Beside the clan leader sat a small golden demon fish, currently dangling its legs, holding a snack. An arm of a human. The little golden mouth was savoring it with delight. This was the prince of the fish clan, the future heir to the clan. Roskin Aladakiu. Clan leader, could it be the humans who did this? A high-ranking member with blood-red fins and fish skin spoke up. The clan leader immediately shook his head in denial, saying, "That is even less likely. Although our Flying Demon Fish clan is responsible for guarding the Stargate battlefield, which is less than 1,000 miles from the Stargate, it still belongs to the realm of the stars. If a human martial artist were to enter, even a martial saint would surely be detected. Moreover, our Star Clan also has a martial saint stationed here. Unless it was a martial god." As soon as these words were spoken, the dozens of high-ranking members of the Flying Demon Fish clan fell silent, exchanging glances. Seeing the confusion in each other's eyes, they all shook their heads. A human martial god, there were only a few on Earth. What would such a person come to do? To take the corpse of their elder? Were they playing around? Or were they sick? Although the elder's corpse contained immense star source energy, it wouldn't be enough to make a martial god lower themselves to act. In fact, to be precise, even a martial saint wouldn't be possible. They immediately ruled out this possibility. Just then, an elder suddenly turned pale, pointing at the clan leader's side and tremblingly said, "Clan leader, the young clan leader. Roskin Aladakiu is missing." Everyone's gaze turned sharply towards the chief, only to find the chair beside him empty. The young clan leader, Roskin Aladakiu, was nowhere to be seen. Instantly, chaos erupted within the clan. In the Ning family's training room, Ning Chen suddenly felt a tug on his fishing rod. Boom boom. Ning Chen's spirit jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, pulling hard on the fishing rod. Ding! Fishing successful, obtained sky-soaring demon fish. Note, sky-soaring demon fish, a fish of the heavens, contains the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it can enhance martial arts cultivation. Another sky-soaring demon fish clan? Hearing the familiar system prompt, Ning Chen turned to look at the sky-soaring demon fish before him. However, upon seeing it, his gaze momentarily froze. At the end of the fishing line, a small golden fish lay on the ground, clutching a human arm, staring blankly at Ning Chen. The golden fish had a rather dim-witted expression, clearly still trying to comprehend what had happened. "Looks like a juvenile," Ning Chen mused, but when he saw the human arm bone in its grasp, his expression instantly turned cold. Judging by the energy contained within, this was the arm bone of a 7th grade master. Although he didn't understand the identity of this sky-soaring demon fish, it was likely that its status within the clan was not low, considering it could treat such a thing as a snack. Ning Chen extended a surge of blood energy to probe the star source energy within the little demon fish. It was surprisingly denser than the first giant fish he had caught by dozens of times. Ning Chen immediately felt that this little demon fish was quite significant. Thus, he abandoned the thought of swallowing the little fish directly. It might be useful to keep it for the future. However, Ning Chen certainly wouldn't let it off easily. He raised his hand, wrapping the little demon fish in blood energy, refining its sky-soaring demon fish blood. After 2 hours, Ning Chen's power steadily increased, but he remained at the mid-4th grade, still some distance from a breakthrough. Looking at the little demon fish, which was barely alive and lying on the ground, he felt no pity. The star clans beyond the Stargate and the myriad races in the underground caverns all regarded humans as food. In their eyes, the second name for humans was blood food. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy towards these races. After suppressing it, he stored it in a chaotic cage beneath the star abyss. The next day passed in a blur. Other than occasionally taking time to discuss deployment with the external security team, Ning Chen remained in the training room. This day, he focused solely on fishing and cultivating. His cultivation steadily improved, and he was on the verge of breaking through to mid-4th grade. It should be noted that he had only taken 8 days to progress from peak 2nd grade to mid-4th grade. If this speed were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Earth star. Because even among the terrifying human prodigies, no one had ever achieved such a terrifying cultivation speed, and if word got out, he might be dissected for research. But Ning Chen had no such worries. As the young master of the Ning family, who would dare to dissect him? He wouldn't even consider doing that to others. Moreover, he had always been low-key. Ding! On the 8th day of being a sycophant, reward, 9 characters secret of heaven concealment. On a new day, Ning Chen looked at the new reward technique, and after understanding its function, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. 9 characters secret of heaven concealment: advance, battle, fight, all, count, group, forward, move. Each of the 9 characters represented a different domain, and each character symbolized ultimate power within its respective field. For instance, the character for battle was created by an immeasurable martial ancestor, a secret method for refining weapons. As long as one's cultivation was sufficient, they could control all weapons in the world. The character for fight was created by a primordial martial ancestor, representing the first attack. Once triggered, it would grant the first offensive power within the same realm. Martial ancestors were the founders of human martial history, each having reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It was precisely because of the emergence of these martial ancestors that humanity could establish its place in the world, allowing them to survive against the star clans and the alien races in the underground caverns. However, it was rumored that the martial ancestors had long since disappeared, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. They had left no legacy behind. Unexpectedly, the cultivation method they created was actually issued by the system as a reward. Cultivate. Ning Chen instantly activated his reverse heavenly talent. In the chaotic space, Ning Chen's consciousness entered and immediately saw a figure. The figure was continuously evolving the secret of the 9 characters that covers the sky. This evolution resonated with Ning Chen's mind, making it no different from his personal cultivation. In just half a day, Ning Chen was already able to skillfully perform the secret of the 9 characters that covers the sky. After a whole day of cultivation, Ning Chen finally stepped out of the room. The secret of the 9 characters that covers the sky was triggered, and the walking character secret was triggered. This technique was created by the immortal martial ancestor and represented the utmost in worldly movement. It could be said to be the most powerful escape technique. Whoosh! Ning Chen transformed into a shadow and quickly dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, as 886 was about to return, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the streets and alleys. The external security team also began to receive the families arriving in Star Town one after another. The Ning family naturally treated these families, who had contributed to the human race, with great care. External department. In a room, several external team leaders gathered together to discuss something. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. Young Master. Young Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the external team leaders were all taken aback and respectfully bowed in greeting. The newcomer was Ning Chen, who gestured for them to relax and asked lightly, "No need for formalities, is there any situation?" "Everything is proceeding according to plan, all is going smoothly," one of the external team leaders replied. Ning Chen nodded lightly to them, gave a few simple instructions, and then disappeared from the room. The young master should be at the 4th rank of martial arts, right? But is this speed something a 4th rank should have? Looking at the gradually disappearing shadow, the team leader who had just spoken was astonished. The others also looked surprised, it seems, a bit fast. The external team leaders required at least a 5th rank in martial arts, and they were all 5th rank experts. However, they believed they could not match Ning Chen's speed just now. Over here, after completing a routine inspection, Ning Chen returned to his cultivation place to continue his closed-door training. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed a sobbing sound behind him. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a thin little figure, dressed in a thin school uniform, huddled in a corner. It was the uniform of Wu University. Young master, that seems to be a student from Southeast Wu University, also a family member. Seeing Ning Chen's attention on the girl, a Ning family martial artist came over to explain. Ning Chen nodded lightly. The girl was none other than his classmate, Li Shaoqi. He initially wanted to go over and say something, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Li Shaoqi had a reclusive personality and might not be willing to talk to him, plus she clearly looked upset at the moment. Ding! Dogged Day 9, Reward, Great Luo Golden Body Pill. Great Luo Golden Body Pill. After taking it, one can receive a full strength strike from an 8th rank Great Luo Golden Body Expert. Ding! Dogged Day 10, Reward, Requiem for the Undead. For 2 consecutive days, Ning Chen did not step out of his door. Aside from the external team leaders coming to report, he remained in the cultivation room in seclusion. Boom! When he opened his eyes again, Ning Chen's martial arts cultivation had already broken through to the late 4th rank. Checking the rewards from the past 2 days, his gaze lingered slightly on the reward from the 9th day, but he was drawn to the reward from the 10th day. Requiem for the Undead, a very special cultivation method. It could suppress, purify, and soothe the dead spirits, which seemed to have little use. The undead seemed to not exist, but they still existed, otherwise, there wouldn't be talk of possession, though few had seen them. However, Ning Chen had heard of a special group with unique abilities. There was a race in the Star Clan called the Undead Clan, and Requiem for the Undead was specifically designed to have a strong impact on such spiritual or soul-type races. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a voice coming from outside. Young master, the situation has changed, and I need to report to you. Come in. Ah Xiang pushed the door open, and a captain from the outer department walked in. The captain was burly, draped in a black cloak, holding a long alloy gun. Young master, the head of the family has informed me that the returning batch 886 has infiltrators from the Star Clan. Infiltrators from the Star Clan? Ning Chen frowned. Could the Star Clan really infiltrate Earth? With their strength, it was certainly impossible. But if it were a race with some special abilities, it wouldn't be out of the question, such as the Undead Clan. At that moment, the captain spoke up. The head of the family mentioned it might be the Undead Clan. Ning Chen's hand paused while pouring tea, then he couldn't help but laugh. The Undead Clan, huh? He had just received the reward Requiem of the Undead and was wondering how to test it out. Now the Undead Clan had come knocking at his door. Understood. Ning Chen had a vague guess as to why the Undead Clan was returning at this time. It was highly likely that they had attached themselves to corpses, which was a special ability of the Undead Clan. Once attached to a corpse, even the perception of an 8th grade golden body expert could be deceived. Only a 9th grade martial saint could easily detect them. But how many 9th grade martial saints were there in the entire human race? It was impossible to cover all bases. Creak! At that moment, Ah Xiang pushed the door open again. Behind him was a young man wearing black-framed glasses, looking refined and scholarly. Young master, the situation at Guanshanxi has changed dramatically. 2 false gods from the Star Clan are causing trouble there, and the head of the family has gone with people to handle it. Also, we intercepted intelligence that this time, the cult will also interfere in the return ceremony. The newcomer was the assistant sent by Ning Zhan. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen frowned again. False gods? In Earth, 9th grade experts were called martial saints, in the Abyss they were called kings, in the Forbidden Zone they were called divine generals, while the Star Clan referred to them as false gods, false kings, and origin realm. The Star Clan's false gods are causing trouble at this time, clearly trying to draw away the Ning family's martial saints, because only martial saints can easily find the presence of the Undead Clan. The Star Clan is buying time for the Undead Clan, giving them an opportunity to infiltrate Earth. Ning Chen quickly analyzed the opponent's intentions. In fact, there was no need for analysis, it was an obvious scheme laid out in the open. The battlefield between the Star Clan and the alien races was not only in the Abyss and the Stargate, but both races had been trying to find ways to infiltrate Earth. Over the years, some had managed to infiltrate, but overall, they had not caused much impact. Additionally, the existence of the cult was a group of humans brainwashed by the alien races from the Abyss and the Star Clan. They believed that humanity would perish, and only by siding with the Star Clan or the alien races from the Abyss could they save themselves. They thought the Abyss and the Stargate were the only true gods that could save humanity. The cult's involvement this time was likely also instigated by the Star Clan. The assistant nodded. Second Master analyzed it this way as well, but the cult is manageable, we have complete control of the intelligence, and they won't be able to stir up much trouble. But the undead clan is harder to deal with. After all, the head of the family is the only martial saint stationed here, and now that he has been drawn away, it will be difficult for even golden body experts to root them out if the undead clan has a plan. As he spoke, the assistant looked at Ning Chen and said, "Young master, second master said to have you guard the outer department and pay attention to your safety, you don't need to worry about the rest." The second master referred to Ning Xiao. Ning Chen understood his uncle's intention and smiled lightly. "Take me to see second uncle." The undead clan was indeed difficult to track down, but that was for others, he wasn't afraid of that right now. The assistant hesitated for a moment. Ning Chen smiled, "I have something to discuss with second uncle. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble or complicate things." "All right." The assistant nodded. Recently, this young master had indeed changed a lot. He was no longer as reckless as before. "Lead the way." Ning Chen glanced at the time. It was dawn, so he pushed the door open and walked outside. "Let's go, it's time to see what's going on." Today, in Star Town, every household hung a white mourning cloth. This was a spontaneous act by the residents, a habit formed long ago. Star Town had continued for hundreds of years, with nearly 10 million residents, many of whom were families of warriors who had died in battle. As for the other residents, one could describe the town of Starfall with a single phrase from the outside world. Perhaps some people have not lost family members in battle, but they must have friends and acquaintances who have fallen. Crossing 2 streets, Ning Chen arrived at the airship square, where the airships returning from the Stargate would land. Inside a secret chamber, warriors clad in black cloaks and military uniforms, with weapons like golden swords hanging at their waists, stood in 2 rows. "Young master! Young master!" As Ning Chen entered the secret chamber, a series of powerful voices rang out. No need for formalities." Ning Chen nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the rows of warriors. The more than 20 warriors before him were all internal warriors of the Starfall division. To join the internal division, one had to be at least a 4th rank, and many were strong 5th ranks. The captains were at least 6th rank warriors. 6th rank warriors are referred to as grand warriors. Such powerful individuals could support a 5th-rate family. Yet in the Ning family's Starfall division, one was only just qualified to be a captain. At the head of the room, Ning Xiao sat with a serious expression. Upon seeing Ning Chen behind assistant Sui, Ning Xiao looked at him in surprise and said, "Xiaofeng, what are you doing in the internal division? Weren't you told to stay in the external division?" "Second uncle, I have a way to deal with the undead clan." Time was short, and Ning Chen wasted no words, going straight to the point. Ning Xiao frowned for a moment. He had intended to argue, but seeing Ning Chen's confident demeanor and recalling Ning Chen's recent unexpected performances, the words he was about to say were swallowed back. He asked, "What method?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "Second uncle, I can't say just yet, but rest assured, I guarantee it will be a dimensional strike against the undead clan." Looking at Ning Chen's assured expression, Ning Xiao couldn't help but question, "Xiaofeng, the abilities of the undead clan are extremely unique. They can parasitize the dead within corpses. Since the undead clan dares to openly infiltrate the Earth Star this time, they must at least have a 6th rank expert among them. A 6th rank may not be worth mentioning in terms of combat power, but a 6th rank from the undead clan, with a mutation in their talent, could easily deceive even my 8th rank golden body if I don't observe carefully. Are you sure your method will work?" Ning Chen nodded again, affirming, "Don't worry, second uncle, trust me, I won't cause any trouble." Ning Xiao said no more and finally nodded, "All right, I'll send a team of internal warriors to protect you, you can give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, don't force it. As long as the undead clan shows up, they can be easily dealt with. The important thing is how to force these monsters to reveal themselves." However, even he, an 8th rank golden body, felt a bit of a headache. Since Ning Chen claimed he had a method, it wouldn't hurt to let him try. After all, if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. At exactly 12 o'clock, an airship landed on the square on time, transporting hundreds of corpses from the freezing chamber to the ground, with more than 10 injured warriors gradually disembarking from the airship. These warriors were missing arms and legs, and some had deformed bodies after their bones healed. The transporting warriors carried them out of the airship square. Following them were the more than 10 injured warriors. The external division maintained order around them, and as they reached the outside of the airship square, they saw the residents of Starfall Town gathered to welcome them. No one among the residents was pushing or shouting. In fact, no one raised their voices, all looking solemnly at the corpses. It seemed they had long been accustomed to this process. They smoothly exited the airship square and arrived at the handover location. The handover took place at the Sculpture Square in Starfall Town. The Sculpture Square is an open area of nearly 1,000 square meters, with a gray sculpture nearly 10 meters tall standing in the center. This was the first warrior from Starfall Town to die in the Stargate battle, the founding patriarch of the Ning family. The corpses of the returning warriors would have two destinations. The first was to respect the wishes of the families, allowing them to be taken back to their hometowns, returning to their roots. The second was to be buried in the warrior cemetery. When they arrived at the Sculpture Square, the area was already packed with residents of Jinqing City, densely crowded, a sea of black, countless in number. Jinqing Army, Team 32, total 105 members, 105 killed in action, 0 present. Jinqing Army, Team 35, total 98 members, 98 killed in action, 0 present. Jinqing Army, Team 67, total 156 members, 156 killed in action, 0 present. As the announcements continued, the expressions of the onlookers finally changed. The last time the Stargate of Jinqing City was close to falling, it was already heard that the Ning family's warriors suffered heavy losses, but no one expected. The death toll was categorized by entire teams. Previous battles had also been brutal, but such a level of devastation was rare. Finally, it was time for the last team. An old warrior who had lost a leg and an arm. The other wounds on the old warrior were also shocking, as those scars were clearly left by the destruction of vital energy, difficult to heal, and perhaps he would bear the pain of foundational damage for a lifetime. The badge on the old warrior's chest was particularly striking, engraved with a crimson Ning, a symbol that people were familiar with. The Ning family army, all members were of the Ning bloodline. The old warrior leaned on a metal cane, limping towards Ning Xiao. He knocked 3 times on his chest, performing the unique salute of the Ning family army, Jinqing Division, number Ning family army Team 2, total 800 members, 799 killed in action, 1 present. Listening to that powerful announcement, the crowd fell silent. This was the Ning family. If any battle occurred, the Ning family would surely be at the forefront, with the most fallen warriors. Ning Xiao patted the old warrior's shoulder, forcing a smile, and laughed. "You little brat, you finally have something that surpasses me. That once spirited young man has turned into an old man, ha ha." The old warrior wasn't that old. It was just that the battles had drained his vitality, and he had suffered irreversible injuries, making him age prematurely. The old warrior laughed heartily. "Indeed, I look older than you, so I can say I have surpassed you in one way. With this body of mine, maybe one day you'll have to bury me." Ning Xiao patted him. "You think a grade 8 golden body expert will bury you? Dream on." The old warrior grinned. "I have a first-class merit." Ning Xiao tightened his grip on the old warrior's shoulder, then without any further words, he loudly said, "Everyone, you can go home now." As the words fell, the old warrior picked up 2 urns with one hand and leaned on his cane with the other, silently walking away. Inside were the ashes of his son and daughter. Soon, the other family members who had been notified in advance began to enter one after another to claim the bodies. Above the Sculpture Square, on the observation deck of a tall building, Ning Chen stood, watching as one body after another was claimed. "Jiang Nianchu?" Suddenly, Ning Chen's expression froze. He saw Jiang Nianchu also walking up to the platform. He took away a body. Jiang Nianchu looked at the body before him, reached out to grab a corner of the white cloth covering it, hesitated for 2 seconds, then lifted the cloth, revealing a slightly youthful face. "Still a boy. Little brother, we're going home. With you accompanying Mom, I don't have to worry about her being scared anymore." Ning Chen didn't know why the Jiang family came to join the Ning family army, but his attention was quickly diverted, for at that moment, he saw another familiar face. A girl tightly hugged a box, her face slightly lowered, passing by Jiang Nianchu. Li Xiaoqi. Beside Li Xiaoqi, 2 warriors were pushing a body for her. Ning Chen understood why Li Xiaoqi's recent state had been like that. This meant that Li Xiaoqi had lost 2 relatives in battle, and the box in her arms might contain ashes or a burial outfit. However, Ning Chen immediately retracted his thoughts. He still had tasks to complete today. Ning Chen suddenly sat cross-legged, emptying his mind, activating one of the 9 secrets of the sky, and instantly, the character's secret was successfully triggered. Everyone's strength can be increased tenfold, and this Requiem of the Undead is also a type of martial art, so it can naturally enhance effects by 10 times. At this moment, an ancient zither appeared before Ning Chen, as dark as ink. Behind him, a purple moon emerged, and snowflakes fell all around him. Under the moonlight, with snow swirling, Ning Chen sat cross-legged in white robes, bathed in moonlight, resembling a deity. Not an anomaly, It's a type of mental attack martial art, and it has quite an artistic conception. Ah Xiang, who was behind him, slightly turned his head, very surprised at this scene. Buzz, under Ning Chen's ethereal and clear state of mind, he stroked the zither. A sound of the zither, like the wind, suddenly spread throughout the venue, penetrating everywhere. It made everyone present feel a jolt of spirit. In that brief moment, it seemed as if an invisible pair of hands gently stirred their souls. This kid. A mental attack martial art, and not of low rank. Although Ning Xiao was not affected, he could sense the energy contained within that zither sound even more. In human martial arts, one cultivates vital energy first, followed by mental strength. Most martial artists have strong vital energy but pitifully low mental strength. Therefore, mentalists are extremely rare. Powerful mental attack martial arts are also quite scarce, which is a significant weakness of humanity. When encountering star races or underground alien mental martial artists, even martial saints find it very troublesome. But that zither sound from Ning Chen was definitely not of low grade. No wonder Ning Chen was confident in rooting out the undead clan. Buzz, Ning Chen plucked the strings again, and this time, several of the 100 corpses of martial artists below began to tremble violently, as if they were about to rise from the dead. Seal them! Seeing this, Ning Xiao's spirit lifted, and he shouted loudly. Instantly, the hidden internal martial artists rushed out from all directions, surrounding the 100 corpses of martial artists. Everyone, don't panic. There are corpses of martial artists possessed by the star race who died in battle, attempting to mix in with the Earth Star. But everyone need not worry, we have our ways to deal with it. As Ning Xiao's voice fell, the crowd let out low gasps. Star race? The star race has actually infiltrated the Earth Star. Damn it, where are these beasts? Let's kill them. Upon hearing about the star race, the crowd stirred slightly but quickly returned to normal, even murmuring curses. Humanity's hatred for the star race and underground aliens runs deep to the bone. Buzz. Ning Chen's mind and body were ethereal, and every time his fingers glided over the strings, the notes seemed to summon souls. Finally, from one of the corpses, an incredibly piercing shriek erupted. A phantom of the undead emerged from the corpse's crown, looking around in confusion before pouncing savagely towards a family member beside the corpse. Ning Chen plucked the strings, and the zither sound shot out like a terrifying blade, slicing through the air with a whoosh, scattering that undead soul before it could even scream. This is a mental attack technique. The young master is so powerful. A martial artist from the Star Sealing Division, skilled in mental attacks, exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Ning Chen. The rest of the crowd was also immensely invigorated upon witnessing this scene. Buzzing, the zither sound continued. Under the tenfold strength enhancement of the secret technique, the undead clan could no longer remain hidden. One by one, the undead emerged from their corpses. However, under Ning Chen's zither sound, the undead had nowhere to escape, each one being scattered. Soon, over 80 of the 100 undead that had taken to the air were forcefully dispersed, leaving fewer than 20 flailing in the air. Goodness! This kid is really hiding deep. Ning Xiao looked at Ning Chen, his eyes filled with affectionate smiles. The undead clan also had physical bodies. These undead were extremely weak after leaving their bodies. As long as they revealed themselves, even a third-grade martial artist could cleave them apart with vital energy. Ning Chen's ability to instantly kill the undead clan did not surprise him. What surprised him was how profound Ning Chen's zither sound technique was. Chief, aren't we going to take action? If we don't act soon, the true masters will be completely wiped out. This group of despicable humans is ready to act, to cover the true masters' spirits as they break free. Fellow spirit citizens, are you prepared for the true masters to reveal themselves? Always ready to fight for the truth, for the true masters to appear. Believe in the true masters, gain eternal life. In a corner that was not easily noticed, more than a dozen cultists disguised as ordinary residents mingled with the crowd. Seeing the undead being dragged out and killed one after another by Ning Chen, they grew anxious. This time they received the true master's order to escort him into the Earth Star. If all went well, they would not have to expose themselves. Otherwise, they would pay for the true master's appearance. Songsha Shapitzi, you go deal with the Ning family's young master on the rooftop. This useless young master is no longer the same as before. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, or he will ruin our plans sooner or later. The leading cultist glanced at Ning Chen on the rooftop, and two cultists behind him immediately stepped forward. Yes. Boom. However, before they could finish speaking, a sense of deadly crisis enveloped everyone, and they felt their hair stand on end. Believe in the true masters, gain eternal life. Not good, retreat quickly. But it was too late. Ning Chen had appeared above them, his body radiating with the power of blood and energy, leaping from the rooftop into the air like a deity, shining brilliantly. Boom! A massive pillar of blood and energy descended into the crowd, and a mist of blood rose up. In an instant, the 5 cultists beside the cult leader were slain, unable to even let out a scream. Do you really think you are hidden well? Come out and die, traitors of humanity. Ning Chen's gaze was icy as he stared at the cultists, like an eagle watching wolves. The cult leader sneered, discovered, huh? But did you come here to die? Ning Chen was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. Originally, he was worried about not having the chance to eliminate this Ning family young master due to his identity being exposed, especially with an 8th-tier golden body martial artist present. Now, it was good, he had come to seek death himself. In an instant, the cult leader no longer hid, unleashing his blood and energy to the fullest. He channeled his power and shouted, "For the true masters to appear, it is the supreme glory of our holy teaching. Truth is supreme, the true masters endure forever. Truth is supreme, the true masters endure forever. Believe in the true masters, gain eternal life." The more than 10 cultists beside him had twisted faces, roaring in unison as they charged towards Ning Chen. At the same time, the blood and energy within these cultists became completely frenzied, as they prepared to self-destruct. They knew their identities were exposed, and it was a situation of certain death. But if they could take this Ning family young master down with them, it would be a huge gain. Seeking death. Ning Xiao, who had been keeping an eye on Ning Chen, had just slain the undead spirits forced out by Ning Chen's music. Seeing this scene, he was about to intervene. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise as he saw Ning Chen's blood and energy suddenly surge. In a short moment, it climbed to the peak of the 6th tier. Ning Xiao immediately stopped, as the cult leader below was also at the peak of the 6th tier, so he was not worried about Ning Chen being killed instantly. Instead, he curiously watched Ning Chen's next move. Ning Chen looked down from above, like a deity descending, gazing at the cult leader. Self-destruct? Indeed, pests should die like pests. The reason for the sudden surge in his blood and energy was that he had consumed a 6th tier battle power card. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary he was, it would be impossible for a 4th-tier cultivator to counter a 6th-tier one. Watching the group of cultists rushing in to self-destruct, Ning Chen raised a metal combat knife, coldly observing several figures, a dense aura of blood and energy enveloping the knife. It gradually boiled. Ning Chen smiled, die. With a single slash, the blade of blood and energy instantly swept out. More than 10 cultists had not even reached Ning Chen before their bodies were cleaved apart, a mist of blood rising before him, with limbs and fragments splattering in all directions. In an instant, only the cult leader remained in the scene. Ning Chen looked down at the cult leader, his expression extremely cold, and said, "Scum, pests of humanity, do you know why you can still stand on this land? Because countless humans are fighting to the death at the Stargate and in the caves." The cult leader sneered coldly, "Nonsense, slander. The true gods descend to the Earth Star to save the foolish human race. You who obstruct the true gods' arrival are the sinners of humanity. Hee, but the true gods will eventually descend. Foolish humans, you cannot stop them." With a sinister smile, the cult leader roared and charged at Ning Chen. Slash! As Ning Chen's voice rang out, the alloy battle knife struck down again. A blood-red blade light, like a long crimson river, swept down to suppress everything. The hearts of the crowd seemed to rise with it. But in an instant, as the blade light fell, the outcome was clear. The cult leader, seemingly desperately fighting in a frenzy, was as powerless before Ning Chen's strike as an infant before an adult. Boom! It was as if the void itself was shattered by this blow, and the cult leader's body exploded instantly. A cloud of blood mist filled the air. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had delivered the blow, turned and walked away without looking back. He knew very well that the cult leader had no chance of survival. He stepped forward, holding the alloy battle knife, and looked at the remaining few undead. At this time, nearly 100 souls of the undead had been almost completely exterminated, leaving only a few still struggling for life. "Brother, save me, I don't want to die. I'm your younger brother. I'm your younger brother, Nianen." Zhang Nianshu looked at the body, where a phantom had transformed into the appearance of his younger brother. His face was filled with pain. Even though he knew this was the undead's illusion of his brother, he couldn't bring himself to strike. "Brother, didn't you promise Mom to take good care of me? I'm not dead, I'm still alive. I need a physical body, give me your body. Brother, please?" The undead stepped closer to Zhang Nianshu, wearing an innocent and aggrieved expression. But when it was 3 or 4 meters away, its face suddenly twisted into a sinister grin as it lunged at Zhang Nianshu. However, looking at the younger brother charging at him, Zhang Nianshu stood there in a daze, showing no intention to dodge or counterattack. Boom! The blood blade fell, and this undead was cleaved apart, instantly scattering its soul. Zhang Nianshu suddenly came to his senses, looking at the glowing specks of light that scattered like fireflies. He quickly turned to Ning Chen, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Ning Chen. Jiang Yanchu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. However, Ning Chen raised his hand and slapped him. A crisp sound echoed as the slap landed. Jiang Yanchu was directly struck, his mouth corner splitting open, blood gushing out. He stood there in a daze, as if suddenly enlightened, lost in thought. Young Master Jiang, as stupid as a pig. How could the Jiang family trust you with the business? If you want to die, I'll help you. Ning Chen's voice came, and his figure vanished from the spot. Brother, Dad. Looking at the two phantom figures in front of her, Li Shaoqi, who had been strong for so long, finally couldn't hold back. Tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks one after another. Good daughter, living alone is tiring, isn't it? Come here, let Dad hug you. He. The two undead suddenly revealed triumphant, sinister smiles and lunged at Li Shaoqi. However, Li Shaoqi's expression suddenly turned cold, and her blood energy erupted violently. An ally knife, which had appeared in front of her at some point, was enveloped in explosive blood energy. Ah! One of the undead screamed, not being cleaved apart, but instead wrapped in blood energy. It ignited like a blood flame. Li Shaoqi's eyes turned blood red as she pounced on the undead and began to tear into it. The undead screamed as it was literally torn into pieces, then swallowed by Li Shaoqi. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to tell who the real undead was. Ning Chen, who had intended to step in to save someone, couldn't help but be taken aback, simultaneously retracting his alloy battle knife. Just as he was about to turn and leave the battlefield, a sudden commotion arose behind him again. Ning Chen heard gasps from the crowd, with someone pointing at Li Shaoqi behind him, their face filled with terror. Isn't that the group of undead that was just slaughtered? How did they suddenly appear behind this girl? This situation seems like an awakening of an anomaly. Hearing the exclamations, Ning Chen turned around sharply. He saw Li Shaoqi standing in the square, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind, an invisible aura and pressure rapidly rising around her. Behind her, shadow after shadow emerged, snarling and roaring. They were the very undead that Ning Chen had just slain, now transformed into fierce ghostly figures appearing behind her. Ning Chen glanced sideways. This scene indeed resembled an awakening of an anomaly. But what was going on with these undead? Ning Xiao also looked at Li Shaoqi in astonishment. For a long time, S-rank anomaly, devouring star souls. Devouring star souls? Ning Chen's expression also showed surprise upon hearing this. He had indeed come across this anomaly in the information on anomalies at the martial arts pavilion last time. This anomaly was quite special, a powerful dark-type anomaly. Although it was only an A-rank anomaly, it could continuously evolve by devouring the undead. It could grow into the top-tier SSS anomaly, or even higher. Ning Chen did not expect that Li Shaoqi would awaken the anomaly of devouring star souls under such stimulation. However, thinking about the nature of devouring star souls, he wondered if Li Shaoqi could handle it. If she couldn't, she might very well fall into madness. It was important to know that every undead she devoured carried extremely terrifying resentment. If she wanted to continuously strengthen the anomaly, she would have to keep devouring the souls of the undead. As the number of undead souls increased, the resentment would grow heavier, potentially leading to backlash in the end. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, behind Li Shaoqi, in addition to nearly 100 undead souls, more than 10 human undead emerged. Some were indifferent, confused, but were quickly devoured and assimilated by Li Shaoqi's anomaly, becoming part of it. In the next moment, these more than 10 human undead rapidly mutated. Some grew 3 heads and 6 arms, while others transformed into human-headed beast bodies. At this time, over 100 undead floated behind Li Shaoqi, rising and falling with her petite figure. The area was filled with howling winds and a chilling aura, resembling a night of 1,000 ghosts, plunging the entire square into an indescribable oppression. However, Li Shaoqi's aura quickly began to wane. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, her body going limp. But she did not fall to the ground. Before she could hit the ground, Ning Chen appeared beside her. He reached out a hand, grabbing Li Shaoqi by the neck and lifting her away. Take care of her. Ning Chen casually tossed Li Shaoqi to a captain of the Star Guard, a 6th-tier expert. He then brandished his alloy battle knife and charged towards the other 2 cult strongholds. After the undead were cleared, the battle quickly came to an end. The remaining strongholds had only 2 small waves of cultists left. However, the Star Guard warriors, who had long mastered the information on these miscreants, quickly eliminated these 2 waves of cultists, leaving only 2 leaders alive. The return ceremony thus concluded, and such a grand spectacle naturally made its way online, causing quite a stir. When countless people saw Ning Chen alone with a Guqin, effortlessly slaying the star race beings with a snap of his fingers, it sparked endless discussions. Practitioners of the mentalist path, outside of martial arts, were extremely rare. Many martial artists thus began to pay attention to Ning Chen. In the Su family's conference hall, a disciple stood before the family head, Su Yunlong, handing over 2 copies of the latest trending news, glancing at Su Yunlong, and saying, "Family head, the latest news about the young master of the Ning family." Su Yunlong took a look, and his expression darkened visibly, saying, "What's wrong with this Ning Chen lately? Why is he so fierce? A mentalist, slaying the undead." This time he had outshone everyone again, and watching Ning Chen steal the spotlight was even more uncomfortable than losing face himself. Last time, didn't the Ning family and the Jiang family send 3 portions of golden body marrow liquid? Notify the 3rd and 4th, to promote as soon as possible. As long as my Su family successfully recreates 3 8-grade golden bodies, we can easily re-enter the top tier of the first-class families. Su Yunlong said solemnly to the 2 elders sitting below. The 2 elders nodded slightly, seeing the Ning family's sycophantic young master show off. They couldn't help but wish to be promoted to 8th grade immediately to slap this young master's face hard. Last time during the Memorial Day, the Su family had lost a lot of face. However, none of that mattered anymore. As long as the 3 8th-grade golden bodies were in place, the strength of the Su family would soar again. With 3 8th-grade golden bodies, even the Ning family would have to treat them with caution. Revitalize the Su family, reclaim the former dignity of the martial saint family. Su Yunlong clenched his fists and roared. Behind him, a group of high-ranking members and disciples of the Su family also clenched their fists, shouting along with Su Yunlong as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The next day, ding! Day 11 of the sycophant, reward, blood of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Ning Chen woke from his cultivation and felt a slight stir in his heart upon seeing the system prompt. Blood of the great mighty heavenly dragon. The process from 4th to 5th grade in martial arts is about tempering the body. Many precious blood essences for body tempering are extremely rare. The blood of many underground alien races and star races is highly effective for body tempering, especially that of dragon-type alien races like the blood demon dragon and blood dragon, which are particularly hard to come by. The blood of the great mighty heavenly dragon is undoubtedly the top-tier blood for body tempering. At this moment, Ning Chen got up and glanced at the cultivation room. It was dawn. After putting away the blood of the great mighty heavenly dragon, he opened the door and walked out of the cultivation room. Xiang stood at the door, arms crossed, soundly asleep, snoring like thunder. Droplets of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, creating pits in the metal floor. The moment Ning Chen pushed the door open, Xiang also woke up. "Young master, your classmate is awake in the medical room. She said she wants to see you. Do you want to go take a look?" Although Xiang had just woken up, his mind was clear. As an 8th grade golden body, he actually didn't need sleep. But it was too boring, so he just passed the time. Ning Chen smiled and said, "See me? Is she going to thank me in person? Maybe she'll offer herself in gratitude. You should be mentally prepared." Xiang chuckled. "Uncle Xiang, can you be serious? I'm still a student," Ning Chen said helplessly as he walked toward the medical room. "Young master, today's students understand everything, much more than I did back in my day." "What's that saying? Ugly people play with flowers." Xiang laughed and followed behind. "Uncle Xiang, your first love isn't still around, is she?" Ning Chen suddenly asked with a smile. "What age am I at to still be hung up on that?" "It's long been artificially destroyed," Xiang said nonchalantly. The two walked one after the other. Ning Chen suddenly asked, "Uncle Xiang, after reaching 4th grade martial arts, the cultivation speed has obviously slowed down. When you have time, could you suppress your realm and practice with me? I want to accumulate some practical experience." Xiang, trailing behind, replied lazily, "Young master, at a low realm, you are invincible. At a much higher realm, no matter how rich your experience is, you still can't win. If you can't win, I'm here, but if someone can step over my corpse to reach you, what's the point of struggling? So, what use is practical experience for you, young master?" Ning Chen surprisingly felt that this old man seemed to make some sense. Should he just be at ease as a waste? Almost laughing at the absurdity, Ning Chen looked at Xiang with amusement. "This time, when the Southeast Martial University builds the cultivation room, get a set of practical simulation equipment and send it to my exclusive cultivation room." Ning Chen certainly didn't believe Xiang's nonsense. Practical experience is incredibly important at any realm. The Ning family's medical room was like a super hospital. The medical facilities were absolutely top-notch in the Dragon Kingdom and even globally. "Young master." "Good day, young master." As Ning Chen entered the medical room, rows of little nurses greeted him enthusiastically. The little nurses, dressed in professional attire, with fair skin and beautiful features, made Ning Chen feel particularly pleased. On the 2nd floor, he pushed open a room door. Li Shaoqi was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly. Upon seeing Ning Chen enter the ward, she immediately glanced at him and, feeling somewhat socially anxious, said, Ning Chen. Li Xiaoqi, we're all classmates, you don't need to be nervous, Ning Chen replied with a smile. Thank you. How's your health? Any abnormalities with your anomaly? Li Xiaoqi already knew that she had awakened her anomaly, and mentioning it clearly lifted her spirits a bit. For a long time, her biggest worry had been her talent. With an A-level talent, no matter how hard she worked, even if she wasn't left behind by others yet, her future achievements would still be limited. Coupled with her ordinary family background, she would eventually become an ordinary martial artist. She didn't want to be ordinary, she wanted to go to the Abyss and the Stargate battlefield. But now, with the awakening of her anomaly, the issue of her talent was resolved, and the heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart finally fell. Neither of them were particularly talkative. Especially Li Xiaoqi, who was introverted and socially anxious, and with the loss of her loved ones, she was very resistant to interacting with others. Get your health back before going home to see your brother and father. If you need any help, you can call me, Ning Chen said as he stood up, ready to turn and leave. At that moment, Li Xiaoqi finally mustered the courage to say, Ning Chen, I want to join the Star Guard. Ning Chen turned around and looked at Li Xiaoqi, saying, the Ning family's Star Guard is always at the forefront in any battle, more dangerous than the military in the southeast region and other families, with a casualty rate that has always been the highest. Are you sure you want to join? Li Xiaoqi nodded without hesitation, saying, I have no family left, if I die, then so be it. Ning Chen paused for a moment, it's up to you, just think it through. I'll have someone contact you, but even if you join the Star Guard, it will have to wait until after graduation. Finish the remaining year of your studies first. University life is great, enjoy a year of comfort. I don't think university life is great, Li Xiaoqi replied non-committally. Ning Chen shrugged, alright, everyone has different perspectives. Li Xiaoqi suddenly said, if I were like you, I might think it's good, but unfortunately, I'm not like you. So, whether university life is good or not has nothing to do with me. Ning Chen didn't argue further on this point. Li Xiaoqi's experiences were different from others, and naturally, the life she wanted was also different from everyone else's. In fact, what was the difference between the martial artists guarding the Abyss and the Stargate and Li Xiaoqi? After leaving the medical room, Ning Chen went to have a Xiang notify the human resources of the Star Guard to arrange Li Xiaoqi's entry contract. Not to mention that Ning Chen was using his connections, even if Li Xiaoqi awakened the ability to devour star souls, it would be enough to make many forces fight over her. The next day, ding! Day 12 of the Simping Quest, reward, Immortal Elixir. Ning Chen opened his eyes, and at that moment, he was shaken by the system prompt. The Immortal Elixir could bring the dead back to life, even if one's lifespan was about to expire, it could extend life by 100 years. With this elixir, Ning Chen essentially gained an extra life. The rewards from this system seemed to be getting more and more outrageous. On this day, the Battle of Guanshanhai, which had lasted only a few days, suddenly came to an end. A shocking piece of news spread throughout Starguard City. The outcome of this battle was not good, the Star Clan achieved a great victory, and the Human Clan suffered heavy losses. Marshal Saint Ningzhan was severely injured, and the 3 ninth-grade Grandmasters of the Ning family suffered damage to their original golden bodies. More than 100 mid to high-grade martial artists were killed or injured. Less than 3 hours after the news broke, Ningzhan led the Ning family martial artists back to Starguard City. In the Ning family hall, as Ning Chen reached the entrance, he heard a deep voice tinged with weakness. Pick up the arm, pick up the arm. Ning Chen walked into the hall and saw Ningzhan, along with Ning Xiao, Ning Xiong, and other high-ranking members of the Ning family present. At that moment, everyone looked extremely serious. A Ning family martial artist ran to the front of the crowd, picked up an arm from the ground, and hurriedly ran away, looking anxious. Seeing Ning Chen appear, Ningzhan's serious expression turned into a smile. Xiaofeng, come sit. Ning Chen noticed that Ningzhan had lost an arm, and his body was covered in large, hideous scars, with the source energy of a martial saint continuously flowing out, slowly repairing the wounds. But the speed was extremely slow. This was a state of damage to the original path. It was unimaginable that a martial saint like Ning Chen could suffer such severe injuries. One could only imagine the brutality of this battle. Ah, you little rascal, I heard you've been practicing mental energy cultivation. Ningzhan looked at Ning Chen with eyes full of affection. He had naturally heard about Ning Chen's performance this time, which surprised him. Ning Chen remained calm and looked at Ningzhan's injuries, concerned. Yes, father, your injuries. Ningzhan waved his hand dismissively. Xiaofeng, the reason I called you here is to discuss some matters regarding the aftermath. Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart sank. Was Ningzhan injured so badly? He glanced down, and the high-ranking members of the Ning family all showed expressions of grief, clearly already aware. I thought it was just a small-scale confrontation, but unexpectedly, we were ambushed by the three kings of the royal family. As a martial saint of the Ning family, how could I fall like this? It's truly unwilling. Ning Zhan sighed. He was genuinely unwilling. He had thought that the situation on the Guanshan Sea was just a cover to disrupt the return of the undead clan. He never expected that this side was the decoy, and the Guanshan Sea was the real trap. The three kings of the Star Clan had all come out, using the source energy of a dying martial saint of the Star Clan to drag him down with them. Although Ning Zhan had temporarily withstood it and hadn't been taken away immediately, his injuries clearly indicated that he didn't have much time left. The Ning family members were filled with sorrow. Ning Zhan, however, took it lightly and coldly smiled. Xiaofeng, the only thing I'm worried about is you. But now, you've really made me proud. However, you are still weak and need time to grow. Remember this, a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. Although you have the protection of the Ning family, you must also be cautious. There are those who want the Ning family to perish. It's not just the Star Clan and the underground alien races. Ning Chen nodded, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Ning Zhan continued, I don't have much lifespan left. Before I die, I plan to take a group of veterans from the Sunset Team to the Flame Demon Sea. The Flame Demon Sea is currently the main stronghold of the military, geographically located upstream of the Ning family's ancient blood domain. Within 3 years, there will definitely be a battle for the human race in this area. I intend to use my last strength to push the Flame Demon Sea 800 miles upward. Ideally, I want to drag a Star Clan false god along. This way, there will be a glimmer of hope for the large-scale battle 3 years from now. Otherwise, if I'm gone, the chances of victory for the human race will be too low. As Ning Zhan spoke, a hint of weariness appeared on his face. Was he afraid of death? Yes, and no. He feared that if he died, the human race wouldn't be able to withstand it. If the ancient blood domain guarded by the Ning family couldn't hold, the Star Clan would likely use that gap to break into the Earth Star. At that time, the forces of the human race in the other domains would have to support, but the situation in the other domains with the underground and stargates was equally tense. It could easily lead to a chain reaction, resulting in a total collapse. At that time, the human race, and even the Earth Star, would face catastrophic destruction. However, the others looked heavy-hearted, while Ning Chen had already regained his calm. Was this farewell speech a bit premature? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen said, Father, can you let the uncles and elders step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you privately. Ning Zhan was puzzled, and the others looked at Ning Chen with similar confusion. Alright, everyone step out for a moment. Ning Zhan, not suspecting anything, waved his hand, allowing the high-ranking members to step out and wait. Once everyone had left, Ning Zhan looked at Ning Chen and asked, Xiaofeng, what do you want to say? Ning Zhan smiled and moved his hand, revealing a humanoid medicinal herb in his palm. The herb was only the size of Ning Chen's palm but exuded an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. It was the immortal herb that Ning Chen had just obtained. Although this thing was rare, new rewards came every day, so it wasn't that precious to Ning Chen anymore. Moreover, this is Ning Zhan, the backbone of the Ning family. And the Ning family is the backbone of the entire southeast region. Ning Zhan stared at the humanoid medicinal herb in confusion, and after a few seconds, he exclaimed in shock, is this the immortal elixir? He sensed the intense medicinal aura of the elixir, his expression one of disbelief. Ning Chen smiled and said, yes, father, you no longer need to charge into the Flame Demon Sea like a death-seeking team. Boom! Upon receiving Ning Chen's affirmative answer, Ning Zhan suddenly stood up, his expression extremely excited as he said, is it really the immortal elixir? Xiaofeng, how did you obtain it? Actually, I recently came into possession of the entire legacy of a mysterious elder by chance. Ning Chen had already anticipated that Ning Zhan would ask this question and had prepared his explanation in advance. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ning Zhan, the matter regarding the system was something he couldn't disclose, including the part about having the higher-ups of the Ning family wait outside. It wasn't that he didn't trust everyone. The Ning family had fought bloodily for humanity for 1,000 years, and no one could have blood redder than theirs. But some things are better kept known to fewer people. No wonder, no wonder. Ning Zhan seemed to understand why Ning Chen's recent transformation had been so significant. It turned out he had obtained the legacy of a mysterious powerhouse, which explained everything. At this moment, after struggling, Ning Zhan calmed down. He pushed the immortal elixir away with determination, firmly refusing, no, the immortal elixir has the power to bring the dead back to life. You should keep this elixir for yourself. You may also face life and death crises in the future. Having an immortal elixir was equivalent to having an extra life. In comparison, he preferred Ning Chen to live well. Ning Chen smiled, I have more. Ning Zhan was once again taken aback, more? Xiaofeng, the legacy you obtained, could it be a legacy above the martial saint level? The immortal elixir was exceedingly rare. Among all the martial saints he knew, none possessed an immortal elixir. Yet Ning Chen actually had more than one. Ning Chen shook his head. I don't know his identity, but he is definitely above the martial saint level. It should be a legacy from a martial god. Ning Zhan had no doubts about this. Only a martial god's legacy could possess such numerous treasures. He just didn't know which martial god's legacy Ning Chen had obtained. It should be noted that there were only a few martial gods in the history of humanity, but each martial god was a being that suppressed an era. However, Ning Zhan didn't ask further. After all, this was Ning Chen's secret. Even as his father, he wouldn't pry. Alright, I'll take it. Ning Zhan finally agreed and swallowed the immortal elixir. After receiving the immortal elixir, Ning Zhan directly swallowed it whole. Then he immediately locked down his entire body with his original power to prevent the medicinal effects from leaking out. However, even so, at the moment he swallowed the elixir, Ning Zhan felt a surge of intense life energy rapidly spread throughout his body. The vigorous vitality instantly restored a hint of color to Ning Zhan's face. The scars all over his body began to visibly heal at an astonishing speed. This seems like it's going to grow a brain. Suddenly, Ning Zhan covered his head, wearing a look of comfort. Ning Chen looked at Ning Zhan in astonishment. Seeing this, Ning Zhan chuckled. It's nothing. I took a hit from a false god in the Guanshan Sea and got my brain knocked out. Ning Chen couldn't help but gasp at this. Ning Zhan spoke lightly, but the danger was evident. It was only at the level of a martial saint. Even an 8th grade golden body would be a fatal target. Once shattered or severely injured, survival would be difficult. Ning Chen said, Father, you should quickly enter seclusion to refine the medicinal power. Alright. Ning Zhan felt the surging life force within him, utterly astonished. This is the power of the immortal elixir? It was his first time witnessing it. At this moment, Ning Zhan looked at Ning Chen and suddenly cautioned, Xiaofeng, don't let this matter spread for now. Perhaps in 3 years, it can offer a great gift to the Star Clan. This time, he had his brain knocked out by several false gods. Next time, if he didn't knock their brains out, it wouldn't be Ning Zhan's character. Ning Chen smiled, understood. Stepping out of the Ning family's hall, Ning Chen did not return to the training room to enter seclusion. Instead, he headed to Southeast Martial University. Southeast Martial University. The construction of the training room was in full swing, with the project already over halfway completed. If all went well, it should be finished within the expected timeframe. From the eyes of the students coming and going, one could see their anticipation for the new training room. I heard the new training room not only has a star source room but also a virtual network for simulated battles. I can't wait. Haha, it seems I have a chance to break through to the second rank graduation. The playground was bustling with people, and at that moment, the passing students suddenly felt a jolt of excitement. Then, a uniform gaze of envy was directed at a luxury car. From the luxury vehicle, Xiang, sitting in the passenger seat, got out and was about to reach for Ning Chen's car door. Suddenly, a delicate white hand pulled the door open first. Xiang chuckled and withdrew his hand. Standing in front of the car was a figure, slim and small, with a ponytail, dressed simply. It was Li Shaoqi. Young Master Ning, it's young Master Ning. So handsome, that aura, that looks. Ever since I stopped being a sycophant, he looks even more pleasing to the eye. Ha! Is the girl following young Master Ning Li Shaoqi? At that moment, someone noticed Li Shaoqi behind Ning Chen, instantly causing a stir of surprise. As a powerful contender who made it onto the Southeast Martial University's martial ranking with an A-level talent, Li Shaoqi was actually quite well known in the school. However, everyone knew that this girl had always been reclusive. Now, seeing her obediently following Ning Chen like a little follower, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Actually, you don't have to follow me, Ning Chen said as he got out of the car, looking at Li Shaoqi behind him with a wry smile. Li Shaoqi had signed a contract with the Town Star Division at the Ning family and had been following him ever since, seemingly intent on being Ning Chen's sidekick. Noticing the pointing and whispering around them, Li Shaoqi felt a bit awkward and evasively said, I am from the Town Star Division, so naturally, I am also yours. Xiang beside them looked at Ning Chen with a smile, his eyes seemingly saying, how about that? I guessed right, didn't I? In the principal's office, Chuan Donghai and his son sat in their seats, their expressions quite serious. After a long silence, Chuan Donghai said in a deep voice, Little Tiger, the young master of the Ning family, the young master of the Jiang family, and the 3 daughters of the Xia family. None of them are easy to deal with. Now, we are witnessing the rise of these 3 major families, with a new generation of talents gradually emerging. Being your vice principal is not an easy job. Hearing this, Chuan who also became very serious, unconsciously tightening his grip on the alloy battle gun beside him. He was able to become the vice principal and take over from his father, partly due to his own talent and strength, which could not be underestimated. Fourth on the Southeast Marshall University ranking. Although not first, it was still impressive. And who were the ones ahead of him? Yi Jinyuan, Kai Jiang. Two with extraordinary SS-level talents, equivalent to SSS level. They had both background and talent, so their rankings were well-deserved. Moreover, if it came down to a life-and-death situation, he could use his trump card to climb to third place, and possibly even challenge for first or second. But now, it seemed that those who could suppress him were not just the top three, but also Jiang Nianshu and Xia Tian, one busy with family business and the other a reclusive training fanatic. They didn't even care about the martial ranking, and now there was also Ning Chen. All three were capable of suppressing him. The key was that these three were the three major powers of the Southeast region, with extremely special identities. Therefore, being the vice principal was going to be quite challenging. He was already feeling immense pressure. In the upcoming end-of-semester practical assessment for the top 5 schools in the Southeast region, the Ning family is the exclusive sponsor, providing the venue, equipment, and information sources. Now that Ning Chen has taken over the affairs of Southeast Marshall University, he should be arriving soon. You can take a look at the materials first. Later, you can have a chat with him. Chuan Donghai said that there are a total of 5 martial arts universities in the Southeast region, among which Southeast Marshall University ranks in the top 10, while the other 4 are not very strong, ranking anywhere from dozens to hundreds in Longhua. These 5 martial arts universities can be said to be primarily invested in by the Ning family, holding absolute decision-making power. Good. Chuan Hu took the information and began to read. Soon, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Donggu Village is actually a stronghold for a cult? I went to Donggu Village when the 2 students from class 2 and 3 went missing last time, and I felt something was off then. So this village is all about the school, now it all makes sense. Upon mentioning the cult, Chuan Donghai sighed but said nothing more. At that moment, Li Xiaoqi pushed open the door, and the 2 were momentarily stunned to see him. But right after, Ning Chen walked in. He went straight to a chair opposite the 2 and sat down, ignoring their somewhat bewildered expressions. Ning Chen got straight to the point, saying, "Principals, you should have an idea about the third-year graduation assessment by now. I'm here to finalize things. If there are any issues, feel free to speak up," Chuan Hu said. "I already know Donggu Village is a cult stronghold, but what about the detailed information?" Ning Chen threw a stack of documents onto the table and said, "It's all here." Chuan Hu picked up the documents from the table and began to flip through them, gasping as he read. After a while, he put down the documents, his expression grave. 1 person at the 6th rank, 3 at the 5th rank, several at the 4th, 2nd, and 3rd ranks. And they have already taken root, having been cult members from childhood to old age. The situation in this village was far more serious than he had imagined. Chuan Hu said solemnly, "Those infants and children, can they also be considered cult members?" Before he could finish, Ning Chen interrupted coldly, "What I mean is, not a single one should be spared. Vice Principal Chuan, we cannot afford to be soft-hearted, compassion is not an option." Chuan Hu replied in a low voice, "Young Master Ning, that's not what I meant, but they are just a group of infants." Ning Chen did not argue with Chuan Hu but turned to Chuan Donghai, "Principal Chuan, what do you think?" Ning Chen posed the question to Chuan Donghai. "Little Hu, young Master Ning is right. Cult members are a product of mental brainwashing, especially these children, who have had their thoughts altered from a young age, and there are even descendants of cult members." Chuan Donghai agreed with Ning Chen's words. He looked at Chuan Hu, his tone and expression extremely serious. "Do you remember Mentor's son from Kunlun Marshall University?" Chuan Hu replied, "Uncle Sun Chiu?" "Yes." Chuan Donghai nodded. More than a decade ago, this genius mentor from Kunlun Marshall University, during an operation to eliminate a high-ranking cult member, softened his heart and couldn't bring himself to kill that cult member's offspring, secretly adopting him into his family. As a result, 10 years later, his wife and 2 children were killed by that cult member's offspring, and now you see what has become of Mentor's son. I heard not long ago that the situation in the Green Sea battlefield in the eastern region was dire, and Mentor's son voluntarily applied to join the Vanguard Army. Chuan Hu's spirit jolted at this. The Vanguard Army? Isn't that a suicide squad? Chuan Donghai's expression flashed with sadness. So, as long as they are cult members, it must be so. These people are rotten to the core. He recalled the scene from years ago when he met that elder mentor, who was completely inebriated. The betrayal by his adopted son and the death of his wife and children had turned that mentor into a shell of a man. Perhaps for him, dying in battle for humanity was the best fate. Chuan Hu nodded heavily. "I understand now. Ning Chen then discussed the detailed arrangements for the assessment with the two, before standing up to leave. The information has been provided. How to arrange the assessment will be up to the school. If there are any issues, notify me at any time. Seeing Ning Chen stand up, Li Shaoqi quickly opened the door, politely nodded to the two principals, and then closed the door as he followed Ning Chen out. Watching Ning Chen's departing figure and Li Shaoqi disappearing from view, Chuan Donghai and Chuan Hu were both utterly astonished. Chuan Hu said, "Dad, when did Li Shaoqi get together with Ning Chen?" Chuan Donghai couldn't help but laugh. "Can't you see? She's latched onto Ning Chen, acting as his sidekick." Chuan Hu scratched his head. "I heard from mentor Sun Jiansheng that this girl is usually quiet and doesn't say a word, yet she knows how to latch onto the strong?" Chuan Donghai looked at Chuan Hu and chuckled. "She's quiet, not stupid. You need to learn this well. If you want to be a good vice principal, you don't need to do anything else. Being a principal isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. As long as you can handle Ning Chen, Jiang Yanqiu, and Xia Tian, you're set." "What about Ji Daoyi?" Chuan Hu asked. Ji Daoyi has been living in the cave Stargate for a long time. Last time he was crushed by Ning Chen, he probably won't return to the surface anytime soon. Chuan Hu continued, "What about Jiang Yunfei?" Chuan Donghai fell silent at this, and after a while, he said, "I hope he and that group of prodigies can survive and come back from that place." Chuan Hu also fell silent for a moment, looking in the direction Ning Chen had left, suddenly asking, "Dad, if I were to challenge Ning Chen to 3 matches, best of 3, what are my chances of winning?" Chuan Donghai was taken aback. "Challenging Ning Chen? What were you thinking? How dare you?" Chuan Donghai raised a finger. 1%? He shook his finger. "You'll lose every time." Chuan Hu looked speechless. Is the gap really that big? Chuan Donghai gave Chuan Hu a hard slap on the head. "Are you questioning an 8th grade golden body expert? My eyes are my measure, I can't be wrong." "No, how could I dare to question you?" Chuan Hu said innocently, covering his head. Chuan Donghai sat back in his chair, his tone serious. "I warn you, don't try to challenge Ning Chen, it could shatter your Dao heart. I'm telling you, this young Master Ning is a bit too sinister right now." The martial arts crushed Ji Daoyi, and the anomalies overwhelmed Yilan, but Ning Chen is just an A-grade talent. Isn't that sinister enough? The martial path cultivates the Dao heart, the belief in invincibility. He doesn't want his foolish son to be struck down for no reason. If his Dao heart shatters, he won't even have a place to cry. Ji Daoyi and Yilan are currently facing this situation. After leaving the principal's office, Ning Chen didn't go to the classroom. Everyone would feel uncomfortable in the classroom, even the teachers had to watch his expression while teaching. So Ning Chen really had no interest in going to class. He went straight to the old training room. The new training room was still under construction. He had a few roommates in the school dormitory, but he had never met them, and he didn't even know his dorm room number. The only place he could go now was the old training room. "Young master, the simulation combat equipment in the old training room has been activated. Although it's a bit outdated, it can still be used, just make do with it," Xiang said, following behind him. "All right, Uncle Xiang." The new training room would be completed in a few days, so the old training room didn't matter much anymore. On the way to the old training room, in a customized room of the old training room, the power of blood and energy surged, and Su Xinyue's blood energy rose sharply. But just moments later, the originally surging blood energy in the room suddenly plummeted. The breakthrough failed, the shackles remained unbroken. Su Xinyue's cultivation level returned to the early stage of the 4th grade. With a gloomy expression, she opened her eyes and stood up in frustration, stamping her foot hard. "Failed again. That's 3 times now. This old training room just doesn't work." Ning Chen's exclusive training room has never been used. The star source energy is still full and hasn't been used at all. If only I could have it. Su Xinyue irritably scratched her head. However, ever since she saw Yilan being crushed last time, she had come to a harsh realization. Ning Chen, this scumbag, was no longer the devoted Ning Chen of the past. It was now very difficult for her to gain any benefits from him. Although she felt unhappy and unwilling, Su Xinyue calmed down and thought that her strategy towards Ning Chen should be appropriately changed. Should she lower her stance at the right time? Admit defeat. Perhaps Ning Chen would still remember their past and give her some benefits, like letting her use the training room for her cultivation. After all, they used to be senior and junior siblings. Moreover, Ning Chen had been infatuated with her for so long, surely there was still some lingering affection? If Ning Chen couldn't even agree to this small request, then he would really be letting down her deceased martial saint father. With this thought, Su Xinyue regained some confidence. She pushed open the door to the training room and slammed it shut as she walked out. However, just as she stepped outside, her irritated expression froze because she saw a figure walking towards her with an indifferent demeanor. Under the dim light, the young man was tall and slender, wearing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Calm and confident, Su Xinyue felt dazed, her heart inexplicably empty. Was this still the same person who had given everything for her? At that moment, Su Xinyue suddenly realized that the boy she had once looked down upon and despised didn't seem so bad after all. His physique, appearance, and family background all seemed quite good. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss, while the young man, upon entering, merely glanced at Su Xinyue standing in the training room. His eyes held a complete indifference, as if looking at a stranger. Then he withdrew his gaze. Su Xinyue stared blankly at that figure, her heart feeling as if it had been turned upside down. Once upon a time, this boy had been hers. With just a glance from her, he would rush to her like a dog, disregarding everything. But now, at this moment, Ning Chen walked straight to the door of his training room, reached out to grab the metal door. Ning Chen, suddenly, a hesitant voice came from behind. It not only stopped Ning Chen in his tracks but also attracted the attention of the other students below the training tower. Ning Chen halted but did not turn around. What's wrong? His tone was filled with indifference, as if addressing a stranger. Su Xinyue's expression froze again, and realizing this, she steeled herself and said, "Can I use the training room? I need to." Ning Chen's smile was as warm as spring, and he shrugged, "Sorry, my private training room is not open to the public. Everyone in the school should know this." He decisively refused, and with a bang, Ning Chen turned and entered the training room. He closed the door heavily, leaving Su Xinyue alone outside, feeling disheveled. Looks like she's fallen out of favor. She probably hasn't woken up from the dream of being dumped by Ning. She still wants to use Ning's training room, really thinks she's still the little darling in his palm. It's understandable, after all, she was once the one he adored. A pitiful person must have their own faults. The former Ning who was a lovesick fool, she ignored him, but the awakened Ning is out of her league now. Listening to the whispers and mockery around her, Su Xinyue's face changed from red to white and then to black, feeling her head buzzing. "Ah, Ning Chen, I won't let this go." Su Xinyue stomped her foot in anger, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She turned and ran. Bang! Just as she turned, she collided hard with a metal pillar, and a large bump immediately formed on her forehead. Laughter erupted around her. Stepping into the training room, Ning Chen finally saw his specially designed training room at Wu University. There were no luxurious decorations or any flashy items. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sparkling sight, all made of star ore. But the energy in the entire training room was extremely abundant. This specially designed training room had only been entered by Su Xinyue before, no one else had ever come in. If outsiders were to see it, they would probably be left speechless. After all, how precious was star ore? The other students' training rooms were centered around a piece of star source ore, with several training rooms sharing the energy absorbed from it for cultivation. Even so, it was not something an ordinary student could afford. Many students worked tirelessly on tasks, desperately entering dungeons and stargates to fight monsters and level up, all to accumulate points for access to the training room. In contrast, some wealthy students didn't have to struggle as hard, they could simply throw money at the problem. However, such extravagance was still not feasible. Only the Ning family had the strength to directly construct a room using star source ore. Of course, this training room was funded by the Ning family, specifically designed for Ning Chen, without taking advantage of the school. It's a pity I didn't cherish it before, always focusing on that woman Su Xinyue, Ning Chen thought to himself, finding it amusing as he recalled the past. He looked around and noticed a metal door ahead, which was of normal size. However, there was a sign hanging at the entrance. Battle Simulation Room. Ning Chen's expression shifted as he gazed at this training room. The Battle Simulation Room could replicate real combat scenarios. In the simulated battles, all sensations and scenes were identical to reality. However, it required a significant amount of vitality as a cost. For instance, the training room before Ning Chen contained enough vitality to match the total vitality of a 7th grade master. Only then could every aspect be accurately restored. Every person, every plant, and every detail within the simulation room required the consumption of vitality. Ning Chen walked to the training platform, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his vitality. Instantly, a vast amount of starlight brilliance surged from the star source ore, flooding into Ning Chen's entire body. Even though this training room had been in use for over 100 years, the remaining energy was still astonishing. Time passed unknowingly. Ding! Day 13 of being a sycophant, reward, Ancient 8-part Pagoda. Ancient 8-part Pagoda, Dragon King Ruler, Coral Wondrous Beads, 8-part Furnace, Destiny Crystal Ball, Morning Bell, Evening Drum, Sky-Splitting Halberd, King of Light Axe, and a tower-shaped magical artifact, Wood Daoist. Inside the training room, Ning Chen saw the introduction of the ancient 8-part pagoda. Even for someone like Ning Chen, who had seen countless top-tier magical artifacts, a hint of fervor surged in his eyes. This 8-part pagoda was different from other artifacts. It was composed of 8 magical artifacts, forming the complete shape of the 8-part pagoda, endowing it with immense power and functionality. Each part could also be disassembled for individual use. Peerless divine ability. The ancient 8-part pagoda ranks among the 36 most supreme divine abilities, a powerful skill that grants the user immense strength and capabilities. Refining process can be refined through blood sacrifices and vitality, continuously enhancing the level of the 8-part pagoda. Tribulation crossing ability. The 8-part pagoda can easily cross tribulations, demonstrating that it is not only difficult to refine but also performs excellently in actual combat. Supreme magical artifact. As the supreme magical artifact passed down by the ancient heavenly dragon clan, the 8-part pagoda gathers the essence of powerful forces like the dragon clan, with each component being an extremely powerful existence. This is the complete functionality and divine abilities of the 8-part pagoda. It can be said that each of these 8 magical artifacts, when taken individually and placed on Earthstar, is an absolute top-tier treasure, capable of making countless martial artists fight to the death for it. If the 8-part pagoda were to be combined, even a martial saint, no, even a martial god, would have to fight fiercely for it. This illustrates just how terrifying the complete form of the 8-part pagoda is. It is likely that there is only one such artifact on Earthstar, unmatched by any other. Ning Chen made a gesture, and the 8-part pagoda, resembling a treasure tower, immediately flew from the system to hover before him. The pagoda floated, surrounded by wisps of silver gas, resembling a cascading galaxy. On top of that gas, Ning Chen could even sense the aura of the Tao. Is this the ancient heavenly dragon 8-part pagoda? Just this pressure alone is beyond what the Ning family's martial god tower can compare to. In that moment, Ning Chen felt a stirring in his heart. The Ning family's God of War Tower is a top-tier artifact of the Earthstar and a treasured heirloom of the Ning clan. Each generation's God of War from the Ning family chooses to enter seclusion within the God of War Tower in their twilight years, using the remaining power of the God of War to refine the tower. Unless the family faces a catastrophic crisis, they will not step out of the tower for the rest of their lives. Through the continuous refinement by generations of Gods of War, the God of War Tower of the Ning family has long become incredibly formidable. However, even so, Ning Chen had never felt this kind of heart-pounding sensation when facing the God of War Tower. This 8-parts pagoda absolutely cannot be leaked to the outside world, otherwise, even the Ning family would face a catastrophic blood disaster. Ning Chen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The emergence of a top-tier artifact would provoke global martial saints and even gods of war to fight for it. This 8-parts pagoda, which is even more terrifying than a top-tier artifact, would likely bring calamity to the Ning family if it were to be revealed. He looked at the 8-parts pagoda and made a gesture. Instantly, the 8-parts pagoda disassembled and began to orbit around Ning Chen. In his left hand was the sky-splitting spear, and in his right was the King of Light axe, accompanied by the morning bell and evening drum. In front of him floated the Dragon King ruler, coral Bodhi beads, the 8-parts furnace, and the Destiny crystal ball. Beside Ning Chen sat a wooden figure resembling a pagoda, with closed eyes, sitting cross-legged. On these 8 components of the pagoda flowed an incredibly dense aura of blood and chaotic energy. The 2 types of energy intertwined, forming curtain-like waterfalls that exuded an overwhelming might. Ning Chen smiled, although he could not extract the 8-parts pagoda in its entirety. Taking out one piece for public view was still feasible. With his unmatched strength at the same level, combined with the top-tier artifact, even killing across ranks would not be a difficult task. Moreover, these 8-parts pagoda components could be upgraded through blood sacrifices or personal refinement. As Ning Chen thought of this, he suddenly remembered his reward, under the Star Abyss. If he were to use human blood for the sacrifice, that would be impossible for him. Cultists could hardly be considered human, but their numbers were limited. However, the Star Abyss from the Star Realm was different. The beings caught there were all from star races or alien races. He felt no guilt in sacrificing the blood of these outsiders. With that in mind, Ning Chen flicked his rod and chose not to focus on fishing, allowing the fishing rod to dangle on its own. Then Ning Chen began to check his own realm and cultivation. At this moment, his martial arts cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Upon reaching the mid-stage, he began to attempt to touch the Tao, which required building 6 bridges within his body to connect the internal and external. These 6 bridges were the bridge of the heart and the bridge of the 5 organs, also known in martial arts as the bridge of Tao marks. This means that the bridge is filled with traces of the great Tao, indicating that the martial artist's path is currently flawed. Once all 6 Tao mark bridges are successfully constructed, he would reach the peak of the 4th rank. At that point, the martial artist could actively absorb energy particles from the air, starting to refine the 5 organs, beginning with the heart, followed by the 5 organs. Once the entire body is refined, the blood would become incredibly heavy, dripping to the ground with a sound like rolling steel balls. When the physical body is strong enough, it can withstand the external Dalmark bridges, allowing a breakthrough to the realm of the 5th rank Great Martial Master. After reaching the 5th rank, the Dalmark bridges would need to be completely externalized and then the marks on them erased. Of course, that is a matter for later. For now, Ning Chen needed to focus on building the 6 Dalmark bridges within his body first. The power of blood and energy circulated, containing the bloodline of the celestial overlord. This caused a faint purple glow to appear on the surface of Ning Chen's body. The entire body shimmered with purple light, resembling the brilliance of a divine treasure. For a martial artist, the pride naturally lies in their physical body. However, with the celestial overlord's blood, even without having begun the body refinement process, Ning Chen's physique was already beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. This is the domineering nature of the celestial overlord's blood. As Ning Chen looked inward, he examined his heart, preparing to build the first Dalmark bridge. The originally complex organ, under internal observation, revealed every cell and blood vessel with astonishing clarity. Ning Chen turned his hand, and a drop of golden blood appeared, suspended in his palm. The divine blood of the body, the blood of the great might heavenly dragon. Ning Chen immediately swallowed the great might heavenly dragon blood. As a wave of heat rapidly spread throughout his body, Ning Chen's entire being surged with purple light. At that moment, he felt his blood and energy boiling, as if the tyrannical bloodline within him was about to awaken. Boom boom! With this surge of blood and energy, Ning Chen continuously attempted to construct a bridge of Dalmarks using chaotic energy. However, the controllable surge of blood and energy collapsed with a loud bang before it could take shape. This happened repeatedly during his attempts. Ning Chen did not feel discouraged. Cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight, and every realm required countless trials and refinements. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Buzz. Finally, when Ning Chen opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Under internal observation, with the help of the great might heavenly dragon blood, after the power of the blood had completely dissipated, the bridge of Dalmarks in his heart finally took shape, not collapsing, successfully constructed. To build a bridge of Dalmarks in one night, if this cultivation speed were to spread, it would surely astonish countless people. If one were to look inside Ning Chen at this moment, they would see a bridge of Dalmarks suspended above his heart. The bridge was mottled and decayed, etched with numerous scratches, as if it had endured countless years of wind and frost. Among them, 3 cracks were particularly large, already worthy of being called fissures. Just then, the fishing rod beside Ning Chen suddenly twitched, and with a flick of his hand, another flying demon fish was hooked. The giant fish, having regained its original form, looked bewildered at Ning Chen. After a moment, as if it had caught the scent of a human, the giant fish stared with its round, bulging eyes and lunged at Ning Chen. Slap! Ning Chen slapped it, causing the giant fish's eyes to spin with stars. After a long while, the giant fish finally reacted, realizing that its cultivation seemed to be sealed. It then sensed the crisis, its confusion turning to terror as it looked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen probed the essence power within it. It was still quite abundant. He raised his hand and shook it, instantly shattering it. A cloud of blood mist rushed into the 8 parts floating tower, becoming nourishment for it. Devouring a demon fish, yet the 8 parts floating tower felt no increase in power. Because the power of this demon fish was simply too insignificant. Ning Chen finished his cultivation, stood up, and walked to the metallic door of the simulation room. While martial arts cultivation was indeed important, practical experience was equally vital. If Ji Daohui had not encountered him back then, even a martial artist of a higher level could have fought back. Unfortunately, it was not the case. Ning Chen, whether in cultivation or phenomena, could crush Ji Daohui with absolute superiority. Through the metallic door, Ning Chen could already sense the fluctuations of blood and energy within the simulation room. He pressed the button. With a loud rumble, the metallic door slowly opened. Inside, it was still made of metal, and from the outside, nothing seemed special. However, at that moment, inside the metallic chamber, there was actually a metallic iron cage. Inside was a skeleton, which, from its appearance, was definitely not human. It should be a humanoid alien or star race. Ning Chen focused on the 2 horns, goat horns? Ning Chen was not surprised. Where did the blood and energy in the blood chamber come from? Of course, it came from some living being. The star race aliens fed on humans, and how were they not the same in the eyes of the human race? The principle of simulated combat was to obtain a complete mental imprint, then evolve it using blood and energy, recreating the scenes of past battles. For example, it was said that before the old martial sage Su Tian died, he contributed all his mental imprints. The human race could cut these mental imprints into countless fragments, creating numerous simulated scenarios. One must know that with Su Tian's experience, practical combat knowledge, and understanding of the underground caverns and stargates, if they could use his imprints for simulated combat, it would be an invaluable training opportunity for any martial artist. Stepping into the simulated battle room, he closed the alloy door behind him, and immediately, an electronic light screen appeared on one wall. Then, as the AI's voice announced, several rows of text emerged. The simulated battle has begun. Please select a simulation map. 1. Encirclement of the Cult, Story Overview, Year 1577 of the Longwu calendar, primarily simulating the strength of the opponents, early-stage 5th grade cultists. Several 4th grade cultists. 2. Capture of the ruthless bandit Xiaoliuye, Story Overview, Xiaoliuye, ranked 23rd on the wanted list of martial bandits, early-stage 5th grade martial arts cultivation, known for his brutality and cunning, has committed major crimes such as robbing martial resource transport vehicles and raping dying masters. 3. Battle of the Southern Stargate, Story Overview, Small Scale, with 2,685 martial artists dead, 1,560 Star Clan members. A 7th grade master died in battle. 8th grade Golden Body Li Guangyuan and his 3 generations of descendants led hundreds of Li clan members to defend the first line of defense in the south, fighting for a glimmer of hope for the rear. Ultimately all 3 generations perished. 4. Battle of Kyoto Stargate No. 1. Story Overview, the first Stargate to appear within the territory of the Long Kingdom, the first confrontation between humans and Star Clans. Upon discovering the Stargate, the first master of the Long Kingdom immediately led thousands of martial artists to the Stargate, defending the entrance. Ultimately, all perished. 5. 10. Please select a battle according to the number. Once selected, it cannot be changed until the battle ends. A list of options, a total of 10 battle scenarios. Ning Chen glanced over. From encircling cults to capturing wanted criminals, to simulating various battlefields of stargates and caves, all were included. However, most battles related to caves or stargates ended in tragic victories for the human race. Ning Chen had seen this situation many times. The Ning family had been at war for years, and the clan's history recorded numerous battles, most of which were incredibly brutal. The human race has always been the disadvantaged side, often sacrificing lives to fill the gaps. Number 4. Ning Chen pressed a button. He was quite interested in the first Stargate and the first battle in the capital of the Long Kingdom. He had only heard of it before, never seen it. Ultimately, he chose number 4 and initiated the simulated battle. At that moment, the prompt sound came again. Selection successful. Searching for battle-related personnel data. Search successful. Blood energy chamber opening, releasing blood energy. Simulating. Suddenly, Ning Chen felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloping his entire body. At the same time, a storm brewed in his mind, and the scene before him shifted like the turning of the stars. A towering mountain rose up, beneath which lay a dense carpet of corpses, stretching from the base to the peak, with the higher battlefields becoming increasingly shocking, featuring both human and Star Clan bodies. Streams of blood flowed like rivers, winding down the mountain gorge. Not a single living being remained. Even though Ning Chen had mentally prepared himself, his heart still raced uncontrollably. He had seen various battle scenarios in the Ning family's records before, but he had never witnessed such a scene himself. If it were someone timid, just this one entrance scene could directly cause a mental breakdown, leading them to exit the simulation. In more severe cases, it could even leave marks on the Dao Bridge, permanently unerasable, thus completely severing their martial path. But Ning Chen did not falter. He exhaled deeply. Steadying his mind, he stepped over the corpses, treading on blood, his shoes leaving blooming blood flowers on the ground as he walked toward the mountain peak. Because there, 2 figures stood. One was a human, leaning on a metal war gun, with blood holes piercing through his chest, forehead, and throat, exuding no breath. Clearly, he had already fallen in battle. Yet, even in such a state, the human warrior's spine remained straight, without a hint of bending. Opposite this human stood a humanoid monster with a pair of ram-like horns. The monster had also sustained significant injuries, with several large cracks appearing on its head, blood oozing from the gaps in its bones, and horrific wounds scattered across its body. However, it was not fatal overall. Looking at the corpses of the human race before it, its eyes were filled with shadowy cold laughter, disdain, and contempt, as if it were looking down from a great height. Ning Chen stepped on the corpses, some belonging to humans and others to different races, but the majority were human. In terms of combat talent and racial advantages, humans had always been at a disadvantage. Initially, it was only after the appearance of the stargates and the underground caverns that humans fully embarked on the path of martial arts. Thus, in the early stages, humans had to sacrifice lives to make progress. Although thousands of years of resistance had allowed humans to catch up significantly on the martial arts path, they still faced an absolute disadvantage in terms of the number of strong fighters. At that moment, the horned monster also sensed something and saw Ning Chen approaching. $and hashtag and in dollar and at. The horned monster emitted a series of strange syllables, but perhaps due to the simulated battle, Ning Chen understood the meaning behind its words. Humans? There are still humans alive. The horned monster looked at Ning Chen as if it were gazing at prey. It reached out and pointed at the forehead of a human with a spear, and blood erupted, shattering the skull. The headless corpse of the human fell to the ground. Even though Ning Chen knew the scene was fake, a continuation of past simulations, a chill still crept into his heart. Without saying a word, Ning Chen used his fingers as a sword, executing the fourth form of the sword style, the decaying wood sword, crack crack. The momentum of his blood transformed into a blade that seemed to shatter space as it passed, producing an ear-piercing sound while striking at the horned monster. Boom! A bizarre-shaped battle knife appeared in the horned monster's hand, and it swung down with a single strike, the force tearing through the air with a buzzing sound. However, this made Ning Chen frown slightly. Because in the simulated battle, although the opponent's combat power was suppressed to a level comparable to that of the combatant, the battle experience and techniques would not change. It was like an AI chess match. Although the AI was a machine, it was not weak. In fact, because it had a fixed combat mode, it was even harder for the combatant to win without understanding it. According to the introduction, the master of the Dragon Kingdom who died in battle had a martial arts cultivation of the 7th rank. This horned monster could kill human masters, so its strength in life must have reached the 7th rank or even higher. But this level was not comparable to that of a master. Bang! With a single strike, the horned monster screamed, its strange knife flying out of its hand, half of its arm bloodied and broken. The horned monster glared viciously at Ning Chen, retreating. Impossible. Human, how can you be so strong? The horned monster's face twisted in disbelief as it looked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen remained indifferent, not responding. Kill. A flash of ferocity crossed the horned monster's eyes, and after losing its strange knife, it hurled a punch at Ning Chen. Hashtag and dash dollar dash hashtag and hashtag. The horned monster let out another strange cry, its violent blood power surging like a boiling sea of blood, crushing down. Clearly, the physical body of this star race was equally formidable. In fact, many star races had strong physical bodies, possessing significant innate advantages in terms of physique. Ning Chen raised his fist, still nonchalant, and with a bang, the two fists collided, causing blood to splatter from the star race's face, its fist exploding. Is that it? Ning Chen was surprised and stepped forward again. Just as the horned monster was about to explode in rage again, it suddenly had a foot stomped on its arm, shattering the other arm on the spot. Ning Chen felt a bit disappointed and smashed his fist down on the horned monster's head, quickly ending the battle. This punch made its head explode like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering in all directions. A bit weak, Ning Chen remarked with disappointment. After being suppressed, this star race did not exhibit the combat techniques expected of a 7th rank master. This simulation was a waste. However, Ning Chen quickly realized something was wrong. Because the main opponent had died, the system would detect it and soon actively end the battle. But after waiting for a while, the battle still hadn't ended. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged from behind. Ning Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately activated the 9 secrets of the sky, using the word secret to propel his body sideways in an instant. A beam of gunlight roared like a dragon in the distance, causing several corpses to explode on the spot, blood and flesh flying in the air. Ning Chen's gaze was fixed on a figure not far away. The headless corpse slowly stood up and picked up the alloy battle rifle from the ground. Human race. Although it had no head, it seemed to emit a voice out of thin air. The voice was powerful and resonant, like the clash of metal and stone, mixed with a hint of suppressed rage and the confusion. Senior. Ning Chen stared at the headless master, feeling a strong emotional fluctuation. Although he knew the other party had lost their vitality, Ning Chen understood that this was a simulation of the continuation of spiritual will. We couldn't hold our ground, we owe it to the human race. The headless master's voice was filled with guilt, perhaps this was his obsession before dying. He was the last human to die in battle, and his final thought was one of regret towards the human race. If we had held our ground, the human race would still be here. Now, there are hundreds of caves and stargates combined, having gone through countless bloody battles, suppressing numerous riots, yet none have fallen. As Ning Chen spoke, he felt a certain obsession within the other party's spiritual imprint fade away. Is that so? That's wonderful. The headless master tightened his grip on the alloy battle rifle and slowly walked towards Ningchen. Let me see how my human race descendants are doing now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure shifted, almost becoming an afterimage. The headless master, gripping the alloy spear, instantly appeared in front of Ningchen. The alloy spear was thrust forward, with only a trace of vitality attached to the gunlight. This shot was very retro, so retro that it made Ningchen's mind flash with a saying, in the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. This was the original form and flavor of martial arts. Clang! Ningchen instantly summoned his battle knife, easily blocking the headless master's attack. What a fast shot! Both of them possessed SS-level talents, had A-level anomalies, and were at the mid-stage of 5th grade martial arts cultivation, occupying the first and second places on the Southeast Martial University rankings. Ningchen barely had some impression of these two. He had only seen them a few times in 3 years of university. Ningchen. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Ningchen turned slightly to look. He saw Zhang Yunfei and Su Xinyue quickly catching up from behind. Zhang Yunfei smiled elegantly and said, Ningchen, I contacted a few friends. Let's gather at the training square tomorrow at noon, how about it? Gather? Ningchen looked at Zhang Yunfei in surprise. This guy could actually invite him? Given Zhang Yunfei's temperament, he probably had some ulterior motive. Remembering that day at the cemetery, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Seeing Ningchen's astonishment, Zhang Yunfei smiled and said, It's been a year since we went to the Divine Beast Sea, and I haven't seen my classmates for a long time, so let's gather and reconnect. Also, there will be a surprise announcement for everyone. As he spoke, Zhang Yunfei laughed heartily. Ning, the young master, won't refuse, right? Ningchen glanced at Zhang Yunfei's side and saw Su Xinyue holding her head high, looking at him proudly. Ever since Zhang Yunfei returned, Su Xinyue had started to jump again. Ningchen didn't refuse and nodded lightly, sure. If I have time, I will definitely be there to support. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's eyes brightened slightly, and he smiled, great, see you tomorrow at noon. At this moment, Yi Jinyuan and Kai Jiang also caught up from behind. Upon hearing Ningchen agree to the appointment, both of them showed some surprise. Clearly, they hadn't expected that Ningchen, the young master, would agree to the gathering. Kai Jiang looked at Ningchen and casually joked, I haven't had a drink with the young master Ning at the same table yet. This time, we have to drink a few more cups, haha. With a loud, boisterous laugh, it was clear he had a carefree personality. You only know how to drink, you'll drink yourself to death sooner or later. Beside him, Yi Jinyuan's expression was slightly cold, but that was just his nature and not directed at Ningchen. Old Yuan, what do you know? Alcohol is a good thing, it can relieve a warrior's stress. Kai Jiang scratched his head and chuckled, saying nothing more. Yi Jinyuan replied, what stress? Just focus on your training. Kai Jiang rolled his eyes at him, you lack romance, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yi Jinyuan was known for being a training fanatic, so Kai Jiang didn't press the issue. Zhang Yunfei chuckled lightly, brother Kai, you might be disappointed this time because what I brewed is tea, not wine. Tea? Kai Jiang was indeed a bit disappointed. Seeing this, Zhang Yunfei smiled again, but it's tea related to enlightenment. Enlightenment tea? Kai Jiang seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes lit up immediately. But Zhang Yunfei didn't elaborate, giving a mysterious smile to the others, you'll know when the time comes. In the principal's office, Ningchen, Xiatian, Zhang Yunfei, and others stood casually in the room, making the already small office feel a bit cramped. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Chuan Donghai glanced over them. He then slowly spoke, actually, I called you here to discuss two things. First, about the ancient text competition. Although the assessment states that the top few can participate in the competition, your strengths are evident. Unless something unexpected happens, it will basically be you few who can secure a ranking and represent Southeast Martial University. You all understand how important the ancient texts of enlightenment are. It's very important for you and for the university. So this time, I hope you all put in more effort. Even if it's for the university, for the future juniors. The attendees were all young and inexperienced, easily moved. Hearing Chuan Donghai's sincere words, everyone couldn't help but be touched. From the back of the crowd, Kai Jiang was the first to speak. Principal Chuan, rest assured, this is not just personal honor but also the honor of the university. As students of Southeast Martial University, we will certainly fight with all our might. Principal Chuan, we will do our best, Yi Jinyuan also said calmly. Beside them, Zhang Yunfei and Su Xinyue also made their assurances. Chuan Donghai nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried about these few. His concerns lay elsewhere. He glanced at Xiatian and Zhang Nianchu. Xiatian, Nianchu, can you two participate for the school this time? You should understand how important the ancient texts of enlightenment are. Jiang Yanchu smiled lightly, sure. Don't worry, principal, I will participate, Xia Tian added. Hearing this, Chuan Donghai breathed a sigh of relief. The top two of Southeast Martial University in the public's eyes were perhaps Kai Jiang and Yizhen Yuan on the external martial rankings. However, that wasn't the case. Xia Tian and Jiang Yanchu were actually the strongest. Moreover, the two rarely took action, and even he, as the principal, couldn't gauge their true level. Besides them, there was one more person who was quite special, and Chuan Donghai couldn't figure him out either. He looked at Ning Chen and asked, Ning Chen, what are your thoughts? Can you participate? Ever since he saw Ning Chen's sword strike last time, Chuan Donghai no longer regarded Ning Chen as an ordinary student. Could an ordinary student unleash an 8th grade strike? Or an 8th grade strike at the extreme realm? That night, that strike was unforgettable for him. As Ning Chen said, he might never see another strike so perfect in his life. That night, he even felt the aura of the Tao, allowing him to make a slight advancement on the martial path he had not progressed on for a long time. To him, this was simply incredible. Although Ning Chen explained that he had received a martial god's inheritance and that strike was an energy imprint left within him, Chuan Donghai was not foolish and certainly wouldn't be easily fooled. However, he wouldn't say much. After all, every martial artist has their own secrets, especially someone like the young master of the Ning family. Ning Chen nodded and smiled. Principal Chuan, I am also from Southeast Martial University, so of course I should participate. He added, moreover, contributing to the school is the duty of every Dongwu University student. Chuan Donghai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was genuinely worried that Ning Chen would disdain participating, but it seemed that the character of this young master from the Ning family had indeed changed. That's good. Additionally, I have already notified Ji Daoi, and he will also return on time from the Stargate. Ning Chen, are you alright on your end? As he spoke, Chuan Donghai glanced at Ning Chen again. The two had recently had a bit of a falling out. Ning Chen smiled and said, just some minor squabbles between classmates, I haven't taken it to heart. Seeing Ning Chen's calm expression with no reaction, Chuan Donghai didn't dwell on it. He continued, next, there is the second matter. In 3 years, the Battle of the Ancient Blood Domain in the Southeast region will soon commence, and the recruitment has already begun. According to the martial arts agreement for 8th grade Golden Body experts in Longwa, 8th grade Golden Body experts must enter a cave or Stargate battlefield every 3 years. During the rest of the time, they must unconditionally accept the dispatch of local forces guarding the Stargate or cave. As he spoke, Chuan Donghai stood up, holding his warm water cup, and walked to the windowsill, smiling, my 3-year vacation time is up. It's time to enter the Stargate battlefield. Ha ha ha, this time, it might be a long while before I return. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room became significantly serious. Especially Chuan Hu, who clearly already knew about this matter, suddenly showed a look of concern. The others also fell silent. Although there were still 3 years until the Battle of the Ancient Blood Domain began, it did not mean that the series of preparations before the war were without danger. On the contrary, some battlefields had already opened, and in the competition for battlefield advantage, it had become even more intense, with the deaths of 7th and 8th grade experts being quite common. At this moment, Xia Tian, who rarely spoke, asked, Principal Chuan, I wonder which battle zone you will be serving in this time. The battle zones are divided. The Ning family guards the main battlefield, but there are multiple battle zones distributed below. Some are guarded by the Xia family, others by the Jiang family, or the military. Chuan Donghai laughed, ha ha, my luck isn't too good. I'm going to the main battle zone of the Ancient Blood Domain. Everyone gasped in shock. The main battlefield of the Ning family is naturally extremely dangerous. Even with 3 years before the war, small and large skirmishes have already been continuous. Dad, Chuan Hu suddenly exclaimed, standing up in shock, his eyes looking at Chuan Donghai instantly reddening. The others also felt a bit heavy-hearted. The main battle zone is the main battlefield, and in past battles, ordinary martial artists would fight to the death, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands, and the death rate for 7th and 8th grade experts reached as high as 60%. Dad, how did you get assigned to the main battle zone? Chuan Hu's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Chuan Donghai patted Chuan Hu's head, jokingly scolding, what's wrong? It's fine for me not to go to the main battle zone, but I can't go either, right? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, your old man has been to the main battlefield before. Even if I die, it won't be in vain. At least I'll take down 3 fellow Star Clan martial artists with me. Please don't say such things. Chuan Hu's throat tightened, and he finally managed to say a few words. Take care of yourself. Alright, don't be so gloomy, making it sound like I'm definitely going to die. After all, I'm an 8th grade Golden Body expert. It's not that easy to die, is it? As long as my head isn't smashed, I can survive even if I'm shattered. Chuan Donghai saw the atmosphere was a bit heavy and laughed heartily, making a joke. He then looked at the others more seriously and said, "After I leave, the thing I worry about the most is the school. I can't lead you in this ancient literature competition, it will be Chuan who will take my place. But Xiao Hu is still inexperienced, and his character is straightforward. He hasn't seen as much as you all, and his mind isn't as quick as yours. If he makes any mistakes, please be more understanding and offer guidance. Of course, there's no need to cover for him just because he's the vice principal." After a round of reminders, Jiang Yunfei smiled slightly and was the first to step forward, saying, "Principal, don't worry. During your absence, we will definitely cooperate fully with Vice Principal Chuan Hu. Rest assured, Principal Chuan." Everyone nodded, but no one said much more. Seeing this, Chuan Donghai felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart. Next, Chuan Donghai gave a few simple reminders about training and the precautions regarding the competition for ancient texts. With that, no one continued to speak, and everyone dispersed. At night, Ning Chen attempted to build the 5th Daomark Bridge. To his surprise, he actually condensed a prototype. The lingering resonance of that strike was still present, and in just half a night, it had shown signs of forming. However, it ultimately did not fully condense, and Ning Chen did not force it into manifestation but set it aside for the time being. He then entered the virtual battle space for the second time, intending to condense the 5th Daomark Bridge through combat. The training room in the new training tower was more advanced than the old one. Moreover, the Ning family had specially prepared a new blood pool and simulated events for Ning Chen. Battle of Longyang Plain. 3 8th grade warriors died, 5 7th grade, 10 6th grade. Over 10,000 other warriors. In the battle space, on a vast plateau, a sea of human corpses covered the ground, every blade of grass stained with blood, and as the wind blew, the blood droplets fell like rolling beads. At this moment, only a few hundred human warriors remained at the forefront of the battlefield, while facing them was a dark mass of star warriors. It was clear that this battle had ended in defeat for the human race. Yet, the few hundred human warriors showed no intention of retreating, fighting to the death. Kill, kill, kill. Let's make one last charge together, take down a few more. When I get to the underworld, I'll drink with you all. I, Zhang Wei, am still a virgin, and I'm dying like this. I really can't accept it. Bro, when you get down there, I'll help you. I'll give you. Ha ha ha. Facing at least 10,000 star warriors, the few hundred human warriors launched a final, fearless charge. They roared in unison, surging forward, their blood surging like a torrent. To live is to be a soldier, to die is to be a soldier's soul. Wuan army, fight to the death. The outcome was inevitable. These few hundred human warriors didn't even touch the edge of the Star Army before being obliterated by the terrifying force of blood and energy. Overestimating themselves. A star leader looked at the blood mist before him, sneering in disdain. However, the next moment, his greenish face suddenly changed as an incredibly intense blood sword appeared before him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his brow, and the sword cleaved him from his forehead down, splitting him in two, turning him into a bloodied corpse. There are still human warriors alive. Humans, come out. The blood mist rose, and a figure slowly emerged from it. With long hair flowing, a handsome face like a celestial being, and a snow-white long martial robe gradually stained with blood as he walked through the mist, even the alloy battle knife in his hand dripped with blood. That was the blood of human warriors, staining the battle knife. Kill! Ning Chen's throat moved as he heard the star warriors taunting from the other side, but he couldn't be bothered to listen to what they were saying. He raised the alloy battle knife and struck, instantly slaying dozens among the star warriors. Some exploded, others were cleaved in half, bones splattering, turning the scene into a hell on earth. Boom! The next moment, the Star Army charged down, clashing with Ning Chen in an instant. Blood mist filled the air, and limbs flew everywhere. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the ground was littered with star corpses. Ning Chen also reached the point of exhaustion, feeling it was difficult to continue fighting. He directly released 4 Daomark bridges, then stomped heavily on the ground. The body shot out like a cannonball, landing in the area with the densest flow of the Star Clan. Without hesitation, he detonated 4 Daomark bridges. Boom, 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 boom. At least 1,000 Star Clan members were blown to pieces, and Ning Chen, who had self-destructed the Daomark bridges, was on the verge of collapse, his body cracking open with huge fissures, like the dried bark of an old tree splitting apart. Watching the Star Clan army surge forward like a tide once more, Ning Chen grinned. In the next moment, the self-destructed Daomark bridges reappeared, and this time, the 4 Daomark bridges actually merged into one. A blood-red Daomark bridge materialized, the 5th Daomark bridge, successfully manifested. At this moment, the entire Daomark bridge was blood-red, and blood-colored phantoms emerged. They were the fallen human martial artists from this battle, reborn in this way, reappearing through Ning Chen's Daomark Bridge. The Daomark Bridge phenomenon. Ning Chen smiled. Some powerful martial artists would also manifest phenomena when condensing the Daomark Bridge. Clearly, the appearance of his fifth Daomark Bridge was stronger than the previous four. At this moment, if his guess was correct, there must have been some special phenomena occurring outside as well. This is, someone has manifested a phenomenon while condensing the Daomark Bridge. So terrifying. The blood-red Daomark Bridge, those blood-colored souls on it, could they be human martial artists? I don't know why, but I want to cry. At this moment, above the Southeast Martial University, a blood-red long bridge spanned from the front to the back of the teaching building, with blood winds howling above, countless blood-colored souls roaring and howling. It was as if the brutal battlefield of the past had reappeared. Chuan Donghai stepped out of his room, staring blankly at those phantoms. Could it be that kid Ning Chen again? He couldn't see where the phenomenon originated, but instinctively thought of Ning Chen. Soon, the next day arrived. Ding! Lick dog for 19 days, reward, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, seedling during the seedling period, it can produce 4 ancient tea leaves, and for every segment it grows taller, it can double. 4, 8, 16. Creak. Ning Chen looked at the fifth Daomark Bridge before him, filled with rich blood energy. Although strictly speaking, condensing all 6 Daomark bridges would count as stepping into the late stage of the 4th rank, his current blood energy standard was already comparable to a mid-stage 5th rank martial artist. He retracted the Daomark Bridge and stepped out of the training room. Damn, young master, the Daomark Bridge phenomenon was you, right? You're amazing, damn. As soon as he stepped out, a Xiang rushed over, looking at Ning Chen with admiration. The phenomenon on the Daomark Bridge just now was no less impressive than that of the unparalleled genius he had seen before. If this continued, Ning Chen's future martial path was unimaginable. Ning Chen chuckled, after all, it's Uncle Xiang who watched me grow up. Uncle Xiang, why did you change your hairstyle again? Ning Chen noticed that a Xiang's long golden hair was gone, replaced by a buzz cut like a steel brush. A Xiang rubbed his bald head and smiled. Zhang Yunfei wouldn't just give away good things for no reason. Young master, what do you think Zhang Yunfei is scheming? Would Zhang Yunfei make the ancient texts public for free? Perhaps, but this kid was always very purposeful in his actions. Ning Chen smiled, it has nothing to do with me, we'll know when we see. No matter what his purpose was, could it pose any threat to him? A Xiang chuckled, I think it concerns you, he seems very interested in your dragon carp meat. Interested? Then let him be. As he walked out of the training room, hundreds of students were practicing in the square. Since the new training tower was set up, the students' enthusiasm for training had increased significantly. Young master, Li Shaoqi had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Ning Chen come out, he immediately approached. Ning Chen arrived at the square and was somewhat impressed by Zhang Yunfei. At this moment, the square was densely packed, a sea of people, with almost all the students in attendance. Not only the students, but nearly all the instructors were also present. After all, it is ancient literature, which is equally attractive to the mentors. In the outer area, some mentors from Southeast Wuhan University were maintaining order. At this moment, the rest of the invited guests, except for Ning Chen and Li Shaoqi, had almost all arrived. Kai Jiang, Chuan Hu, and Yi Yuan were all present. What surprised Ning Chen a bit was that Zhang Yanchu and Xia Tian had also come, and sitting beside them was Ji Daoyi. It seemed that these usually aloof classmates could not resist the allure of ancient literary enlightenment. There were a few others, all outstanding students from Southeast Wuhan University, including first, second, and fourth-year students. However, Ning Chen was not familiar with them. As the behind-the-scenes controller of Wuhan University, Ning Chen had seen these faces in the materials before. With Ning Chen's appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In particular, Ji Daoyi's gaze towards Ning Chen was somewhat off. Ever since he was crushed by Ning Chen last time, although he was unwilling in his heart, he quickly accepted it and recognized the gap between himself and Ning Chen. After returning to the human city on the Stargate battlefield, he had been practicing frantically. Now, his martial arts realm had reached the mid-stage of the 5th rank, one small level higher than Xia Tian and Zhang Yanchu. At this moment, in the square, Zhang Yunfei had specially set up several tea tables, enough to accommodate the invited guests. The extra tables were prepared for the rest of the people from Southeast Wuhan University. However, all the people Zhang Yunfei invited this time were classmates from Wuhan University, and none of the mentors were on the guest list. Naturally, the mentors felt embarrassed to sit at the table. After chatting idly for a while at the table, Zhang Yunfei said, Yunfei indeed gained some benefits from the expedition in the Divine Beast Sea, which can be considered as spoils of war. The leaders of the Ministry of Education did not take it back, and since it's rare for everyone to gather today, I'll bring it out for everyone to taste. As he spoke, Zhang Yunfei snapped his fingers at a distance. Su Xian opened the door of a training room and came out holding a pot of tea. She placed it on the table in front of everyone. Looking at the refreshing aroma wafting from the teapot, everyone's eyes lit up, and they turned to Zhang Yunfei with questioning expressions. Chuanhu exclaimed, "Yunfei, what kind of tea is this? It feels very special, but I can't quite put it into words." Zhang Yunfei smiled and said, "This tea is called Enlightenment Ancient Tea. In the Divine Beast Sea, there are not only ancient texts of enlightenment but also many related items. This Enlightenment Ancient Tea is one of them." As soon as he said this, Chuanhu and the others were taken aback. Enlightenment Ancient Tea? What the hell, is this Enlightenment Ancient Tea? This is a good thing that can help one achieve enlightenment. Zhang Yunfei actually dares to share such a good thing with everyone. Even the onlooking students below were all mentally shaken. This was a rare variety that grew in the Stargate. Just drinking the brewed tea could help one comprehend martial arts. Everyone often heard about it in the history of martial arts classes, but they never expected to see it in reality one day. All eyes were on the teapot, filled with a fervent excitement. At the same time, they looked at Su Xian placing the teapot on the tea table, all filled with envy. But everyone also knew that just being able to smell it was already a great fortune. Ordinary people simply had no right to sit at those tables. Enlightenment Ancient Tea, what a good thing. Seeing the Enlightenment Ancient Tea, Zhang Yanshu, who had originally shown little interest, suddenly became intrigued and glanced at Zhang Yunfei, saying lightly, "Isn't it rumored that during a battle years ago, the Ning family captured a spoils of war that was an Enlightenment Ancient Tea tree?" Zhang Yunfei had originally looked down on Zhang Yanshu a bit, but upon hearing this, his hand that was reaching for the teapot paused slightly. The Ning family actually had an Enlightenment Ancient Tea tree? This was the first time he had heard of it. He glanced at Ning Chen and found him sitting still as a mountain, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Yanshu's words. "Does the Zhang family have one?" Zhang Yunfei smiled at Zhang Yanshu. "Whether there is or not seems to have nothing to do with you," Zhang Yanshu replied without holding back. The atmosphere on site seemed to start to shift, but no one spoke at the scene. There were rumors that Zhang Yunfei was a branch of the Zhang family, having been separated due to punishment many years ago. This could not be verified. However, it was an undeniable fact that Zhang Yunfei and Zhang Yanshu were at odds with each other. Although there had not been any major conflicts, they often targeted each other. The Ning family is large and prosperous, haha, it's not surprising. At this moment, Chuanhu noticed the awkward atmosphere and stepped in to smooth things over. "Brother Yunfei is so generous, then we won't stand on ceremony, haha." At this time, Kai Jian laughed heartily, looking at the teapot with eyes shining brightly. Yi Zhenyuan sat upright, sneering, "Aren't you here to drink?" Kai Jiang scratched his head and laughed. "This thing is much better than wine." Su Xinyue, like a maid, began to serve tea to everyone. Even for Zhang Yanshu and the others, it was extremely rare to drink the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea. As the tea entered their stomachs, everyone savored it carefully. Meanwhile, the students below looked on with envy. Even the mentors from Woda had expressions of envy. "Teachers, Yunfei has specially prepared a pot for you. Thank you for your hard work for this gathering." It must be said that Zhang Yunfei was quite good at dealing with people. A group of mentors initially wanted to refuse, but could not withstand Zhang Yunfei's repeated invitations. Moreover, if they missed this opportunity, they might never encounter such a good chance again in their lives. Under Chuanhu's invitation, the group of mentors reluctantly sat down. For a moment, the way everyone looked at Zhang Yunfei became much more favorable. After a while of drinking, Zhang Yunfei felt it was about time and spoke again. "Dear students, the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea is just an appetizer. Next, I will reveal the Tao Enlightenment Ancient text that I have obtained, so please pay attention." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up, their fiery gazes converging on Zhang Yunfei. They had come today for this very reason. Ning Chen, who had been quietly sitting to the side, couldn't help but raise his head slightly. He had never seen the Tao Enlightenment Ancient text either. Zhang Yunfei raised his hand and flicked it, a strand of blood energy lifting a ring and sending it to an empty space in the square. Immediately, 2 broken stone tablets flew out and landed in the square. One was black and the other gray, each about 3 meters tall, with severe surface damage showing signs of being hacked by swords and other cold weapons. What was most shocking was the large patches of dried bloodstains on them, which were extremely startling. In addition, the 2 stone tablets were inscribed with an extremely complex script. It did not belong to any language on earth, but exuded an inexplicable Tao charm. Is this the Tao Enlightenment Ancient text? Oh my god, I feel I have attained the Tao. The familiar aura, right? It's the same aura as the strike from the mysterious person a few days ago, but the aura on this Tao Enlightenment ancient text is far inferior to that strike. The crowd erupted in exclamations. However, as they spoke, some began to compare it to that strike from a few days ago. Zhang Yunfei felt a bit displeased hearing the discussions, but he maintained a smile on his face, suppressing his unhappiness, and stepped forward to say, the Tao Enlightenment ancient text rewarded by the Education Bureau is merely a small part of the Tao charm, and it is also a damaged stone tablet. The ancient texts that Wu Dao will compete for in the future are not stone tablets, but entire ancient cliffs. The Tao charm on them, you can imagine. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped again. If the damaged ones were like this, how extraordinary would the authentic ones be? Zhang Yunfei paused for a moment and continued, this Tao Enlightenment stone tablet has a special function. If everyone meditates and uses their blood energy to outline it, they can temporarily form a spiritual imprint. I have tried it, and the duration is about 3 hours. I hope this will be helpful to the junior and senior students. Zhang Yunfei spoke with utmost sincerity. For a moment, the students looked at Zhang Yunfei with a mix of fervor and a hint of reverence. Next, everyone carefully observed the ancient text, wishing they could imprint it in their minds forever. Ning Chen sat at the table, looking at the ancient tea in the cup before him. Although it was rich and fragrant, it seemed to pale in comparison to the ancient tea leaves from the tea tree rewarded by his system. Even the ancient text seemed to lack the profound essence contained in his tea tree. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everyone was carefully studying the ancient text. However, Zhang Yunfei noticed that Ning Chen seemed uninterested in it. He frowned slightly but said nothing more. Soon, as the viewing came to an end, everyone was astonished to find that the ancient characters had indeed appeared in their minds. So magical. The path of martial arts for the human race has always been steady and solid, cultivating vitality and blood. The star race actually has a method to comprehend the Tao. No wonder they are so powerful, the crowd murmured. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunfei, sitting nearby, remained silent for a moment. At this gathering, he had revealed the ancient text to enhance his own prestige, but there was another, more important reason. He wanted to exchange with Ning Chen, to trade for that dragon carp. After being rejected that day, Zhang Yunfei vaguely grasped the key point. He believed that Ning Chen must be reluctant to part with the dragon carp meat. After all, dragon carp meat was precious, not to mention that it was an 8 treasures dragon carp, a true rarity. Moreover, the two were not very familiar with each other. On the contrary, there was some old grudge due to Su Xinyue, so it was normal for Ning Chen to refuse. However, this time, he had figured out the key and thought of a way to respond. As the gathering approached its end, Zhang Yunfei gauged the timing. Feeling it was about time, he secretly gritted his teeth and then made a move. He took out 3 leaves from the ancient tea tree from his spatial ring, each the size of a baby's palm. Although they were crystal clear, they were extremely withered and clearly not fresh. Ning Chen, young Master Ning, actually, I invited you here today because I have a rather unreasonable request, Zhang Yunfei said as he walked up to Ning Chen. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Zhang Yunfei. Ning Chen lifted his lowered head and saw a pair of sincere eyes. Brother Yunfei, no need to be polite, please speak, he replied. Zhang Yunfei smiled and said, young Master Ning, it's about the last time, actually, I want your 8 treasures dragon carp. Of course, I only need a portion. Also, I won't take advantage of you, these are 3 leaves from the ancient martial tree. Drinking the infusion can help one comprehend the Tao. Would that be compensation for you? The purifying effect of the dragon carp meat on the body is really important to me. These leaves from the ancient martial tree were rewards personally granted to him by the Minister of Education. After using the pot he brewed today, only these 3 remained, and they were the freshest. He had intended to keep them for when he broke through his shackles, but now he could only painfully offer them for exchange. After all, ordinary items would not attract someone like Ning Chen, the wealthy young master. Healing the wounds on his Tao marks was more important than anything else. After speaking, he looked at Ning Chen with a hopeful expression, which even contained a hint of sincerity. It was clear that he was truly hungry and genuinely wanted to eat the dragon carp meat. However, Ning Chen did not seem too interested. Sitting in his seat, he lightly tapped the table with one finger, quietly waiting for Zhang Yunfei to finish speaking. Zhang Yunfei was someone he understood very well. Zhang Yunfei would go to any lengths for cultivation resources. Even if he were to give the dragon carp meat to him today, Zhang Yunfei would not be grateful in the future. He would still target him as before. Ning Chen was not a pushover, nor was he a saint, helping a potential enemy to break through, only to be targeted later? That was something only a fool would do. Not to mention that even if it were the national lord who had obtained the ancient martial text, Ning Chen would still refuse. As the young master of the Ning family, the sovereign of the southeastern region, he truly feared no one. Ning Chen shook his head again. I'm sorry, but I also need the dragon carp meat, and this ancient martial tree leaf may be very precious. But I don't need it, nor do I lack this thing. He was rejected once more, without a hint of hesitation or mercy. This time, Zhang Yunfei's expression once again stiffened, then quickly turned gloomy. Then, Zhang Yunfei's tone changed. Ning Chen, I know your Ning family has an ancient tea tree of enlightenment, but it can't be casually picked for tea leaves, right? Moreover, the tea leaves from the ancient tea tree are extremely difficult to grow. You won't lose out by exchanging with me. Ning Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, I don't find this thing precious. With a flick of his hand, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment rewarded by the system flickered in his spatial ring, then vanished as Ning Chen put it away. However, everyone still saw that it was a small tree about a person's height, shimmering with light, its branches lush with leaves, and golden leaves hanging like golden bells. Just that fleeting glimpse made everyone feel an extremely rich aura of enlightenment flowing. If one were to brew water with this every day, wouldn't they soar? What the hell? So much? The Ning family even gave the ancient tea of enlightenment to Ning Chen? How favored is he? I heard that young Master Ning not only inherited part of the Ning family's assets but also received a lot of resources. At the moment they saw the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, the crowd erupted in discussion, and everyone's eyes turned red. This was the ancient tea of enlightenment, but in Ning Chen's hands, it seemed like a toy that he didn't care about at all. Zhang Yunfei was also dumbfounded, his face visibly darkening. When did the ancient tea leaves of enlightenment become so worthless? Once again, he felt a deeper sense of the Ning family's foundation, and a strong bitterness surged in his heart. Why was such a good thing not his? Why wasn't he Ning Chen, the young master of the Ning family? At that moment, Zhang Yunfei cursed inwardly, but smiled on his face. Ning Chen, just 3 leaves of the ancient tea of enlightenment, I'm the one who's embarrassed, but I really need dragon carp meat to cleanse my body. Because during this trip to the Divine Beast Sea, I fought against the Star Clan's prodigies to secure the ancient text of enlightenment for the human race, and my body was damaged, the bridge of my Dao marks was polluted. The minister said that only pure blood and flesh like dragon carp can expel the filth within. But you know how precious dragon carp flesh is. So, I really need it. Consider it me, Zhang Yunfei, asking you for a favor, how about it? Zhang Yunfei's expression was incredibly sincere this time. He directly stated the reason. By mentioning the human race and securing the ancient text of enlightenment, it was as if he had placed Ning Chen on a moral high ground to roast. As soon as he said this, the expressions of those around him changed, especially the students, who were moved upon hearing Zhang Yunfei's reason for wanting to exchange for dragon carp. However, Ning Chen remained unfazed and said again, I'm sorry, I do not agree to this transaction. Moral coercion? This trick really didn't work on him. As long as his moral standards were low enough, he couldn't be coerced. Unexpectedly, after stating his